Racers, do not drive out on the track down there. We are very, very close to putting cars down the track. Lane 7 and 8 in and buckle up, but do not drive out on the track down there, the top end. All right, here we go. Start of time runs, day 2, Pro Systems Friday. Right-hand lane, S10 pickup truck. Taking on the Attitude Adjustment, Chevrolet Cavalier. Billy Swain, left-hand lane. Jeff Jaquish on the right side. We are in purple run stickers. If you are not in the lanes yet, you need to head that way in a fairly efficient manner. Purple, we need you in the lanes. Wheels up. Look at that. Whoa! Jaquish puckered up a little bit and let off the throttle there. That baby was up in the air, and he bailed, and it came down. A beautiful wheel stand going right until the right foot left the gas pedal. Now he's crawling down the right-hand lane down there. Hopefully nothing hurt, but they had a beautiful wheel stand going there. Meanwhile, Billy runs 5:57 in the left-hand lane. He's going to be smiling about that. 0:14 reaction time. Maybe the Cavalier is back. The True Burn Belvedere out of Lansing, Jimmy Johnson and Shelby Nelkin with her Mustang. Again, the time runs here this morning. We need purple run stickers in the staging lanes, and we need you to do it quickly, please. Johnson runs 5:88, 116 to a 6:12, 110.05 miles per hour. Ford Mustang coming up in the right-hand lane, taking on the S10 truck, FTI Performance Lane. I want to welcome the folks on Drag Racer TV that are online and watching time runs here. Ladies and gentlemen, we are putting out the call now for red run stickers. Purple, you missed it. Red run stickers to the lanes, please. Red run stickers to the lanes. Red run stickers to the lanes. 0:19 reaction time for the truck and a 7:04. Mustang runs 681, 100 miles per hour. So once again, we're looking for red run stickers to the lanes, both door cars and dragsters. Red run stickers to the staging lanes, please. The Advance Auto Parts Gia coming up in the left-hand lane. Joe Samelik out of Beaverton, Michigan. The Advance Auto and Lee's Off-Road. Paying for that car, taking on Andrew Heining, Harrison, Michigan, Chevrolet Vega. Once again, we need now red run stickers to the staging lanes, please. Good looking wheels up, launch for the Gia, slightly to the left. Joe brings it back to the middle and runs 564, 121 miles per hour. A 001 for Andrew and ran a 630. Mike Kane and Joel Young on the starting line. Joel in the left-hand lane, Chevrolet Camaro, and Mike with a Challenger. Let's get now looking for red run stickers. Red run stickers to the stadium lanes, please. Red run stickers to the lanes. Both cars bringing them up in the air there. Left-hand lane, Young out in front with a 587, 118 miles per hour, and a 604, 114. The Challenger. This is the Kidder Racing Chevrolet Nova in the right-hand lane, and Frank Pilt's Cadillac Michigan Nova in the left lane. .592 for Frank in the left-hand lane, 160 miles per hour. Kyle on the Motor State side with a 656 run, 102.44. Victory Motor or Custom Trailers, Chevy 2, Jeff Sanchez, Grand Ledge, Michigan. This will be a good leave right here on the right-hand side. Actually, both these cars will bring them up a little bit. John Erskine, 69 Chevrolet Camaro out of Freeland. I always like that morning time run where everything's freshly prepped. The air is a little bit cooler. 017 light for Sanchez and a nice launch in ET of 617. Erskine turn on the red light, 622, 110 miles per hour. Our first Dragster comes up. I don't know why it's harder for the Dragster guys in the morning than it is the door car guys. I just have never, except for the door car group, probably a little more, we'll say, experienced. An older group driving the door cars. Eddie Hall, right-hand lane, Vicksburg, Michigan. Eddie's been up for a couple hours. He's going to run down the right-hand lane, taking on the Dragster in the left-hand lane. Event T-shirts are available this morning. Get over there and get your 32nd Annual World Super Pro Challenge Event T-shirt before they're gone. Eddie's 006 and 602. Dragster is 019 and 462. The Hayes Racing Dragster coming up this time in left-hand lane. Todd Schmitz, 69 Chevy in the right side, Coldwater, Michigan. Big Block Chevrolet. Racing on the no box side and the box side. Dragster left-hand lane. I don't have the info in front of me. I'm quite sure this is a Canadian car, I think. A large group of Canadians racing with us this weekend. Want to thank those folks that are here racing and supporting the 32nd Annual World Super Pro Challenge. That group seems to grow a little bit more each year, and really appreciate those guys and gals. So we know there's a couple other events going on this weekend, and one of them is in Canada, but we've got a good group of Canadians that support this race and continue to do that. There's a race going on out in Iowa, and the same deal. We've got some folks that traveled to Michigan this weekend to be here and support this race, and really appreciate that. It's Tom Bray in his Chevrolet Camaro and Carly Duffy. Here's one right in front of us. The Duffy girls racing out of Amherstburg, Ontario. S&W car. 0:11 for Carly on her time run, and she will run a 4:84 at 142 miles per hour. Tom runs a 6:94 with his Camaro at 98.66 miles per hour. Here's the other Duffy girls dragster, Chelsea Duffy, left-hand lane backing up. Amherst, Ontario, against the Camaro Roadster for Craig Eberhardt in right-hand lane. So we've had a couple of colors already called here this morning. The first two colors have been called, both purple and red. Left lane, a red light on a 476, 146. Craig's 004 red runs a 49, 128 miles per hour. Tracy Muchler, the S10 truck, made it to the no box final round last night, semifinal round. Final round. Scott Hornline, left-hand lane. Freeland, Michigan, Dragster. .040 reaction time for Scott in the left-hand lane. And a 482, 142. Tracy runs 624, 111 miles per hour. Aiden Lutsky and Dan Hyde on the starting line. Dan with that Chevy too, Aiden with a Camaro. Perfect trip zip for Lutsky in right-hand lane, 070 for the Chevy 2. It'll be a 648 to a 601. Mike O'Rourke Sr.'s beautiful Z28 Chevrolet Camaro. Going to run down the Motor State side in Eric Doobie. The car we refer to as the Doobie Duster in the left-hand lane. Going to run down the FTI side. Red light there for Mike by 004. And it'll be a 550, 126 miles per hour. 716 for the Doobie Duster at 94.56 miles per hour. Andrew Sturck out there with a Ford Mustang. And the Chevrolet Monza in the right-hand lane, Jeff Alexander. Howard City, Michigan. Andrew, another of the Canadian entries. Went deep with a couple different cars last night. I think maybe around 5 or so. He was carrying 2 entries. $14 a light for the Mustang, 058 for Jeff Alexander. Jeff with a 6 flat, 114, 0624, 112.59 miles per hour. The Bennett family Chevy 2 come up in the left-hand lane, the FTI side, and Motor State side out of Portland, Michigan, Neil Swain with that 2016 CJ9 Jeep. .20 light for Neil and a 566. Left-hand lane, the Chevy 2 had a 002 reaction time. Went a 640. Chevrolet S10 is a pair here. Alyssa Martin in the left-hand lane, Beaverton, Michigan. .007 on the red side for Alyssa. 099 in the right-hand lane. 605, 114 with 711 and 93.84. Keith Helsel, Kyle Yacko. Chevy 2 and the Dodge Daytona matchup. .009 for Kyle, and you're on 611. Keith was 51, runs a 583 right there. 120 miles per hour. Andy Wingo, Steve Williams make their time run here. Steve in the left-hand lane. Dragster out of Macomb, Michigan. Andy from Gaylord, Michigan. This is Fiero number 1, actually. F1, 84 Fiero. He actually has another Fiero. Actually, take that back. This is F2. This is the new one that he debuted here this year. There's another one that he's raced for quite a long time. He left that one at home. This is the little quicker Fiero. A red light for Andy there, a 004 for Williams. Steve runs 492. He's been all over the tree all weekend. A great light again, 004. Andy runs 537 that time, 131 miles per hour. Scott Allen, here's a new entry this morning. I think he's going back to the burn box here with the El Camino out of Mesick, Michigan. And Pete Brown will wait here for an extra minute here. We'll get El Camino. There we go. Pete waiting patiently. Eaton Rapids, Michigan, 1984. Brown Boys Racing Chevrolet. 007 for Scott Allen and 594. Pete runs 535 at 130.49 miles per hour. Cars seem to be running a little better this morning. Maybe we got rid of a... We love our Canadians, don't get me wrong, but y'all can keep your smoke up in Canada. The out-of-towners that didn't know that that funny-looking haze in the air yesterday was the Canadian smoke deal that seems to have popped up here for the last 3 years. But looks a little more clear. Yeah, we can see all the way to the end of the track from the tower today. A little bit of the smoke sitting in the air seems to have vanished. Right lane, a 561, 123 to a 684 to 100.46 miles per hour. The Barnes Racing Datsun coming up in the left-hand lane, taking on the Chevrolet S10. This is out of Team Taylor. Scotty Taylor's large group of race cars that he owns. This is Scotty's son Andrew driving this one, Portage, Michigan. Andrew, the 26 green light on a 638 at 108.45 to a 657, 103.27 miles per hour. Chevrolet S10 in the left-hand lane, taking on the wheel-standing Chevy Camaro. Greg McCurry out of South Lyons. Seen this car yesterday and actually did a humongous wheel stand. Morning air, freshly prepped morning cool track. Hope that photographer's ready. Yeah, 008 red. Carried him for about 70 feet. 608, 109 to a 620, 111.09 miles per hour. Sam Jones coming up with the VP Racing fuel-backed Chevrolet Corvette. A star on the all-star, the no box side. This guy don't need a delay box. Taking on Evan Davis, Charlotte, Michigan, rear engine dragster. Evan in the dragster, 491 and 140 to a 590, 117.05. Well, talk about wheel standers. They get no better than this one. Bug McCarty. Feel like in his last lifetime drove the Hemi under glass or something. I don't know. And he tied it down. Which one are you talking about, the Mustang or the Blazer? It was the Blazer, 592 115, 710 for the Mustang 94. Bug actually just got the Blazer from the body shop here before this weekend after hitting the wall down at US 131 at about the 400-foot mark doing a wheel stand. Chevrolet Monte Carlo in right-hand lane, Steve Height and Dustin Loyne. C-Tech Firebird in left-hand lane at Pinckney, Michigan. The Ballman Racing Chevrolet Camaro left-hand lane, 602, 113. Rich Van Ells, 574 with a 919. Rich was 005 on the tree. Keith Grubaugh and Randy Whitaker. Randy left-hand lane, the Daytona. Both drivers in. Here we go. Tree down. Randy Whitaker. 29 light and 654.9. Grubaugh went 654.3. 104. The Dunham Racing Pontiac and right lane take on the bad to the bone Buick Regal left hand side. The red light for the Pontiac and a 567, 123, 656, 107 left-hand lane. Chevrolet Camaro, IROC Team D2 taking on Brett Williamson's 57 Chevy. Camaro in right-hand lane, 569, 120 miles per hour after a no 18 reaction time. Left-hand lane, 578, 119 miles per hour. Shake and Bake Chevy in the left-hand lane. Blaine Anderson taking on Kyle Stockwell. Malibu station wagon. .608, 111 miles per hour for Kyle. 599 left lane, 111 miles per hour for Anderson. Kelly Smith and Zach Unk's going to run their time runs here side by side. Shaheen and Chevrolet and Cadillac sponsorship out of Eagle, Michigan. Left-hand lane, the Dragster. Kelly Smith, White Cloud, Michigan, driving Mike Kozlik's Chevy truck. Smith was a $10,000 winner a week ago. So once again, yesterday, the digital delay winner, the random drawing digital delay winner from Digital Delay Thursday was Andy Christopherson. Andy Christopherson, you won the delay box from Digital Delay Thursday. The delay box is in the tower. You can pick that up. And also, Drag Race Solutions. They're giving away $250 certificate each day from Drag Race Solutions. Scott Lemon Company down there in Tennessee. And yesterday, the best package on a buy run. That's how they do it. Best package on a buy run. was Jeff Serra. Believe it or not, Jeff won a $250 gift certificate as the best package buy run from Drag Race Solutions. And Jeff can pick up that certificate in the tower. Derek Gilman, left-hand lane, Diamond Chassis Dragster. Another Dragster over in the right-hand lane. Looks like an M&M car. .009 for Derek in the left-hand lane. He will run 4:39. A little quicker than yesterday. A 4:39 pass, 156 miles per hour, to a 4:87 for Melissa, 141.02. Pachaki racing Maverick coming up in the right-hand lane, taking on the blown Dragster left-hand side. The Grise family out of Ohio. A new entry racer here. This is a fast car making the first run of the weekend here in the left-hand lane. Courtney Grise on a run here. Left-hand lane, 4:11. It made it look pretty easy, very smooth. 4:11, 170 miles per hour, 0.97 60-foot time. Pachaki ran 5:94 at 114.24 miles per hour. Cody Height and Tom Clark come to the starting line. Left-hand lane, Tom with a 009 reaction time and a 5:28. Cody runs 6:30. Chevrolet Chevelle in the right-hand lane. Team Vanderbroek. Brandon Lang with the Chevrolet Monte Carlo going to run down the FTI lane. Working our way through the one and only time run session here. Two of the three colors have been called, which are purple and red. And the word from the stadium lanes is go ahead and call the last color. So white Our final color to be called. You are now called to the lanes. 009 for Brandon in the Monte Carlo left-hand lane. He's going to run a 588, 122. And a 603 in the right lane, 113.78 miles per hour. Chevrolet Camaro right lane taking the Jaeger Racing four-door. We don't have the tech card will be in the computer, but once we get to eliminations. But I'm going to say we're arguing whether it's a Nova or a Pontiac. This is a world-famous car. I should know this. Right-hand lane, a 651, 105. Jaeger with a 703 after a 007 reaction time. Tom Artikis Jr., the Dakota Sport truck in the left-hand lane. Take on the Pontiac Trans Am on the right side. Double 09 red light in the left-hand lane, a 31 green light to the right side. Truck runs 643, 105 to a 653, 104.42 miles per hour. Rob Lutzke in the Dragster out of Kent City, Michigan. Another one of the many American chassis on the property. Car that Rob actually won the points out here 4 years ago, probably 4 years ago. Well, I guess we can probably do some math here. It's a 2023 American. So I'm going to say it was at least 3 years ago, though. He won the car. He won the points, and he won the chassis. So that's where I was going with that whole long, drawn-out story. And Danny Angel, left-hand lane, he's usually good for a wheel stand here during the first session of the Mustang. See what he gives us here. Yep. 016 light. Rob runs 480 with a 144 miles per hour. That's a quick run right there. Left lane 615, 110.81. Sean Carver, Shelby Township, Michigan for Sean and Chevrolet Camaro. Run down the FTI lane. Combustion Service LLC. Team Harrington in the right-hand lane. This is Justin Harrington. Kurt's son drives the Dragster. Double 05 for Harrington. Sean's 005 red. A 502, 135 to a 563 for the Camaro. 122.19. Tim Stout in the right-hand lane. Carson City, Michigan. The white S10 pickup truck. And Roy St. Dennis for the Oldsmobile Cutlass. Left-hand lane. .021 in the left-hand lane, 013 for Stout. Oldsmobile 526, 131 miles per hour to a 664, 101.85 miles per hour. It's Mike Ungst and Mike O'Rourke Jr. Come to the starting line, the Firebird in the left-hand lane, Westland, Michigan. Shaheen Chevrolet on the side of the Camaro out of Eagle, Michigan for Mike Ungst. 028 in the left-hand lane for Mike O'Rourke. Mike Unks is 030, 559.0. 128 miles per hour for the Camaro. The Firebird 593, 115.62. Paul Wolf and Michaela Himmerlein going to run. Oldsmobile Cutlass up against the Dragster. Louis Taylor. Wow, big wheels up launch and right-hand lane for that car that we have not seen. 568 at 119. Louis was in the tower yesterday and said, well, we got a burnout contest going on we didn't know about. Hang on a minute. I'll tell the Louis Taylor story in a minute. He was at 75 years old. The Chris Simmons photo burnout contest, we found the winner right here. Doug Foley Jr. Back to Louis. He's 75 years old. And he just about flipped his Camaro over. He said, I don't know, it might be too old. He don't feel 75 right now, and he gives back to the pit area. But Foley is going to, he just took 50 runs off of that set of Hoosiers right there with that burnout. Pickup truck in left-hand lane. Brooke Nellis is Dragster, and Will Crawford sitting behind the wheel on the right side. Wheels up, 008, 007 for the Dragster, Will, 480 to a 585. You know what? That's why. How come you bought a door car instead of a Dragster? I think it's pretty easy to explain. Big burnouts and big wheelies. Clark Family Chevrolet Lumen on right-hand lane. Tyler Clark and the Gene Reynolds. Big black Chevy Dragster. Sorry, we're winging it, or I'm winging it. The computer's got about 2 names in it right now through this time run session. So right-hand lane, the 010, 563, a little bit of leak out of the Lumina there in the line. Left-hand lane, 465, 148. Big Ernie Goodson. Be in the left-hand lane is Dragster, Hartford, Michigan. And Vance Brown, Brown Boys Racing, Chevrolet Monte Carlo, right-hand lane. Vance running on the red light. Ernie's 14 green and 5:04. Nolan Blanchard, Monte Carlo out of Benzonia, taking on Tracy Muchler in the Michigan State Spartans sponsored S10. .622 for Nolan to a 6:26 for Tracy at 0:37 reaction time. Yes, 10 out of Team Midder, Wonderland Marine West, left-hand lane. Mr. John Parks, Ultra Tech Race Fab, and Skog and Dickey sponsored Dragster in the right lane. Dragster, finish line 4:39. 50 miles per hour to 6:45, 106. Chase McKay in the left-hand lane. Whoa, hang on, Chase. Chuck Bohannon, the Steubenville Fruit Chevy Nova Wagon in the left-hand lane, taking on the Heinig Racing Vagan right side. A happy birthday to Chuck in the left-hand lane, celebrating his birthday with us this weekend at the OG 50 wheel stand in Chevy 2 Nova Wagon. Right there on the bumper, baby. He got it. 006 for Andrew, a 607. Chuck just touched the chrome bumper on the back and run 636, 105. Thomas Whitaker, 68 Chevy Camaro out of Muskegon and right lane. And Joel Young, left side. Wheels up there in the left-hand lane for Young. Thomas is 13 green and 531, 131 miles per hour to a 587, 118 miles per hour. Righteous Ride. Warren Smith One of the bad dudes in the no box 32. He won it yesterday out of Temperance, Michigan. Taking on the Ford Mustang out of Ohio, TJ Jordan. Jordan bringing him up and carrying him out. Warren's perfect. Trip zip perfect on a tree. 6'11", 112 to a 620, 108.65 miles per hour. Shanna Stone going to make her debut in the pickup truck here today. And she's running up against Dave Lorenz. Little Red in left-hand lane. Benton Harbor, Michigan. 62 Chevy 2. Shanna really good in a dragster. Going to attempt the door car side, and I got a feeling she's probably going to like it. 002 for Lorenz, and he's going to run a 550, 124 miles per hour. Right lane 598, 114 for the pickup truck. Austin Bennett going to race Larry Gramlich. Larry, the captain of the Gramlich family racing team in right lane, maybe Michigan. Now, maybe that's Matt driving, though. That looks more like his style here. Austin Bennett, Greenville, Michigan, the Nova in the left-hand lane. .017 right-hand lane, 014 left-hand side. Matt 477, 144 to 636, 107.44 miles per hour. Two more dragsters, Steve Williams and Steve Smith, backing up from their burnouts. .462 for Steve and Steve Smith. .492 for Steve Williams. Ford Mustang coming up in the left-hand lane here, taking on the rear engine dragster. Drags the right lane 447, 154 to a 679, 100 miles per hour. Chevrolet Nova coming up in the Motors State side here, and that is Charlie Hama. The Hama family, one of the most influential when it comes to this sort of drag racing. Charlie's father, the late great Ike Hama, the inventor of the delay box and Digital Delay, their company. And Charlie, with a tribute to his dad, with a middle-aged crazy name on the side of the Oldsmobile. Racer out of Iowa. 002 reaction time and a 479. 146 miles per hour to 698.97. And Ike Hama, one of the, as far as they're throwing around the term OG, Ike was an OG. Traveled with Ike many miles chasing big money bracket racing, and glad to see the Hama family back on the property here at the Motorplex. Todd Schmitz, the 69 Chevy Camaro left lane. Jared Bennett, right hand lane, 66 Chevy 2 Nova. 031 and 004 reaction time. 596 for Todd and a 632 for Jared in right hand lane. Had a very nice 004 reaction time. Virgin Dragster over here in right hand lane. One of those baby blowers on top. Big black Chevrolet. Taking on the convertible Impala of Ken Hansen out of Crystal, Michigan, left lane. Ken, a past WDRA champion. Both drivers 00. Dragster runs 450.0, 155 miles per hour. And an E43.3 at 79.03 miles per hour. Wes May, the Buick Regal, taking on Jim Davis's Chevrolet Camaro. Cummings and Davis out of Berrien Springs, Michigan. Both these drivers went deep in eliminations last night. Wes with the big wheel stand, 010 light. Jim is 30 and runs 5:05.8, 139.29. Left lane 6:49 for the Buick, 102.99 miles per hour. Just a little mopping going on here behind the Camaro of Jim Davis. Troy Stone drags her right-hand lane. Team Vintage Trailers. Craig Eberhardt, Camaro Roadster, Langsburg, Michigan. Craig, a mechanic during the week, but he also builds a race car here and there, and this Camaro Roadster came out of Craig's shop. Beautiful hot rod. Some major, serious tire shake going on there in the Stone car. 549. I mean, to the point where you're seeing double and triple and all that stuff going on. Paint shaker. Jeff Burtis, wagon. He'll be in the right-hand lane on Hemlock, Michigan. Scott Erickson, 69 Chevy Camaro left-hand lane. Beautiful wheels up launch there for Jeff. Scott is 038 on React. He runs 554. Jeff runs 577. Tyler McCurry back it up in the right-hand lane. Westland, Michigan, and Connor Jensen's Chevrolet Malibu in the left-hand lane. A car that is set in the winner's circle for the $50,000 win. His dad Jason was driving. Double O's a pair here, a 3 in the left, a 9 in the right. Dragster runs 480, 143. Left-hand lane, a 598.8 for the Malibu. 113 miles per hour. Emma Helsel, Super Sport Chevy Nova. Emma made the move down to Tennessee about a month or two ago. Former Lake City, Michigan resident, taking on the Barnes Racing, Ted Barnes. Canada car, old Datsun. .010 reaction time for Ted. And a 6:59.3, 102 to a 7:41.0, 92 miles per hour. Kyle Yacko's Daytona and Mike Stokes with the Challenger. Mike will run a 5:44, 125 miles per hour, 6:11 for Kyle, 112. At an 0:12 reaction time. Jared Ledford's Dragster backing up in the left-hand lane. Former IHRA World Champion out of Greenville, Michigan. And the victory, Custom Trailers, Chevy 2, Jeff Sanchez. Run down the Motor State side. Santini carrying him up and out there. 007 light. Jared is 006, 443. The Chevy 2 went 617. Right-hand lane. Terry Bauman taking on Jason Hicks on the left side. Oldsmobile. Felina Racing Camaro, 577, 119 to a 648, 105 miles per hour in the left-hand lane is Toby Croning. Comes up with his truck in the left-hand lane, and it'll be Mark Daniels running down the Motor State side. Looks like Toby's getting backed up here. Or maybe just going back to the burn box. I'm not sure what's happening. Yeah, that felt good. Let's do it again. Right line 635 to 629, and such thing as an ugly time run that you just seen it. Jason Jensen, Josh Cull on the line. Jason left-hand lane. Seen his son up here with the Malibu a little while ago. Jason's a former winner of this race back in 2017. He won the World Super Pro Challenge main event. He's running Josh Cull in the S10 out of Romulus in right lane. 12 to a 007 here. Dragster 449 with a 3 at 153 miles per hour. 620 in right lane, 111. We are seeing some of the best conditions weather-wise that we've seen here in months here in the middle of Michigan. We can forecast in a high of about 78 degrees today. The smoke is kind of cleared out, and it is sunny. Dragster up against some red Chevy Nova in the right-hand lane. That's Steve Micus' car, and I think Corey Micus doing the driving, it looks like. Steve, hopefully Steve's got an entry. The 2023 champion of this event. Corey drove it last weekend and won a big event up at Northern Michigan Dragway. The Rally Nova. 004, 008 are the reaction times. Left-hand lane 463, 148. Corey runs 582, 118 miles per hour. Ford Mustang up against the S10. David Lanning right-hand lane out of Coldwater, Michigan. John Boss to your race car, please. 0:16 reaction time there for Chris Kozlik in left-hand lane and a 6:02.8 at 112.58 miles per hour to 7:13, 93.52. Joe Ballman, Corvette Roadster. Going to go down the Motor State side, taking on the Hayes Racing Dragster, FTI lane. Dragster runs 464, 149 to 525 for the Corvette Roadster. 130. This will be the Alexander family Vega. Maybe Bill Smith driving. Or Nate Alexander, one of the two. Evan Davis, right-hand lane, Charlotte, Michigan. His Dragster. .491, 739.90 miles per hour for Davis. 648 after a 008 reaction time with a Chevrolet Vega. .019 left-hand lane to a 31 reaction time. Motor State side 503 at 136 or 483, 142 miles per hour. A couple of Chevrolet Camaros. John Boss in the left-hand lane. Tom Bueller in the right. Wheels up launch here for Tom, a 26 green light. And he runs 617, 110 to 644 for John, 106.71 miles per hour. Looks like Stacy Bueller driving the Chevy 2 today in right-hand lane, Fort Wayne, Indiana. I see Tom Jones standing back here behind the car. Stacy's dad. And Cody Martin left-hand lane. Actually, Alyssa Martin left-hand lane. The truck. .001 red light for Stacy, and she will run a 617, 110 miles per hour. Cody with a 606, or Alyssa with a 606, 114.03 miles per hour. There's two of our no box 32 competitors running on this time run here. Donnie Hagar and Andy Wingo. A&A Manufacturing sponsored VP Racing Fuels Vega, the former $1 million race winner. In the Indy Wingo, Gaylord, Michigan, is 1984 Fiero. The Indy 538, 130 miles per hour to 622 in the left lane, 108.94 miles per hour. The Lorenz Racing Chevrolet 69 Camaro out of Traverse City. Sean Tell drew in the driving, and Keith Helsel's Chevy 2 left-hand lane, Lake City, Michigan. Left lane 586, 120. Chantel with a 612, 111 miles per hour. Steve Tennant and Will Steckley heading up the line here. Will, the former IHRA world champion out of East Milverton, Ontario. Steve out of Muskegon, Michigan, 1989 Ford Mustang. .003 for Steve, a red light for Will in the left-hand lane. Steve runs 610, 111 miles per hour to a 564, 122 miles per hour. Chevrolet Malibu coming. That's Brian Kiefer. He'll be in the right-hand lane. Taking on the Dragster left-hand side. This is the, again, we're not in the category with all the names in it right now, but I think that's one of the Canadian cars. So Brian Kiefer going to do a little reset here. The Malibu. .045 reaction time. Not sure where the Malibu went last night. We got all kind of stones coming out from the back of it. 594, 117. Jeff Wistinghausen coming up in the FDI Performance Lane, Belleville, Michigan, 1969 Chevrolet Camaro. Seeing Kyle Kidder with a Chevrolet Nova out of Benzonia, Michigan. 650 and 90 miles per hour for Jeff. Kyle runs 657, 102.05 miles per hour. Clint Bailey this time, right-hand lane, the Dodge Dart out of Clare, Michigan. Nick Lakeys, Dragster, going to make a pass down the left lane. Nick debuted this car a couple weekends ago and went straight to the winner's circle with it. .001 reaction time for Clint Bailey there. The Dodge going to run 624, 109. Left-hand lane, Nick runs 4777, 144.99 miles per hour. Travis Mardlin's S10 in the FTI lane, and Jeff Jaquish, Racine, Wisconsin, WDRA World Champion, riding the snowmobile. .69, 24 miles per hour to 704 for the truck, 97.20 miles per hour. It's Mike Zeddick. It's his burnout across the starting line. Toski, Michigan racer, racing up against Neil Swain's Jeep. Concession stands open. You want to grab a cheeseburger or some chicken strips, French fries available, mozzarella sticks. Maybe you want to have a little hand-dipped ice cream for breakfast. They got that available over there as well. At the concession stand, event T-shirts available at the souvenir building. I have not got an update on inventory over there, but I can assure you the quantity is limited to start the weekend. So if you want an event T-shirt from the 32nd annual Ultratech World Super Pro Challenge, event T-shirts on sale in the souvenir building. Mike runs a 490 with his dragster after a 008 reaction time. It was 013 for Neil and a 569. Jason Preston and the McCurry family 68 Chevrolet Camaro in the right-hand lane. Preston driving the dragster from Six Lakes, Michigan. Curry, that thing just keeps coming up higher and higher and higher. 012 light in the left, 005 from Curry and a 610. Jason ran 476. Duffy girls racing dragster left-hand lane. On one of the, actually both these are Canada-based dragsters. Motor State side will be a 451, 153. Duffy runs 485, 142.81 miles per hour. The Chelsea Duffy coming up next in left-hand lane. Racing the J&M Racing Chevy 2. Jason Mikula going to run down the Motor State side here. Just a reminder, racers, once we get to eliminations, make sure you pay attention to that handout. This is day 2, which means dragsters go first today during elimination. So just kind of plan accordingly. The dragsters will be on the track first once we get to eliminations here on day 2. Following the no box category. No box will lead us every day, but once we get into the box class, it'll be dragsters coming out first. .001 for Jason, 003 for Chelsea, 478 to a 590. That is the Ferraro dragster. So the Ferraros made it up from Florida. The car was not here yesterday. Taking on Michelle Taylor in the right-hand lane. Their Chevrolet Malibu. .015 in the dragster, laps time 476, 143, 539, 127.91 miles per hour for Michelle. Steve Vandersloot's roadster out of Plainwell, run down the FTI lane, get on the dragster 3X80 over here, Motor Stateside. Double O's a pair here again. Dragster runs 488. Vandersloot picks up with the roadster. He's 004 and runs a 506, 138 miles per hour. Keith Grubaugh's Chevrolet Chevelle in the right-hand lane, taking on Danny Angel's wheel standing Ford Mustang on the left side. Perfect light for Danny Angel. Triple O, then a 614.0, 110 miles per hour, 655, 104 in the right. Justin Daniels, his dragster backing up in the right lane, and Dave McChesney's Duster. Make a run down the FTI side. .005 for Justin and Dragster on a 520, 132 to 629.9, 108 miles per hour to left-hand lane. Jeff Gilman. Burnout across the starting line. He's going to race Aiden Lutsky. Gilman's a brand new 2025 Diamond Dragster. Actually out here on a weekly basis. Jeff is in the lead in the points for the season championship with that car. One of the most beautiful dragsters on the planet. The thing is detailed from head to toe. Gilman is a 20 green. Going to run a 4:43.0, 159 miles per hour. Lutsky's 21 green. Runs 6:46.4, 104 miles per hour. Rick Laputri driving Alan Hodder's Chevrolet Camaro. And Darren McChesney with his Duster called Bad Habit. Darren used to live over in Carroll, Michigan. He made the move down to Tennessee. Glad to see him back for the weekend, racing in the 50 grander. Camaro runs a 6:03, left lane a 6:47. Scotty Taylor's Camaro Roadster in right-hand lane out of Portage, taking on Jason Himmerline's 2013 Chevrolet Camaro in the left lane. Scotty's car, a Miller prepared car, I'm quite sure. And Jason's car is Mike Nietzsche built door slammer chassis fab machine. .002 red light for Scotty, and he's going to run a 474, 147 miles per hour. Wow. Left lane 504, 142 miles per hour. Gary Fleener, his Dragster out of Ohio in right-hand lane. Gary went all the way to the finals last night in the 10 grander, not with this car though. Took his Camaro to the final round, and Kenny Underwood, he's going to put a wheel stand on here. Chevrolet Camaro out of, well, I think he's out of Indiana this week. He's out of Florida and Ohio and Indiana. North Carolina, he was out of North Carolina for a little while. .011 to a .002. Fleener runs 451, 154 to a 589, 117 miles per hour for Underwood. Yes, 10 coming up in right-hand lane. Mike Kozlik and Dustin Loynes, Firebird. Gonna go down the left lane. Dustin's 011 green. Red light for Kozlik, 576, 119 to a 636, 103.44. Kelly Smith and Andrew Taylor in their S10 pickup trucks. Kelly with 019 reaction time and a 629. Andrew 025 and a 637 pass. 57 Chevrolet. Mr. Brett Williamson in left-hand lane and Bob Kelly, Grand Rapids, Michigan Dragster right side. Kurt Harrington coming over with Chevrolet Chevette out of Indiana on the left-hand lane, taking on Pontiac Trans Am. We are rolling through time runs here. All three colors called, and they're winding down out there in the seeding lanes a bit. .024 reaction time on the left, .026 on the right. Finish line Kurt on 6:08, 112 to a 6:55.0, 104. Chuck Bohannon back up. This is right now Chuck's in the lead for the baddest to the bone time run this morning. The wagon hit the bumper the last time he left the starting line. Buick Regal over in the right-hand lane. See what Chuck does this time. I'm pretty sure he didn't change anything. No, it didn't get to the bumper this time. 32 green, carried him very nicely. And run 634, 105 to 655, 107. Will Crawford's Corvette Roadster coming out of the burn box and motor safe side. Gonna race Ugly Betty, the Malibu, for Cody Height in left lane. Both drivers in the teens for reaction time here. Anthony Will Crawford 542, 119, 0631, 108 miles per hour. Kyle Stockwell, the wagon in the right-hand side. Racing up against Chris Stein. This was our second quickest car yesterday. He went a 4:05 on a time run. Backed it down once the time runs were done and went around a 4:12 yesterday during eliminations. But during that first time run yesterday, that thing picked up the wheels and carried him out their ways. Next, we were wondering, Chris was about round 4 or 5 yesterday, and the car dropped off. We didn't know if he broke or what happened, but he's back here this morning. .011 light, he's going to run 4:09, 174.55. to a 6:09 for Stockwell at 111 miles per hour. He was 004 on the Christmas tree. Here's a Chris Stein's sidekick, Dan Davies, backing up in left-hand lane. Dan laid down the quickest run out here yesterday. Car went 3:99 to the 8th mile during a time run. Same deal once he got to eliminations, backed it off about a 10th. Taking on the Farrell Racing S10 pickup truck in the left lane. .012 light for Dan. See what he runs here. 4:11, 171 miles per hour. 592 for the truck at 115.44. Mark Daniels Chevy Camaro. Gonna run in the left-hand lane. Melissa Burns backing up with her Dragster out of Indiana. Races down there at Muncie. Melissa runs 488, 141 miles per hour to a 580, 219.34. Tom Bray's Camaro in the right-hand lane. Taking Bill Swain's Ionia, Michigan. Attitude Adjustment Chevrolet Cavalier, East Texas built car. Of course, Billy was in the final round about 5 years ago in the biggest paying drag race ever. A drag race that paid $1.1 million to win. And Billy was runner-up in that event. Very nice 002 reaction time, and he will run 5:54 at 127 miles per hour. The quickest run ever on that car. Right lane 692 at 98.99 per mile per hour. Nolan Blanchard and the red, I think that's a Chromeworks car over there in the left-hand lane out of Canada. Dragster up lane 476, 144 to a 620, 109.95 miles per hour. Andrew Heining and Ricky Atkins. The Mini in the left-hand lane went to the final four last night in the 10 grander. And the Vega to Harrison for Andrew. Left lane, Adkins with a 479 after a 14 reaction time. Andrews 005 and 6 flat with a Vega. Steve Height, Livonia, Michigan, Chevrolet Monte Carlo. Gene Reynolds, Dragster, left lane. Ken Hansen, the Impel in the left-hand lane. Down the Dragster, making their final time run here. .002 red light for the Dragster. 28 green. 485 at 141 to an 843. It's 78 miles per hour. Eric Squires, the Defiance Ohio blown Dragster in right-hand lane. Take on the Nova on the left-hand side here. Eric Squires continuing to struggle with his blower car here. 465. Then kind of rolled off the starting line. 155 miles per hour. 705 left lane at 96.05. Matt Gramlich in the left-hand lane. And Aaron Vale runs a Napa store down there in Fortville, Indiana. Denise Ledford, pick up your phone, please, or look at your phone. Denise Ledford, look at your phone, please. Manny McCormick in the right-hand lane. Rigid Dragster found Michigan. Blown car taking on Jeff Burtis. Hemlock, Michigan. Malibu Wagon. Red light by 003 in the left, 008 green light right side, 440, 159 with 577, 117 miles per hour. Wheels up for Kyle's Lake at 004 reaction time. Jeremy McCormick runs 4:30 161. The truck laying down a 6:02.1. 112.81. Andrew Sturck in a Corvette Roadster taking on Jeff Westinghausen's Vega Wagon. Continuing to roll through time runs. Obviously a large number of cars on the grounds and takes a few hours to get through them. So yesterday, round number 1 had 317 entries in the first round. Expecting a few more than that today as we had some racers roll in overnight. Andrew 549, 126 with 565, 122 miles per hour. Sean Carver and Michael Unk sent to the starting line with their Camaros. So a 002 for Mike Unks right there. And he's going to run 560, 128 miles per hour. Left-hand lane will be a 563 and 122 miles per hour. Anderson family Chevrolet Camaro. And take on the Vanderbrook family Chevelle. An 18-year-old driver in the right-hand lane, James. Final call to the safety lanes. This will be the final call to the safety lanes for time runs. Final call, which would be our final color, which was white. Final call for white. It's our last time runs, final call. Everybody's been called. Everybody should have been up there by now. Lane Ledford backs up in the right-hand lane. Brandon Lang, Monte Carlo in the left lane. Dragster with a 466, 147 miles per hour. Left-hand lane 579, 124.13 miles per hour. It's Tim Stout and Derek Gilman come up to the starting line. Derek left-hand lane. Actually, that's not Derek. You have a look up from the computer screen. That's an Oldsmobile Calais. Definitely not a Dragster. And that's Skylar Drews, which obviously we got a double car number deal there. Tim Stout with a Carson City, Michigan S10. He'll go down the right lane, 019 green, 7 red for Skylar. And a 585, 115 to a 666 at 101.52 miles per hour. Scott Hornline doing a burnout with his dragster over in the FTI lane. And Mike O'Rourke Sr.'s Chevrolet Camaro going to go down the motor state side. 006 red light for Mike O'Rourke. 4 green for Scott Hunline. 484, 142 miles per hour. 550, 126 on the right side. Tyler McCurry comes from right hand lane. Emerging Dragster taking on the Chevrolet Camaro. Left lane. .025 in left-hand lane, 016 right side, 479, 142, 10.70 miles per hour for the Camaro. Tom Artigas, the Dakota truck in left-hand lane, taking on Troy Stone right-hand lane with his Dragster. .429.9 for Troy, 162 miles per hour, 646 for the truck, 105.28 miles per hour. Troy Williams Jr. backing up with the FTI drags from left-hand lane. Looking at car 3X66 in the right-hand side. .460, 150 miles per hour in the left lane for Troy Williams. 502, 136 right side. Chevrolet Corvette out of Montreal. Coming up right-hand lane, and Michelle Taylor's Malibu left-hand lane. Ed Niebeck in right-hand lane with a 525 with his Corvette, 133.66, 651, 104.45. Insurance man car, Steve Smith of the rear engine dragster at Shelby Township, Michigan. Took on the wheel stand of the last 10 out of Kentucky. That is Jeremy Bargo in left-hand lane, I believe. Wheels up for Bargo there, 15 green. Ray Allen an 010 and a 463, 149 to a 608. 111.15 miles per hour. Tom Bueller's Camaro and Old Red left-hand lane, the Overkill Motorsports truck. Jeff Serra. .012 and .028 action time. Sarah in the left-hand lane will run 571, 120 miles per hour, and a 618, 110.75 in the right. Here's Terry Stewart, the Malibu out of Texas, here in the left-hand lane. In the Sparks Dragster, I think this is Russ Sparks, Ryan's dad, out of New York in the right-hand lane. .444 for the Dragster, 155 to a 552 in left lane, 125.80 miles per hour. Donnie Hagar and Troy Stone make their final hit here before we go to eliminations. Hagar will be back around in the no box 32, which will lead us off here this afternoon. .003 for Hagar, 018 right hand lane for Stone. He runs 448, 154. Left lane 625, 3, 108.82 miles per hour. Gary Williams in the left hand lane. And it'll be Chevrolet Camaro to Team McKay in right hand lane. Chase. Actually, Brett doing the drive on this car. .001 for Williams. McKay's 011, a 462, 148 to a 589 for the Camaro. 117.69 miles per hour. Here's Chase McKay. Make it run in the Dragster to Motorshade side. And this will be the Payton family Chevy 2. Bob Payton, 63 Nova. 001 for McKay, and a 439, 150 miles per hour to a 611, 112 for Bob Payton after an 013 reaction time. Jeff Jaquist in right-hand lane with his Chevy S10 up against the Gold Star Dragster Devin Payton Diamond car. Left-hand lane 474, 145 to a 594, 114.48 miles per hour for the truck. Kirby McLennan, one of the loudest cars on the property. Blown Dragster right-hand lane. No box 32, you're on a standby call. No box 32, you're going to be called here shortly. Just get those cars ready. No box 32, round one eliminations. Kirby's 002, run 421.7, 167 miles per hour to a 469, 155 miles per hour. Shaheen Dragster backing up. Zach Ungst. We make a single as we're getting down toward the end of the line. We may have got a dozen or so racers that want the right lane here, so they're going to make single runs, but no box 32, you're on a standby call. No box 32, you're on a standby call. So Zach with a 497, 137 miles per hour. And Ryan Sparks backs up from his burnout. Attention in the pits, attention in the pit area. Round number one of eliminations, no box 32. No box 32, bring him to lanes 3 and 4, please. Round one of eliminations for the no box 32. Lanes 3 and 4, please. So no box 32 have been called for round one of eliminations, lanes 3 and 4. No box 32, round one to lanes 3 and 4. Brittany Ulmer in the right-hand lane, the American Dragster. 002 reaction time. 471, 146 miles per hour. Justin Harrington coming next. The Muncie Dragway boys on the start line here. Wes May in the right-hand lane, and Justin Daniels left side is Dragster as we are getting down to the end of the line here for time runs. Bernschneider Dragster in the FTI lane out of Pennsylvania, Pittsburgh, and Shelby Nelkin right-hand lane, driving her Ford Mustang. One of our final time runs here. Courtney Grisane right-hand lane, 412, 171 miles per hour, 26 green light. Gary Fleener, the Z28 Chevrolet Camaro that went all the way to the final last night, taking on the Roadrunner out of New York in the right-hand lane. $31 to a 008 right there. Camaro left-hand side, 570, 122. And a 646, 105.78. Chattanooga Choo Choo coming up in the Ford Mustang left-hand lane. Just got here today. Likes doing burnouts. Well, that'll do it for time runs. We have a few minutes here of track prep to take care of before we roll into round number 1 of eliminations for the no box 32. They are sitting out in the staging lanes. Again, Dragsters, you're on the track first here behind the no box 32. And the first run sticker will be purple. We'll call you here shortly. So purple run sticker Dragsters, you will be called here shortly for round 1. So final call for round 1 of the no box 32. Final call for that group. Got a couple drivers that have not made it to the lanes yet, and you've been invited. Once again, I'd like to thank Pro Systems Carburetors, the sponsor of Pro Systems Friday here during the 32nd Annual Ultratech World Super Pro Challenge weekend. Somebody will be winning a new 4150 carburetor out here later this afternoon. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to roll with the No Box 32 round number 1 of eliminations. Before we bring them out, we ask that you please rise for the playing of our national anthem. Once again, thank you very much to each and every one of you for attending the 32nd Annual Ultratech World Super Pro Challenge. We are about ready to roll into day 2, the Friday 10 grander. No Box getting in and buckled up and ready. With that, we're going to put out our first call to the stadium lanes for Purple Run Sticker Dragsters. Purple Run Sticker Dragsters. You're up first. Purple Run Sticker Dragsters to the stadium lanes for round number 1 of eliminations, please. There's a bye run here in round number 1. It'll go to car number 338, Ernest Goodson, Hartford, Michigan. If there is a bye in round number 1, car 338, Ernest Goodson out of Hartford, Michigan. And here we go, rolled into round number 1 of eliminations here on Friday. Tom Artigas Jr. and Andrew Heinig, our opening pair. Artigas with the Dodge Dakota in the left-hand lane will dial in at 6.46 seconds. Andrew Heinig, the Vega from Harrison, on a 6.08 second dial in. Down there on the scoreboards in the top end, difference put into the Christmas tree. Round 1, no box 32. And a red light by 003 for Artigas. Andrew Heinig will move on. He's 007 and 800ths under. Artigas is a little under and a little early. 003 red. Andy Wingo, the Fiero in the right-hand lane. Out of Gaylord, Michigan, going to dial in at a 5:38. He's racing Warren Smith, last night's champion in this category from Temperance, Michigan. The Ford Mustang will be on a 6:11. Both drivers stage simultaneously. Tree drops. They're both in the teens. Anybody's race. Finish line. Winner going. Well, look at that. Andy Wingo wins a double breakout and takes out last night's winner here in the opening round. Wingo's 0-12 and 3 thou under. Warren Smith is 0-19 and 300ths under his dial in. Wingo goes to the round of 16. Kelly Smith and Alyssa Martin on the line with their trucks. Alyssa left lane. Kalamazoo, Michigan, dialed in at 6:06. Truck from White Cloud, Michigan, the right-hand lane, dialed in at 6:29. Green lights appear and too close to call. Finish line winner going, Alyssa Martin, 0-24 and 2 over by 0-0-3 at the finish line. Alyssa Martin advances. Smith was 0-33 and 1 over. Todd Schmitz and Eden Lutzke going to race their Camaros here. Schmitz in the left-hand lane, Morristown, Tennessee, dialed in at 5:95, and Eden Lutzke, Langston, Michigan, 79 Chevrolet Camaro, dialed in at 6:48. Purple Run Sticker Dragsters should be to the heading of the lanes. Purple Run Sticker Dragsters. We'll also now call Red Run Sticker Dragsters to the lanes, please. Red Run Sticker to the lanes for Dragsters. Wheels up, and both of them 00 on the tree. Incredible run here. Finish line, left lane. Wow. Aiden Lutzke, 002 and 2 thou under. Schmitz is 007 and 100th over here in no box round 1. Brett Williamson and Mike Kane next. 57 Chevy up against the 73 Challenger. Kane dialed in at 6:06. Williamson with a 57 Chevy out of Winnebago, Illinois, dialed in at 5:80. Both drivers putting him in. Here we go. Tree fires, green light. It is Mike Kane holding the advantage. Win light, left lane Williamson on a double breakout. Mike Kane was 001 reaction time and broke out by a couple hundredths. Left-hand lane Williamson was 021, going 11th out under the dial-in, 005 for the Illinois 57 Chevrolet. Scott Erickson going to race Rich Van Els. Chevrolet Camaro out of Team Seabright in the right-hand lane, dial 575, and Scott Erickson, East Jordan, Michigan, the 69 Camaro in the left lane, dial 555. Finish line, win light, going left-hand lane, double breakout. Erickson only under by 7 thou, and about 22 thou under for Rich Van Els. All right, listen up, dragsters. We have called purple, we have called red, now we're calling white to the stadium lanes, please. All three colors have now been called for round one. Neil Swain and Tracy Mutchler on the starting line here. Tracy in the S10 to the left-hand lane, dialed in at a 627. Neil Swain in the Jeep, dialed in at 568. Tracy in the truck went all the way to the final round of the No Box 32 yesterday. He's out green. Neil's out green. Another 00 light here in first round of No Box, and this time it is Neil Swain 002, and then breaks out by a couple hundredths. Tracy Mutchler 023. He's a couple under. Margin of victory 003 at the finish line going to the truck. Eric Doobie and Jason Mikula next. Duster in the left-hand lane, dialed in at 716. Mikula with a Chevy 2 on a 591. Both drivers 006. Incredible racing here in round number one of No Box. Mikula 006 gets the win, 4 thou under. Eric Doobie 006 and 500ths under, as we are seeing double breakout every round. Stan Jones Jr. and Emma Helsel here. Stan in the left-hand lane, the Corvette dialed in at a 590. Emma with a 69 Chevy Nova dialed a 741. A red light by 005 for Stan Jones Jr. Emma is going to get the win, and she runs a 42 and a 41. Stan turning on the red light here in opening round. Jeff Alexander and Kyle Yacko on the starting line. The Daytona left-hand lane dialed 612. The Monza for Jeff dialed in at 6 flat. A win light for Kyle Yacko. Jeff Alexander turning on the red light here. So Yacko running a thou under, 611.9 on a 612. He'll be in the round of 16. Jeff a thou under as well, but turned on the red light. Mark Daniels, the IROC Z Chevy out of South Boardman, coming up in the FTI lane. 582 dial in. Tom Braves Camaro on the Motor Safe side dialed in at 692. All dragsters have been called for round one of eliminations. All dragsters have been called to the stadium lanes for first round. A red light by 002 for Tom Bray. Mark Daniels with a win. On an 82, he runs dead on with a 5, 119 miles per hour. 69 Camaro coming up in the FTI lane. Jeff Wistinghausen down 649, and Brian Kiefer in the right-hand lane. Chevrolet Malibu 596. Both drivers in. And a red light this time for Brian Kiefer. Wistinghausen was ready. He was 005 in the left lane and runs a 2 over 51. Brian's 3 over after the 15 red light. Wistinghausen goes to the round of 16. Jeff Jaquish and Clint Bailey match up here. Clint in the left-hand lane. The Dodge Dart out of Clare, Michigan, dialed 625. Jaquish Racine, Wisconsin. The Artie Cat dialed in at 568. Clint Bailey and Jeff Jaquish down the finish line. Winner going Jaquish. And we'll give it to Bailey. Double breakout. Bailey, 008 and a couple under the dial in. Jaquish is 045 and 3 under. Clint Bailey goes to the round of 16. Danny Angel, the Ford Mustang in the left-hand lane, down in at 617. And Jason Hicks, right lane down 685. Wheels up for the Ford. Chasing on the Oldsmobile. Down the finish line, wind light going. Oldsmobile dead on with a 1. 022 dead 1 for Jason Hicks. The Ford was a little bit under and just a little behind on React. He had a 34. This is a monster matchup here in No Box Round 1. Bug McCarty out of Hazelhurst, Georgia in the right-hand lane. The S10 Blazer dialed in at 597 and Donnie Hagar. Clark Lake, Michigan. The $1 million winner dialed in at 624. Hagar and McCarty down the finish line. Winner going McCarty. Donnie just flat took too much stripe down there. 002 breaking out 12th thou, taking 47 stripe. Right-hand lane McCarty's 038 and 1 thou under. Bug McCarty advances to the round of 16. And we had one broken car back here, so Alex Scheel out of Pontiac with a Camaro getting a broke opponent single here in round number 1. $23 for React, and on the 49 puts up a 51. He'll be back in round number 2, and we are going to get ready to roll into round 1 of the Dragsters. And here we go, opening pair of the Dragsters coming out for the Friday 10 Grander, Derek Gilman and Evan Davis. Derek will be in the left-hand lane, backing up out of Grand Rapids, Michigan, down 443. Evan from Charlotte, right-hand lane, down in at 492. Here going left-hand lane, 012, and way over for Derek. Evan had an issue there running way over the dial in. Courtney Grisey and Jordan Crow. Corchester, Ontario, Canada in the left-hand lane, down 464. Courtney out of Ohio in the right-hand lane. one of the quickest cars in competition. Showed up this morning. She's dialed in at a 4:12. Both of them 00 here. Finish line winner going right lane. Look at that. 006, dead 7, 13 total for Courtney. Jordan was 005 and 1 thou under in the left lane. Giving it to Courtney. Dylan Hayes backing up in the, that's actually not, that's the 3X9. We've been asking some racers to kind of change their car numbers, and that's why you're seeing some wrong names pop up. I think, is it Bailey in the right lane? Yep, Bailey Ferraro, right-hand lane. I'm going to have to walk down there with shoe polish myself and change the car number in the scoop. Bailey's dialed 472. Watch this one. Right lane, Dylan Hayes, out of Ohio, dialed 464. Right lane, 1 over. 006, 1 over. Shifting it about 2 foot off the line. Left-hand lane, 4th out underrun for Dylan. So the vintage trailer dragster in the right-hand lane down at a 449. In Carly Duffy, left lane, the Duffy girls down in at 485. Shanna drove this car yesterday, but I think Troy's driving it today. Left-hand lane, the winner, 007, 1 over by 6 thou. Carly Duffy takes that entry to round number 2. A breakout in the right-hand lane, a little bit late, the 30 light there. Chelsea Duffy and Melissa Burns. The young lady's going to run here. Melissa out of Kokomo, races down there at Muncie. She's dialed in at 488. And Chelsea, the Amherstburg, Ontario, Canada dragster driver, dialed in at 477. Any crew members for Evan Davis? He is needing a tow from the top end. As Melissa gets the win there, 021 and dead on with a 2. Chelsea was 043 and 1 thou under. Melissa with a win line. Trevor Deeks, London, Ontario, Canada, right-hand lane, 452 dial in. And Devin Payton, left-hand lane, Fowlerville, Michigan, Gulfstar dragster dial 474. Well, I'm going to have the starter push one of these guys into the stage beam because neither one of them wants a stage. Well, now we're going to race. Both green, and it worked for one of them. It was Trevor Deeks. 004 dead 5, 9 total in the right-hand lane. Devin was a little under in 023 green. Ryan Sparks and Tom Clark. Tom in left lane, Dale 528. Right-hand lane, Ryan. Rochester Hills, Michigan. He's got it on a 436 dial in. Identical 008s. Finish line, win light going, right lane. 008 and 2 over beats a 008 and way over down there for Clark. He may have broke his dragster. 1500ths over the dial in. Mike Ferraro, left-hand lane out of Florida, down into the 476. And Brittany Ulmer, Port Clinton, Ohio, dragster driver down in at 473. Good one going. Finish line winner, left lane. Ferraro shows up. His first round of eliminations for the weekend and lays down 6 total. 006 dead 0. Brittany was 12 on the let go and had no chance. Zach Ungst, Gene Reynolds next. Zach in the right lane, Dale 497. Gene left hand lane. It's a Danny Nelson chassis car, Dale 466. Anybody's race here between Reynolds and Unks. On the finish line, win light going Reynolds. 012 dead on with an 8. Zach got there first by 4 thou. Broke out by 2 thou. Needed to take 2 or less. Troy Williams Jr. and Steve Williams. Steve in left-hand lane out of Macomb, Michigan, 492. Troy Williams Jr. in right-hand lane out of Bradenton, Florida, dialed in at 462. Finish line here, give it to Troy, 018. Steve runs dead on, but I think he may have flinched or let go and went back on the button or something. He's been really good on react, and something happened to him there. He was 143 reaction time. Jason Preston and Eric Pavicic. Eric in right-hand lane, down 450. Jason left-hand lane, down 477. Winner, right-hand lane. Preston got there first, broke out 7,000s, taking 22 stripe. Pavicic is 022 dead on with a 7. So Jason needed to take 15 or less to get his win light to come on. Eric with the win in the right lane. Jeremy McCormick and Jim Hamilton. A couple of big block Chevys with baby blowers on them. 444 and 432 their dial ends. 009 in the right, 019 in the left. Finish line winner, McCormick, dead on with a 110 total for Jeremy. Troy Stone, Elkhart, Indiana, Dragster in right-hand lane down in at 431. 486 for Jim Burdenschneider in the left-hand lane out of Pittsburgh, PA. Winner in the left-hand lane, a little wop and needed a couple more. Actually was locked out. Left lane, 008, dead 1, 9 total. Troy was 10 on the let go and could not win the round. Bob Kelly and Casey Kovacs next. Casey in the left-hand lane down in a 483. Bob in the right-hand lane down in a 507. Ladies and gentlemen, there's a 50-50 going on today. Lisa Gramlich driving around selling 50-50 tickets. Want to get in on that? You see her, grab yourself an armful or so. Money raised for the Motorplex Bracket Finals team. Green lights a pair here. Kovacs and Kelly. Finish line winner, Kovacs. 002, dead 2. 4 total for Casey Kovacs in the left lane. Right-hand lane, Bob Kelly is 015 and actually has no chance. Tom Gibson and Jason Jensen next. Jensen in the left-hand lane down in a 449, and Gibson right lane out of Steger, Illinois. Old Worthy car. Tom a good dude, but he sure backs up slow. 452 for Tom, 449 for Jason. Final call for Dragster drivers with your first entry. Final call, Dragster drivers. Round number 1 of eliminations with your first entry. Final call to the lanes. Your first entry. All colors have been called. 00 for both of them. Win light going. Left lane. 002, dead 9. Gibson 009, 5 thou under. Great race. Rob Lutsky and Ernie Goodson. Ernie in the left-hand lane down on a 504. Rob in the right lane down 480. Win light here going Ernie. 006, dead 7. Ernie's 13 total in the left lane. Rob is 011 and 1 over the dial in. And he's 11 thou behind at the finish line. Stacy Bueller is brutal here in round number 1 of Dragster. Jeff Gilman in the left-hand lane. 443 dial in. Stacy Bueller in the right-hand lane. Fort Wayne, Indiana. 502. Here we go. Both drivers in. Another 00 here. Win light left lane. Gilman 003, 2 over. Stacy is 039 and a couple under. Maddie McCormick backing up on the Motor State side. She's going to dial a 441. Nick Lakeys. Bellevue, Michigan race tech car in the left lane down in at 478. All dragster colors have been called here for their first entry here in round 1. Door cars, you're up next here. We'll give you a call here in a little bit. And when I mean a little bit, I mean like right now. Purple run sticker door car. Stadium Lanes wants some more cars. We're going to give them to them. Purple run sticker door cars to the Stadium Lanes for round number 1 of eliminations. Purple run sticker door cars for round 1 of eliminations to the lanes. Nick Lakeys with that win light there. Maddie turned it 003 red. Tyler Bohannon and Mike Bloomfield Jr. Wow. Here's a matchup here in first round. Bohannon, last night's winner. He's already got 10 grand. He's dialed 457. Bloomfield, last year's $50,000 race winner. He's dialed in at 438. Once again, we're looking for some door cars. Purple run sticker door cars. Purple run sticker door cars to the Stadium Lanes. Both drivers in. All-star matchup here in first round. Bloomfield, Bohannon. Finish line winner, Bloomfield. Mikey Bloomfield lays down 6 total in the left lane. 005 dead 1. Bohannon let him go. 458 at 138 miles an hour down there. He was behind on React and knew it and almost got away with it. Bloomfield running a dead 1. Scott Hornline and Russ Sparks on the starting line. Russ in the right-hand lane. Wes Aislip, New York, dialed in at a 444, and Scott Hornline in the left-hand lane. Out of Freeland, Michigan, dialed 485. We're looking for door cars to the Stadium Lanes of purple run stickers. Purple run sticker door cars for round 1 to the lanes, please. One foul separate them here on React. Finish line winner, right lane. Sparks, 013 dead 3. Hornline, 012 dead 5. 1/1000th at the finish line. Matt Gramlich and Paul Wolf match up next. Matt in the left-hand lane, down in at a 478. Paul will be on a 499 in the Motor State side. Win light here, Paul Wolf, 001 dead 9. Wolf lays down 10 total in the right-hand lane. Matt is 017 on React. Could not win the round. And there's Lisa behind the wall over there looking for 50-50 tickets. Lisa Gramick is selling the 50-50 tickets. Another big-time matchup here. Jared Ledford and Kirby McLennan on the starting line. Jared in the left-hand lane going to dial in at 443. Kirby McLennan in the right-hand lane. He's going to dial in at 422. Finish line here, winner, Jared Ledford, 002, a couple over. McLennan got there first, Took 15 stripe to break out 6 thou. Needed to take 009 or less. Lane Ledford and Dominic Cianciarelli in the left-hand lane out of Laval, Quebec, Canada. Canada car in the left-hand lane. Yeah, easy for me to say. 442 dial in the left. 466 for Lane Ledford in the right. Red light for Lane Ledford. Dominic with a win in the left-hand lane, and he runs a 41 with a 9 on a 42. He'll be back around. So our next pair, John Parks and Art Reed. Back him up. Art in the right-hand lane dialed in at 489. John in the left-hand lane dialed in at 439. Of course, John, the owner, proprietor, and head honcho at Ultratech Race Fab, the title sponsor for the 2025 edition of the World Super Pro Challenge. Win light going right lane. Art Reed, 009 dead 2, 11 total for Art Reed here in opening round. Parks is a 1 thou under in 24 on the let go. So Reed with a win light. Chase McKay and Chris Stein. A couple of quick dragsters here. McKay in the right-hand lane out of Gibraltar, Michigan. American Cardell 439 and Chris Stein. Left-hand lane out of Silver Lake, Indiana. He will dial in at a 410. Chase has spotted something out there, and they sent the least healthy guy to run down there and grab it. He made it, though. Go over by the fence and take a break. Here we go. McKay, 439. Chris Stein on a 410. Finish line winner, Chris Stein. Stein is 003 and a thou under. McKay's 028, a couple hundredths under the dial, and Stein will advance. Justin Harrington and Mike Newman. Newman with that Chromeworks car out of Oakville, Ontario, dial 475. And Justin Harrington, Middletown, Indiana, racecraft driver, dialed in at 495. A 006 and a win light for Justin. Red light, Mike Newman. Justin 100th over. Newman 009 red and a couple over his dial in. Don Vincelli out of Montreal coming up in the left lane. Dragster dialed in at 453. And Steve Smith, Shelby Township, Michigan, dialed in at 465. Win light here going right-hand lane. Vincelli had the reaction advantage at 007 to an 031, but a double breakout down there. Vincelli's 300ths under in the left. Steve Smith's only 3 thou under in the right. Smith with a win light. Will Crawford and Richard Briscoe. Richard dialed in at 485 in the FTI lane. Will 481 the Motor State side. Finish line winner, left-hand lane, Richard Briscoe, 006, dead zero. Crawford, 009, one over. Actually, Briscoe's 100th over with a 0. Margin of victory, 004 for Briscoe. Rick Needham Jr. backing up in the right-hand lane. Hamilton, Ohio Dragster with a 502. And Jeff Serra's Overkill Motorsports Dragster in left-hand lane, down in at 469. Win light here, left-hand lane, Sarah. 003 reaction time goes down there. Takes 007 stripe to be 400ths over the dial-in. Needham was 034 and 100th over in the right lane. Mike Zednick and Chris Conley. Conley out of Shirley, New York in the left-hand lane, down on a 480. And Petoskey, Michigan for Zednick in the right lane. We get a 10th of a second head start here. He's on a 490. And it'll be Conley, 019, one over the dial in. Zednick got there first, so he broke out by a couple hundredths there. It's Gary Fleener having an issue back here in the burn box. I feel like almost the same thing happened yesterday during round one. So Eric Squires and Gary Fleener. Dragster got it refired, and he'll be on a 452. Eric in the left-hand lane certainly hasn't had a smooth weekend of his own. He's been struggling with the blower car a little bit. 431 dial in. A red light there for Squires, and that car looked like he was bull riding it over there. Right lane Gary Fleener, 018, a couple under the dial, and he'll get the win. Interesting pair there. Tyler McCurry and Justin Daniels are going to be next. Justin left-hand lane down into a 521, and Tyler McCurry's Dragster down 481. Both drivers double O. Finish line, win line, left lane. Double breakout. 003, 3 thou under for Daniels. 008 and 9 thou under for McCurry. Dan Davies and Todd Schmitz are next. Todd in the right-hand lane, going to deal a 596. Dan, left lane, going to put it on a 411. No box, 69 Camaro for Todd Schmidt, racing Dan Davies' 411 Dragster. Here he comes. Finish line winner, right lane. How about that? 022 dead 2 for Schmitz. Takes out Dan Davies. He's 034 1 over with a Dragster. Kyle Kidder and Ken Hansen going to run. The Impel in the left-hand lane. Well, an 843, 658 for the Nova as we transition over to the door cars. Finish line win light going. Kidder, 009 light, and one of the dial in for the win. Ken Hansen was 043 and a 100th over his dial in. Ted Dunham and Dan D2 Daimling out of Cincinnati, Ohio. The IROC Z-Del 568. The Ontario Trans Am in there at a 569. 100 separate them. Win line left-hand lane for Dan. He is 005 and 2 over the dial-in for the win. Dunham was 011 and 4 over his dial-in. Andrew Taylor to be in right-hand lane. Truck taking on Dan Ide in the left-hand lane. Dan dial-in a 601. Andrew on a 638. Red light for the pickup truck. Dan Ide is 000 perfect and runs a 599 on his 601. Bob Rossello and Frank Piltz are going to run. Frank putting his gloves on in the burn box over there in left-hand lane. Dialed in at a 592. Bob's going to be on a 561 in the right-hand lane. Win light going right-hand lane for Bob, 018 and 1 over the island. Frank was 005 on the let go, but went 596 on his 592. So Bob with a win. Craig Eberhardt and Michaela Hemmerlein. Michaela down in at 623. Craig, that Camaro Roadster out of Langsberg, down in at a 549. Red light for Michaela there. Craig will move to the next round. And 549, he puts up a dead on with a 2. 038 dead 2 for Craig Eberhardt. Michaela was a 300ths over and almost 300ths early. 29 red. John Erskine and Steve Parkett next. Steve with a Regal in the right-hand lane down into a 656. John 69 Chevy down in at 624 in the left lane. Red light for John Erskine. Steve with a win in the right-hand lane. On a 656, he'll run dead on with a 3. 032 light. Jeremy Bargo and BJ Bennett. BJ with that 66 Chevy Nova left-hand lane down at a 640. Jeremy with a Mustang, 597. Win light here, going right-hand lane. Jeremy Bargo, 014, 100th over the dial in. BJ's 020 and 100th over, 008 stripe down there for Jeremy. So next pair roll up. It'll be Dave Lorenz and Jimmy Johnson. Johnson right-hand lane, the Belvedere, Dell 588. Lorenz, Lil Red, left lane, Dell 551. Red light by 003 for Lorenz. Johnson was 4 green. He runs 3 over. Dave is dead on with a 2 with a 003 red light. Tracy Mutzler and Steve Tennant match up here. Steve in right-hand lane down in at a 612. Tracy left-hand lane, the S10 down in at a 627. Too close to call on reaction time. Finish line winner going right lane. Steve Tennant. 020, dead on with a 2 for Steve Tennant. Mutzler is 028 and 100 under the dial in. Tennant advances. TJ Jordan and Kyle Yacko. Kyle left lane down 612. TJ in the right hand lane 622 with a Mustang. Wheels up for both racers here. Yacko and Jordan win like going. Yacko. 015, dead on with a 6 for Kyle Yacko. Jordan was 002 and 2 over. 5 thou behind at the finish line. Jake Clayton and Jeff Sanchez on the line. Jake with the Chattanooga, Tennessee Ford Mustang just literally rolled through the gates here at the end of time runs. He's on a 617 dial-in. Sanchez with a Chevy 2, Grand Ledge, Michigan. He's also dialed 617. Coincidence? Maybe not. Wheels up, both racers are both 00. Finish line winner, Clayton. Look at that. 006 dead 1 for Jake Clayton here. Sanchez was 008 and 100th over. This is where you say time runs are overrated and all that stuff. Eddie Hall and Wes May. Wes in left-hand lane, Greentown, Indiana. 650 dial in. Eddie in right-hand lane with his Cutlass out of Vicksburg, Michigan. Dialed 602. Wheels up for May. Eddie's chasing, both 00. Finish line winner, May. 004, take 009 stripe to be 100th over. Eddie Hull is 006 and 100th over. Great drag race right there here in round one. Joe Bauman, Chevrolet Camaro left-hand lane, down in a 602. And Steve Height with a Monte Carlo right-hand lane, down 582. Green lights appear. Bauman has work to do here. Not doing work on Friday for Joe. Steve Height getting it. 007. 100th over the dial in. Joe was 27 and dead on with an 8. He's 14 behind at the finish line. Ryan Pachaki and Doug Foley Jr. Doug in the left-hand lane, the Mooresville, North Carolina S10, dialed in at 587. Ryan Pachaki with his Maverick. And dial 594. Red light for the Maverick by 003, so Foley with a win. He runs 1 under, he's 20 green. Ryan's 1 over with a 003 red light. Eden Farrell and Brandon Lang on the line. Brandon left-hand lane, Dale 579. Eden of the S10 right lane, Dale 593. Win light here, right-hand lane for Aiden, 016 and 3 over the dial-in. Brandon was 029 and 4 over his dial-in. Farrell with a win. Jim Davis going to race Chuck Bohannon. Jim in the right-hand lane. Cummings and Davis Camaro, dial 507. Chuck with that wheel standing Chevrolet wagon in the left-hand lane. I believe it's Chuck's birthday today. Louisville, Kentucky racer. Can't imagine anything better to do on your birthday than drive that station wagon over there in the left-hand lane. Both drivers in. Here we go. Wheels up. Here comes Davis in a Camaro. Finish line. Left lane. 028 and 1 over. Davis is 022 and 4 over. Ed Nemick, right-hand lane, a Corvette, Hampshire, Illinois. Past World Super Pro Challenge winner. Ed won it back in 2015. He's dialed 526, and he's racing Chris Kozlik. Driving Doug Smith's S10, dialed in at 602. Well, Chris is in deep trouble here. Ed 008 light and 5 over the dial, and Chris is dead on, but he maybe flinched or something went on there with the reaction time. All right, attending the pits, we will take red run sticker door cars. Red run sticker door cars to the lanes. Red run sticker door cars to the lanes, please. Round 1. Your first entry. Red run sticker door cars with your first entry to the state lanes for round 1 of eliminations. Sean Carver in the left lane. Mark Daniels in the right-hand lane. Mark down 635. Sean on a 563. Wheelie down there, right-hand lane, Mark Daniels. Mark is 005, taking 3 thou stripe to be 100th over his dial in. Carver is dead on the dial in with a 2, but had an 022 reaction time. Blaine Anderson and Eden Lutzke next. Battle of Chevrolet Camaros. The Wisconsin car in the left-hand lane dialed in at 599. Eden from Stanton, Michigan. Camaro dialed in at 648. Good one going here. Eden holding the advantage. He's 004. Finish line winner going left lane. Blaine in the left lane's 019, dead on with an 8. Eden is 004 and 3 over his dial in. Travis Marlin and Clint Bailey on the starting line. Travis in the left-hand lane going to dial in at 704. The Dodds in the right-hand lane for Clint Bailey. Clare, Michigan, dialed in at 623. So we have called 2 of the 3 run stickers here on the door car side. Both purple and red have been called for door cars. .002 red light for the truck. So Bailey with a win here in opening round. He runs a little bit under. He's 20 green. Clint Bailey with a ticket to round number 2. David Lanning and Jeff Burtis going to run. The Malibu wagon dialed 577. Lanning's truck dialed in at 651. Red light for David Lanning. Jeff Burtis for the win. He's 14 green and 100th under the dial in. He will be back in round number 2. Shanna Stone and Warren Smith. Ford Mustang dialed 609. Shanna in the S10 pickup truck dialed in at 599. So Warren Smith will winner there, 008 and 4 for the dial, and Warren advances. Shanna with a 1 over, but she missed it a little bit there with a 65. A.J. Buchanan, right-hand lane. Ohio Mustang down 584. Left-hand lane, Steve Vandersloot, 509. We have a parts call. Somebody looking for a Jessel 1.7 rocker arm. A Jessel 1.7 rocker arm. We need 2 of them for Big Block Chevrolet. Just bring them up to the tower. We'll get a hold of them. Once again, a Jessel 1.7 rocker. If you got one, bring it up to the tower here, and we'll get it to the party that needs it. Vandersloot with the win, 025 dead 6. AJ with 17 green, 100th over. Andrew Stirk, the Mustang left-hand lane, going to dial 625. Mike Kozlik of the S10 dialed in at 636. Winner for Andrew, left-hand lane, 037 for the dial, and Kozlik is 017 and way over. Greg McCurry and either Roy or Austin St. Dennis sitting behind the steering wheel. 525 dial left-hand lane, 611 in the right. Red light after the big wheel, or before the wheels up launch there for McCurry. 006 red, and cuts her loose and puts her on the bumper. St. Dennis is 015 and 3 thou under for the win light. Kenny Underwood, here will be another big wheelie. Actually, Kenny teamed it down a little bit this morning. Fortville, Indiana, Camaro dial 594, and James Vanderbrook, 18-year-old driving the Chevelle, 605 dial in. On the finish line here, Winlight going right lane. Vanderbrook, 000 perfect reaction time in the right-hand lane for the Chevelle. And then 100th over. Underwood is 16 on the let go. And a dead 2. He could not win that one. Kelly Smith in the right-hand lane. Kelly racing Amelia Reed here. Amelia in the left-hand lane in the Camaro, 616. Kelly 631 with the truck. Right lane a winner for Kelly, 651, 029 light. Amelia went to the toward the tree there. Connor Jensen and Mike O'Rourke are going to race next here. Mike in right-hand lane in Camaro, 551. Connor Jensen left-hand lane, Dale, 599. Connor and Mike down the finish line. Winner going left-hand lane. Connor 008 dead on with a 9. 17 total. Mike was 22 react and locked out. Brett McKay and Dave McChesney. Duster left-hand lane down 630. Brett with a Camaro right lane down 589. Winner in the right-hand lane, Brett McKay on a double breakout, 7 thou under in the right, 15 thou under in the left, a 0.08 margin of victory for Brett McKay. Evan Davis, there's some rocker arms that are on your way to your trailer. If you're not back to your trailer, Mike Zednick is delivering some rocker arms to you. He's heading in your direction. Evan Davis got some rocker arms heading in your direction. Mike Zednick has a couple rocker arms for you. As Darren McChesney and Tom Bueller on the line here. 618, 648 dial ends. 3 on the way down. Green lights a pair. 3 thou separate them on react. Winlight here going left lane. Bueller got there first. Took 20 stripe to be 13 thou under. McChesney is 100th over his dial in. He will be the winner. Chris Fleener and Skylar Drews. Skylar the Oldsmobile Del 585. Chris and that Camaro Del 579. Red light for Chris by 004. So Skylar with a win. He runs dead on the dial in 85 on an 85. Chris turned it 004 red. 24 is in the right-hand lane. On Monroe, the S10 dialed 711. Jason Jenkins said I can do that too. The Mustang left-hand lane, 711 dial in. Attention to pits. We now take white run sticker door cars. White run sticker to the lanes, please. White run sticker door cars to the lanes. So that's the last color of a run sticker for door cars. First entries. Purple, red, and now white have all been called for round one of eliminations. Tony Flores with a win there. As we had a breakout for Jason Jenkins. Jeff Serra and Kurt Harrington next. Sarah in the S10 down 569. Kurt with a Chevette left lane down 612. Both drivers in the teens on react here. Winner, right lane, double breakout. Harrington's 300s under the dial-in. Sarah's 200s under the dial-in. 013 beats an 015 there. Sarah, winner of the double breakout race. C.J. Yeager, West Salem, Ohio, in the left-hand lane, dialed in at a 705, racing Scotty Taylor. The Miller Roadster dialed in at 479. A pretty big spread on the dial-ins here on the door car side here. Yeager and Taylor, 479, 705. Green light for Yeager. Green light for Taylor. 4,000 separated. Good race. Finish line, win light going. Left lane. CJ Yeager lays down 11. 010 dead 1. Taylor's 14 on React. Can't win the round. Mike Stokes and Ricky Adkins on the line. Adkins with that mini in the left-hand lane down 479. Stokes right-hand lane challenger down 544. Finish line here, win light going left-hand lane. Stokes had a better reaction time. Stokes was 010. Adkins was 017, 100th over his dial. Stokes got there first, taking 33 stripe to be 10 thou under. Need to take 23 or less. Terry Stewart in the left-hand lane. The Texas car dialed in at 553. Taking on Stacy Bueller, driving the Chevy 2 in the right-hand lane with a 617 dial in. Little red light for Stewart by 003. Stacy is 002 green and then runs a little bit under. She'll be back in round number 2. Will Crawford and Jason Hemmerline are going to run next. Jason dialed in at a 506 with a Camaro. Crawford on a 518 with a Corvette Roadster. So once again, all 3 colors have been called on the door car side here for round 1. All 3 colors have been called. Your first entry. All 3 colors with your first entry have been called. Winner here going left-hand lane, Jason Hemmerline, 015 dead 6. Crawford got there first, went 9 thou under his dial, and he was 010 on React. Held the advantage by 5 thou on reaction time, took 20 stripe. It had to be 11 or less, get the win light to come on. Chevy 2 of Terry Bauman, gonna race Michael Rourke's Firebird. 594 in the left-hand lane, 639 in the right. Win light here going left-hand lane. Terry Ballman had a better light by about 200ths of a second, but broke out by 8 thousandths at the finish line, running 638 on 639. O'Rourke is over 596 on his 594 dial in. He'll get the win. Toby Croning going to raise Pete Brown. Toby dialed in at 6 flat. Pete on a 536 dial in the right lane. Red light in the left-hand lane by 003 for Toby. Pete's the winner, 13 green and 32 of the 9. On the 36 dial in. Toby is dead on his dial limit at a 003 red light. Andrew Heining's Chevy Vega going to race Randy Whitaker's Daytona. 6:55 in the left-hand lane. 6:01 in the right. Winley here in right-hand lane for the Vega, 6:07 and 6:01 with a 35 reaction time. He will move forward. Louis Taylor coming up out of Lewisburg, Tennessee. Camaro in the right-hand lane. Dialed in at a 5:68. Joe Samelek left-hand lane. Beaverton, Michigan, dialed 5:64. Winner left-hand lane for Samelek, 0:16 and one over the dial-in. Louis was 0:23, 100th under his dial-in. Samelek will advance. John Bosk dialed 6:34 in the left. Craig Skinner on 6:55 of the Trans Am. Craig Skinner with the win light here, 0:13 and 9 over the dial-in. John had an issue with his Camaro there in the left-hand lane. Dustin Loins, 5:78 in the left lane. Rick Laputri driving Alan Hodder's Tri-City Fire Protection Camaro, dial 6:06. Left-hand lane, Loins, 0:10, dead 6, 16 total for Loins. The Putri Alan Hodder car went under and a little bit late with a 35. Vance Brown with a 5:56 in right-hand lane. The Monte Carlo, 5:95 for the El Camino, Scott Allen. Finish line win line here for Vance Brown, 0:13. 10 on the dial-in. Scott was 0:21 and way over with the El Camino. Sam Manuel with a Nova racing Donnie Hagar. Donnie on a 6:21, 6:98 for Sam. Winner right-hand lane, Sam is 004 with a Nova in 3 over. Hagar's 019, letting him go down there and goes 4 over the dial. And Sam with a win light. Keith Grubaugh, 654 with a Chevelle. Andy Christopherson with a Chevy 2, 609. We could give a final call for the door car side. Final call, purple, red, and white all have been called for your first entry. Final call. Left lane, a dead on. Look at that. 001, dead 2. 3 total in the left. Grubaugh's 006, dead 4. Lays down 10, and he's 7 behind at the finish line. Keith Helsel and Ted Barnes. Dotson out of Ontario, down 662. Keith, Chevy 2, 587. Wheelie going left-hand lane for Ted Barnes. He's 019 and 1 over. Keith was better. He was 011 and went down there and took too much stripe, breaking out 300s. 584 on the 587. Tyler Clark and Jacob Eccles. Ford in the left-hand lane down 680. Tyler the Lumina down 562. Red light by 004 for Eccles. Clark with a win. He's 22 green. In on the 62 run, dead on with a 9. 562 and a 562 for Tyler Clark. Josh Cole and Jason Hicks. Jace for the Oldsmobile Colors, 685. Josh for the truck, 621. Red light by 005 for Josh. Jason the win. 29 green, and he'll run a 688, 100 miles per hour. Stan Jones Jr. and Alyssa Martin. Alyssa down 606 in the left. Stan with a 591 on the right. Couple no boxers putting double O's on the board here. Win light. Oh my. Remind you, these are both no box drivers right there. Alyssa's 003 dead 2. Jones is 005 dead 5. Alyssa with a win. Crazy race right there. Aaronvale, Trans Am, Indiana, Fortville, Indiana. 617, 554 for Scott Erickson in left-hand lane. Attention in the pits. Double entered dragsters. Double entered dragsters for your second entry. Lanes 5 and 6, please. Double entered dragsters. Bring your second entry up to lanes 5 and 6. Aaron Bale with the win there. He's 0-12, 100th over the dial in. He will move on. A 40 light for Erickson there. Bill Swain and Neil Swain. Well, one of them's going to move forward and one of them's going to buy back. Billy in the left-hand lane. Cavalier on a 554. Neil with a Jeep on a 566. I would almost bet this might be the first time these two have raced. Like ever, really. They run different classes all the time, and I don't think this has ever happened. And we got a good one. Swain boys putting on a show. The no boxer wins it. Neil 014 taking 009 stripe to be a couple over. Billy was 007 and then went 400ths over. Probably letting him go. Mile per hour down there quite a bit. Thomas Whitaker and Andrew Mitter on the line. Andrew to left-hand lane and a dial in a 644. Thomas with the Camaro right-hand lane dialed in at a 532. Finish line winner going right-hand lane. Whitaker 016, dead on with a 7. That'll do the job. Andrew was 034, then 600ths over his dial in. Charlie Hama and Mike Unks on the side of line. The digital delay. Oldsmobile Kellis out of Durant, Iowa in the left-hand lane dialed in at a 481. Mike Unks from Eagle, Michigan. Shaheen Chevrolet Camaro dialed in at 559. Good race here. Winner going right lane. Got it. Mike Unks was 013 dead 3. Hama was 000 perfect in the Oldsmobile, but ran a couple over the dial in. Unks for the win. Joe Ballman and Cody Height. Cody left lane down 631. Joe in the Roadster right lane down 525. Double entered dragsters for your second entry. You need to be in the lanes. Double entered dragsters with your second entry. We need you in the lanes. Green lights a pair here. 5,000 separate them. Win light going. Right lane. Joe Bauman. 005 dead 4 lays down 9. Cody is 010 dead 6. He lays down 16. So he's 7 behind at the finish line. Nolan Blanchard and Danny Angel. Danny in the left-hand lane dialed in at 616. Nolan right-hand lane dialed 625. Danny Angel to win. He's a 14 green, a little under. Nolan turned it red with a Monte Carlo. Tom Braves, Camaro on the right-hand lane, down 694. Austin Bennett, Greenville, Michigan, Chevy Nova, down 637. Finish line winner going right-hand lane, Tom Bray, 015, dead on with a 9. Austin was 035, dead 3. Here's last night's runner-up in right-hand lane, Gary Fleener. The Camaro out of Port Clinton, Ohio, 570, taking on Bug McCarty. The wheel stand-in Blazer out of Georgia, Delton at 596. Right-hand lane, the winner there for Gary, 009 and 2 of the dial-in. Bug, the machine did the job, went dead on the dial-in, but Bug missed it a little bit. Jeff Wistinghausen, the Brownstown, Michigan Vega Wagon down at 566. Fred Squires Nova on a 623. So trouble here for Wistinghausen. Squires don't break out. He'll get the win. Well, he didn't. 624 on a 23. I guess this is a good time to make an announcement about if something goes wrong with your car, just kind of pull off to the side. Don't crawl down the track, just in case there's something coming out from underneath of it. And in this situation, I'm almost guessing the throttle cable or something broke because he's idling and saying bad words in there. So Wistinghausen, 33 miles an hour. It didn't go 33 miles an hour. So we'll retrieve the Vega wagon. I've been told to be off the track here in just a moment, but I've also been told you need to announce the ice cream. So there's hand-dipped ice cream being served at the concession stand. Got cheeseburgers and hot dogs. All kinds of stuff to eat or drink. Event t-shirts available over at Souvenir Building. So we got the Vega wagon Pulled around the corner. Here we go back at it. Will Steckley and Andy Wingo sitting back here patiently. The Charger out of Milverton, Ontario, Canada, going to run down the FTI lane down into the 567. Andy Wingo, the no-box car out of Gaylord, Michigan. Fierro down 537. We have called the Dragsters up for their second entry. The double-entered racers with a Dragster for your second entry have been called to the lanes. Both drivers in. Here we go. Steckley and Wingo. Green light's a pair. And Will just nailed a perfect light. He's going to get the win. 000, 1 over. Taking a 10th stripe down there. Andy is 084 and 4 of the dial in. Scott Barron, the New York Roadrunner in the right-hand lane, dialed in at a 647. Tom Martinez Jr. in the left-hand lane. The Dakota dialed in at 646. When I hear going right-hand lane, 015 and dead on with a 6 for Scott Barron. Playing Tom Artigas, 100th over, and 026 reaction time. Shelby Nelkin in the left-hand lane, and Don Vincelli in the right-hand lane. The Corvette out of Montreal dialed in at 608. Shelby with a 612 dial in for the Mustang in the FTI lane. Red light by 005 for Shelby. Don with a win. Corvette runs a 607 on a 608, a 16 reaction time. Corey Mikas driving Steve Chevy Nova in the left-hand lane down into the 582, and Chantel Lorenz, a 69 Camaro, 611. Will I here going to go in the left-hand lane for Mike is he's 006 and 4 over. Chantel just missed the tree there. Tim Stout and Andrew Sturck next. Andrew in the left-hand lane. The Vet down 550. Tim with the pickup truck. 666 dial in. Win light here, Andrew Sturck, 012 and 1 over. Tim was 051 and 1 over. The Alexander Chevy Vega in the left-hand lane. The Alexander Chevy Monza in the right-hand lane. $612 in the left, $599 to the right. This one's going to be Jeff Alexander with the win. 022 and 1 over the dial in. Left lane, Bill Smith. 076 and 3 under. Michelle Taylor, Jeff Jaquish. Truck in the Malibu, 544 to a 594. Good one going here. Finish line winner, left lane. Michelle, 010, dead 8, 18 total. Jaquish was 000 perfect in the truck. Took too much stripe down there, breaking out a couple hundredths. So Michelle Taylor with a win. Throwing a little glue back down in the starting line before we roll into what will be double entered dragsters. Racers coming out with their second entry with the dragsters. No box 32 racers. The ladder for round 2 has been posted online, Motorplex Facebook page, as well as it is posted on the door, the office door over there on the pit side. Here we go into the dragsters. Steve Smith being right-hand lane down in at a 465. Take on the Duffy Girls Racing Dragster left-hand lane. Carly Duffy in the left-hand lane down in a 485. Down the finish line, winner going right-hand lane. 020, 100th over, 3,000 margin of victory for Steve Smith. Left lane was 015 and 200ths over the dial in. So Smith advances. Chelsea Duffy in the left-hand lane, down 476, and Art Reed, Kokomo, Indiana, M&M car, down 490. Red light by 002 for Art. Chelsea is 004 and then 3 over the dial in. Ryan Sparks backing up in the right-hand lane. American Cardell 439 and Jordan Crow left-hand lane 464. This time it's Sparks with a perfect light. And he gives it back. Ryan was 000 and then went 300s over. Jordan was 015, 1 over, taking 4th thou stripe, or getting handed 4th thou stripe down there by Ryan. Jordan with a win light. Rob Bernschneider, Pittsburgh, PA Dragster left lane, down 484, and Brittany Ulmer, Port Clinton, Ohio Dragster right lane, down 474. Win light down the right-hand lane. Brittany 013 and 8th thou under the dial in. Rob is 016 and a little further. 17th thou under his dial in. Brittany Ulmer with a win. Courtney Grisey, Vermilion, Ohio, right-hand lane. She's going to dial a 413. Derek Gilman, left-hand lane. Grand Rapids, Michigan, Dragster dialed 441. Couple fast dragsters here. Red light, left-hand lane. Courtney with a win. 021 light in 7th thou under. Gilman was pretty red. And 3th thou under. Courtney with a win. Justin Harrington, Steve Williams. Spitzer car, left lane down 492. Those Danny Nelson Racecraft chassis in right-hand lane down 496 for Justin. Good one, 006, 007. Win light, right lane. 006, 1 over, taking 000 stripe down there. 0003 at the finish line for Justin. Williams was 007, 100th over in the left lane. Gene Reynolds and Lane Ledford. Gene in left-hand lane, 466. Lane in the right lane, dialed 466. 2 more Danny Nelson Racecraft cars. Sign winner, Ray and Lane Ledford, 001 and 2 over the dial in. Gene was 029 and 1 over the dial in. Jared Ledford and Russ Sparks this time, New York Dragster. Dial 444, the Greenville, Michigan Dragster, dial 446. Attention in the pits. We will take double entered door cars. Double entered door cars for your second entry. Double entered door cars for your second entry. It don't matter the color. Double entered door cars for your second entry. Bring them to the lanes, please. Troy Williams Jr. and Scott Hornline on the starting line here. Scott down 484, Troy on a 463. So once again, we have called double entered door cars with your second entry to the lanes, please. Double entered door cars with your second entry to the lanes. The winner here, right-hand lane, Troy Williams, 002, and one over the dial-in. Hornline was 034 and 300s over his dial-in. Jason Preston and Bailey Ferraro. Bailey in the right-hand lane, down 472. Left-hand lane, Jason Preston, 476. Finish line winner, right-hand lane, Ferraro, 018, dead on with a 2, taking 4th out stripe. Left lane, Jason Preston, 009, 100th over the dial-in. Once again, the double entered door cars. If you're hearing a second entry, this is the time we need you in the lanes. Double entered door cars for your second entry to the lanes. It's Matt Gramlich and Tom Gibson on the line. Tom down 451, Matt down 477. A red light for Tom Gibson there. Matt Gramlich with a win. He runs one over. Tom is dead on. Turn on the red light. Couple quick 430 dragsters here. John Parks and Chase McKay. McKay will be on a 439. Parks will be on a 438. Win light here going right-hand lane. Chase McKay, 022, dead on with a 4. John was 028 and 6th out under in the left lane. Is Tyler McCurry and Mike Newman back up from their burnouts here. Newman left lane, 477. Tyler will dial 480. Red light by 002. Left lane, Newman is 025 dead on. Tyler is 2 red and dead 0. Kirby McLennan, Justin Daniels going to run. Justin left lane dialed 520. Kirby in the right hand lane 421 dial in. Red light in the left-hand lane. Kirby with a win. He's 009, dead on with a 4. Daniels is dead on with a 9, but had an 11 red light. Corey Conley and Dominic Cianciarelli, Quebec Dragster dialed 442. Corey, the New York Dragster right-hand lane, dialed 480. A red light by 005 for Corey Conley. Left lane the winner, running dead on with an 8. Dominic will advance. Conley was a little bit under and a little bit early. Tyler Bohannon and Tom Bueller. There ain't no Tom Bueller. That is Mikey Bloomfield. Mikey dialed 438. Tyler right hand lane dialed 462. So Mikey in the left-hand lane and Tyler in the right side. Last night's winner, a rematch. We've come around for their second entry. They ran with their first entry. Now they're going to run with their second entry. Bohannon with a win. 011 and 700s. Tyler holding 700s right there. Mikey turned it 2 red and he runs 3 under. Troy Stone, that would have been a good one. We could see some green lights there. We would have gave the 8th mile bleacher creatures a showdown there, but we had a red light. Melissa Burns, the Kokomo, Indiana, Dragster right lane, 487. Troy Stone, Elkhart, Indiana, the owner of Vintage Trailers. He's dialed in at 430. Win light here for Melissa. 001 reaction time. 2 over the dial in. Troy Stone is 035 and 1 over the dial in. Trevor Deeks and Dylan H. 2 London, Ontario residents here running in round number 1. 464 in the left, 452 in the right. Win light here for Trevor. 010, 2 over the dial in. Dylan is 040 and 1 over the dial in. Gary Williams in the left-hand lane. Bradenton, Florida, Dragster, Overkill, Cardell 473. He's racing Zach Unks. Shaheen Dragster, right lane down 496. Win light here, Gary Williams, 008 and 2 over the dial in. Zach was 029 and 2 over his dial in. Toby Croning and Evan Davis line him up. Evan right hand lane 492. Toby left hand lane down 6 flat. Double 0-2 to a 0-0-3. Win light, right lane. Look at that. Double 0-2, dead 3, 5 total for Evan Davis. 5 total in the right, 0-0-3, 1 over, 13 total in the left. Guess they got the dragster fixed. Craig Skinner and Steve Tennant. Steve with a Mustang, 612 in the left. Craig with a Trans Am, 657. Win light here going Craig Skinner, 017, 100th over the dial in. Steve Tennant was 049 and 400ths over the dial in. Jeremy Bargo and Ken Hansen going to run next. Ken, the left-hand lane, down 843. Jeremy down 609 with his truck. Win light here going for Bargo, 019 and 6 thousandths under his dial in. Left hand lane Hansen was 028 and 6 thousandths under his dial in. Better light got the stripe down there. Bargo with a win. Mike Stokes and Brandon Lang gonna run. Monte Carlo Del 581, the Challenger on a 543 dial in. Win light here going to Mike Stokes, double breakout. Mike is 021 and 6 thou under. Brandon is 019 and 11 thou under. 005 margin of victory. Connor Jensen and Kyle Kidder on the line. Connor in the left-hand lane, down 599. Kyle's Nova in right-hand lane, down 658. Wheelie here going for Jensen. Dead on the dial in 599 on a 599. Kidder 8 thou breakout in the right-hand lane. Connor had a little better reaction time. Brett Williamson and Scott Barron. New York Roadrunner up against the Illinois 57 Chevy. 581 to a 647. So both drivers putting him in the beams here. Very deliberate pace. I'll just tell you right now, if we miss anything in the next 10 or 15 minutes with announcements, we have ice cream in the tower, and I apologize up front, but we've got more important things going on here. Moose Tracks, baby. Finish line winner, right-hand lane. Double breakout winner, the New York car, 003, 7th thou under. Williamson was 012 and 14th thou under the dial-in. 007 margin of victory. Greg McCurry and Craig Eberhardt. Craig's Roadster left lane down 549. McCurry's Camaro. This thing is teetering on the edge. Comes up a little bit high. I feel like it comes up higher every run. They don't seem concerned, so we'll just keep watching it do wheelies here. 610 in the right-hand lane for McCurry. Well, you know what? That one wasn't quite as high. He's going to get a win light, 005, and then 09 on a 10. Good win. Craig was 003 red, and then he went dead on with a 4. Comes Charlie Hammond's second entry, the middle-aged crazy Oldsmobile Kellis out of Iowa, L 484, and Ted Barnes out of Ontario, 662 in the left. Green light's a pair. Charlie got a little work to do with the Kellis here. Not going to happen. Ted Barnes is 012 and dead on in the left-hand lane. Charlie was 047, a little bit under. Keith Helsel, Lake City Novodell 584, taking on the Chattanooga Choo Choo. Ford Mustang out of Chattanooga, Tennessee in the left-hand lane. Jake Clayton, 616 dial in. Both out on green light starts here. Down the finish line. Win light going Clayton. 010 dead 0 for Jake Clayton. Keith is 032 dead on with a 1. Steve Height, the Monte Carlo left-hand lane, down in at 581. Racing Rick Laputri, Chevrolet Camaro down 603 at Bay City. Win light here, left-hand lane, Steve Height, 035 and 5 over the dial-in. Rick was 081 and 4 over the dial-in. Tim Stout and Bob Payton on the line. Bob dialed in at 612 in the left. Tim on a 667 in the right. We are in the double inner door car portion of round number 1, which is actually the last thing we need to check off the list for round 1. Our double inner door cars in the city lanes with their second entry. Good one here. Bob Payne and Tim Stout. Finish line winner going. Stout. 0-10 and dead on with a 3, so he's 13 total. Bob Payton was 004 and a couple over the dial in. Stout gets there by 100th at the finish line. David Lanning and Jim Davis going to run. Jim in the right hand lane, Dale 509. David left hand lane, Dale in at 651. Win light here, left-hand lane. David Lanning, 020, 2 over. Jim is 043 and dead on with a 2. TJ Jordan and Chris Kozlik in the starting line. The truck up against the Mustang, 623 for TJ. Chris on a 603. TJ Jordan, Chris Kozlik, winner going Kozlik. 019, dead 0. Jordan, 018, dead 6. 005 at the finish line. Nolan Blanchard and Blaine Anderson. Camaro, Dell 599, the Monte Carlo on a 626. Blaine Anderson with the win light there. Nolan broke out, went 300s under the dial in. Had a little better light, but it was Blaine Anderson running a 6 flat on a 599 getting the win. Dave Lorenz and Steve Parquette. Buick Regal on a 656. Chevy 2 on a 551. Winner in the right-hand lane, Steve Parquette. Running 5 on the dial-in. Dave went on and off the button out there. Aiden Farrell, the S10 right-hand lane, Dale 592, and Kenny Underwood, Chevrolet Camaro on a 594. Kenny with the wheels up. Aiden Farrell, the truck. Finish line Farrell. 007, 2 over for the win. Taking 4th out stripe down there. Kenny is 028 and dead 4. Another white Chevy Camaro. This is Sean Carver coming up in the FTI lane. Jeff Sanchez Chevy 2 right side. 618 and 563 are their dial ends. Red light by 001 for Sean Carver, so Sanchez with a win. On an 18, runs down with a 2. Sean was 001 red, and then 3 over the dial end. Doug Foley Jr. going to race Chris Fleener. Chris's Camaro dialed 577. Doug's truck dialed in at 588. Wheels up, both racers. Good one here. Finish line, Fleener. 006 taking 7,000 stripe to be 3 over the dial in. Doug Foley was 015 and 3 over his dial in. Fleener with a win line. Tom Mueller, Dustin Loynes on the line. Firebird Dell 578. Camaro on a 617 in the right lane. Winner in left-hand lane, Dustin Loynes, 014, 2 over. He'll be back around with that entry. Tom was 038 and 3 over. Mike Angst, Wes May. Wes in left-hand lane, the Regal dialed in at 650. Mike with a Camaro, 559. Win light here, left-hand lane in a great drag race. Wes is 009. Mike is 008. Both drivers 100th over the dial in. 007 margin of victory. S10 truck in right-hand lane, dialed in at 711. Skylar Drews left lane 586 for the Oldsmobile. Winner left-hand lane, Skylar 010 and 1 over the dial in. He will be the winner there. Right lane 042 and 1 over the dial in. Andrew Taylor and Jeff Burtis. Jeff left lane 577. Andrew the S10 dialed 639. Win light here going Andrew, dead on the dial in. 022 light, dead on with a 3. He'll advance. Jeff Burtis, left-hand lane, dead on the dial in with a 9, but had an 049 reaction time. Jared Bennett, right-hand lane in Comstock Park. Chevy 2, dialed in at 635. And Chuck Bohannon, the birthday boy, with the 66 Chevy wagon, 636 dial in. Red light there for Bennett. Win light going to a wagon. Dead on the dial in. 013 light. Chuck Bohannon will be in round number 2. A 007 red light for Jared Bennett. Here's 2 former winners of the main event here. Ed Nemec and Ricky Adkins. Ed with that Corvette in right-hand lane, 528. Ricky Adkins left-hand lane, dealt 480. Attention to pits, attention to pits. No box, round 2. No box, 16 to the back of the lanes for pairings. So Ed Nemec, 000, dead 4. 4 total for Nemec right there. Adkins was 005 and could not win the run. Nemec advances. So once again, round number 2, no box. Round 2, no box to the back of the lanes. Get paired up on the ladder, and I'm going to turn it over to the voice of Drag Racer TV, Mr. Warren Evans.
All right, Danny Angel off and run alongside Mike O'Rourke, top end of the track. Angel, 6:17 on the 16, gets the win light. O'Rourke breaks it out, goes 14 thou under at the top end, 5:48 on the 550, breaking it out at 1:30. Cody Height coming up next in the car he affectionately calls Ugly Betty. Former winner here of the main event, alongside James Vanderbrook. Vanderbrook, Five Lake, Michigan. The Yenko Chevelle, 632 left side, 607 on the right. Head start for Ugly Betty. And they are off and running. Height with the advantage at the starting line and the win. 1/3, 633.3 on the 632, 10 on the tree. That was 23 total. Vanderbrook was 28 and locked out. 6:07.1, dead 1. Not good enough to get the job done. 6 thousandths of a second margin for Cody Height. 2 more rolling up right now. The Buchanan Brothers Mustang over here on right-hand side of the track. 584 on the scoreboard down there for the Mustang alongside the 705 dial. For C.J. Yeager out of West Salem, Ohio. 705, 584. A.J. Buchanan right side will be on the chase. Yeager will be off first. Here comes Buchanan on the chase. Yeager out front, top end. It's going to be Buchanan for the win. How about dead 8 down there at the top? 584.8 at 116 was 17 on the tree. Both ends better for Buchanan. Yeager was 21 and then goes 4 off. 709 on the 705 at 90 miles per hour. Looks like Michelle Taylor coming up next. Portage, Michigan, the Malibu. Over on the left side, and Josh Cole, Romulus, Michigan in the S10. 6:20 the number for the pickup truck, and he is off the starting line. And turns on a win light down there. Josh Cole for the win, 6:21.9 at 1:11 for the win. Taylor is better on the tree, 0:17 to 0:27, but off the number, 3 off, 5:47 on the 44 dial at 122 miles per hour. Kurt Harrington's little Chevette alongside Pete Brown's Monte Carlo, 6:09, 5:34 are the numbers. Head start goes to Harrington in the little bitty car over there on the left-hand side. He is off. Harrington, 006 on the tree, 6:12 at the top end at 1:08. Gets the win by 0.07 of a second as Pete Brown misses it with the shoe polish. 5:43 on the 5:34. If he was dyslexic, it would have been perfect, but it wasn't, and he's not. 1:27 for the speed. 9 off run there pays the price. Gary Williams in old red, left side, and Keith Grubauer right side, the 69 Chevelle. Williams out of Florida, 5:73. He'll be on the chase. There goes the Chevelle, green and green. To the top end we go. Williams in control. Williams for the win. 5:76, 3 over on his 5:73. He was 005 on the let go, 1:13 for the speed. Grubauer, 2 over 6:56 at 1:03. That was a little closer, but the 0:37 light got him there, and G-Dub goes on to the next round. Aaron Vale out of Fortville, Indiana. The 73 Trans Am over there left side. And Brett McKay right side, Gallatin, Tennessee, and that gorgeous 68 Camaro over here on the right. Chase McKay took that car to a runner-up a couple of years ago to the ever-popular Steve Mikas in the main event. 589 right side, 617 left. Another 00 light. This time, Aaron Vale does the trick. How about 006 dead on 9, 15 total for Aaron Vale. Brett McKay was 17 and was locked out. Couldn't do anything with that. 017, 590 on the 589 at 116. But he was already on the wrong side of that race before he even got past the Christmas tree. Scott Taylor brings that beautiful 67 Camaro Roadster up. Portage, Michigan, the home. 477 the number, taking on Kyle Stockwell's Malibu wagon. The G-body over here on the right, 608. The dial-in right side gets the head start by a little over a second, almost a full tree head start. Over here on the right-hand side, and we're going to think about it. Taylor finally goes in. Stockwell taking his time to get in there. Come on, there you go. Both of them let go on the green. Here comes Taylor. Hard on the brakes. Big time win there for Taylor. 483 on the 477 and 129. Stockwell was slowing at the finish line. Here's the bye run. Big Earn. Left side of the track, Ernie Goodson. Got a 504 on the dial-in board. Hey, don't forget, the package matters here, even for the bye run. Drag Race Solutions will be awarding a gift certificate to the bye run that has the best package. So these numbers do matter. He's 21 on the tree, 505.9 at 136. So with that, round one is in the books. Our no box 32 is lined up over there, getting ready to make their way around the bend, which is 16 now instead of 32. Actually 31 after a broke single. Quick lap out there with the tractor. Looks like put down a little bit of gold dust out there as well to keep these bald spots in check. Hey Racers, Drag Race Solutions is offering 20% off all online orders this weekend for attending racers and online viewers. Use our promo code WORLD25, that is WORLD25, to save on your order. This offer is only good through this coming Tuesday. Drag Race Solutions offers some of the coolest drag racing parts available for your race cars. Drag Race Solutions is racer owned and offers made in the USA premium drag racing components for building and upgrading your race cars. Check out the new Titan Powerglide shifter, crusher trans brake buttons, along with billet dial-in board brackets, water filler necks, Zeus fasteners, 12-point billet lug nuts, and more. It's all online at dragracesolutions.com. Drag Race Solutions was founded by respected NHRA sportsman racers Scott Lemon and Lynn Ellison in 2013 and offers a combined 60 years of racing knowledge. Drag Race Solutions is now owned and operated by the Lemon family, who live in the Nashville, Tennessee area. So big thanks to Scott Lemon and everybody involved at Drag Race Solutions, and of course to all of our sponsors for the 32nd Annual World Super Pro Challenge presented this year by Ultratech Race Fab. Scott Kiefer getting set to join you here on the PA in just a second here, and he will tell you about the No Box 16 and round number 2 coming up.
Right, hello everybody. Thank you, Warren. And we are getting set for round number 2 of No Box. We're down to 8 cars here for $10,000 here on Friday. And at this time, 16. Round number 2 would be 16. We started at 32. Just trying to burn that into my head. Dragsters, dragsters, dragsters. Purple dragsters to the staging lanes for your first entry, round number 2. Purple dragsters to the staging lanes for round number 2. Let's go ahead and put the call out to red as well. Red and purple. Round number 2, dragsters. Red and purple run stickers to the staging lanes 7 and 8, please. Before you get into round number 2 at no box, the question was asked to me a couple of times back in the staging lanes. Do not run your second entry before doubles are called. Run your first entry and wait until doubles are called before running your second entry. Figured I'd throw that out there while it's quiet for a moment. Second round action in no box getting set. The cars are paired. Mike's just finishing up grooming the starting line with a little spray, and we'll get back to it. All right, again, the first 2 colors of Dragster has been called for round number 2 to 7 and 8. Here comes the first pair of no box into the water box. All right, Jason Mikula, Alex Shealy rolled the starting line. Alex got here to the round number 2 by virtue of a bye run, as we had a broken car in round number 1 and got the lucky draw and get the free pass into the second round, and things are going to get a little tougher from this point. Jason Mikula, 591 dial-in, and he is a tough competitor. Was in the winner's circle here just a couple of weeks back with a brand new engine. After a couple of week thrash, putting it all together, and won a ton of rounds and ended up winning a big check during one of our moneymaker races here at the Mid-Michigan Motorplex. Off they go. Oh, Alex Shealy was ready for him. Jason's in trouble. Double 09 light. Alex Shealy with the big win and an upset there. 654, 103 miles per hour, a 7/1000ths margin of victory. Takes down Jason Mikula. It's 44 on the tree and goes one over at 592 at 114. And boy, Alex is going to be pumped after that win as he's moving into round number 3. This is cool. Kyle Yacko, 612, and Andy Wingo, 538 for the Pontiac Fiero on the Motor State side. And Kyle Yacko in the Mopar dialed 612 in the FDI lane. Big wheels in the air, launch for Yacko, and he's got the advantage by 0.03 of a second. Finish line win, 1 over, 613 at 109 moves on. And Andy at 539, he's 1 over as well, but gave up 3 at the tree. Chevrolet Oldsmobile matchup on the starting line, Emma Helsel. Her and her dad Keith campaigned the 69 Nova, 741 dial, and Jason Hicks. 82 Cutlass, 685 dial in, FTI lane. Green lights a pair. Emma with the advantage by a couple of hundredths. 743 gets the win for Emma. 2 over at 91 miles per hour, and a tight race at the stripe. Only 0.03 the margin of victory there. Jason 1 over, 686 at 98. Chevrolet versus Mopar battle here. Clint Bailey, Clare, Michigan, 69 Dart, 621, and Mark Daniels. 86 Camaro, that's red. 582, Motor State lane. Red light start for Mark Daniels. He is minus 003. Clint was ready for him though, 006. He runs 625 at 108 miles per hour to move into round number 3. Daniels after the red light. Cards of 584 at 119. Bug McCarty. Chevrolet Blazer. Well, that's a four-door. It's a mini, like a S10 Suburban. Cool looking vehicles. I was checking it out in the staging lanes, and definitely a candidate for like a best engineered type award. Very, very nice little ride. Todd Schmitz, a 69 Camaro, 597. Little quicker here. Bug will be leaving first by that much. Two nice leads for both drivers. 6 thou apart. They're both in the 20s. Double breakout win for Schmitz. 596. 2 thou under at 112. Bug goes 597, taking the stripe by 16 and hit 112 miles per hour for the loss. Jeff Wistinghausen, 69 Camaro, and he will dial 651 from the FTI side of the track. Tracy Muchler, 94 S10, 627 on the Motor State side. We'll stage simultaneously. The tree fires and air away. Wistinghausen with the wheels in the air, and he's got the better light by about 100th of a second, and he breaks out. Gets there first by a couple of hun. He needed to be about 14 thou behind that. 627 dead on one for Muchler. He was 022 at 110. 649 on the 6 on the 51 dial at 97 the speed for Jeff Wistinghausen in the loss. Alyssa Martin. Good-looking Chevy S10 pickup, FTI side of the racetrack. She'll face Andrew Heinig, Harrison, Michigan-based Chevy Vega, 601. Alyssa with a 606. Only 500ths difference in the dial-ins here in this pair. All dragsters, all dragsters, all dragsters. We need all dragsters to the staging lanes for round number 2, first entry. 001 light for Herring, and he is going to get the win. 604 on the 01 dial-in. 112. Alyssa puts together a nice run. She was 22 on the tree and only one over, but ends up coming up 3 thou short at the finish line, and Andrew in the little red Vega will move on. Brett Williamson, 57 Bel Air from Illinois, 579 to dial in. He's going to get chased here by Scott Erickson, Northern Michigan racer, with a 556 dial on his 69 SS Camaro. Red light start for Brent. He fouls out by 7 thousandths of a second. Erickson 54 green. He'll run 554. A little under the 56 dial in at 125, but he will move on to round number 3 of no box. Brett Williamson 579 runs dead on. 7 thou too early at the starting line. That was the final pair of door cars to conclude that, and we move in now to round number 2 of our regular eliminator, starting off with the dragsters. That's Carly Duffy. And Bailey Ferraro. All right, Carly Duffy, 486. We have an inside joke up here in the tower. 472 dial in for Bailey Ferraro. They're ready. And they're away. Oh, Bailey tattoos the young lady on the starting line. Gets the win, 475, 143. Carly under by 1 thou at 485. at 142. And Ferraro with a big advantage in reaction time. Here's Chelsea Duffy. Hoping to maintain the family honor here and get a win light here in the second round. He's going to have to get by Courtney Grizez. Courtney on the Motor State side of the track. One of the quicker dial-ins. A Grizet. Courtney Grizet, as Warren corrects me. 412 dial-in here on the Motor State side of the racetrack. Car chasing her down, but Chelsea's got the better light. Chelsea's got the win. 478. She's dead on one. 145 the speed. Courtney's dead on as well. 412 with the 2 of 171. But 027 to 053 in reaction times was exactly the margin of victory at the stripe. Derek Gilman, Troy Williams Jr. come up in the next pair. 441 for Derek, FTI side. And the FTI car in the Motor State lane is Troy Williams with a 462. Good lights for both drivers. Little puffs of smoke on a Troy Williams car. Doesn't affect his performance, but Derek Gilman's going to get the win. 440, 2 thou under at 154. Troy was a little better on a starting line, a 15 to a 17, and runs 460, 18 thou under rather, at 148 the speed. Derek Gilman the winner. Jared Ledford, past track champ here. In fact, that led to him being able to acquire this Pretty American Race Cars chassis. He runs along with his door car Camaro. Winner of the IHRA Championship here a couple of years back, and he will dial 445 from the FTI side. Shauna Stone, Elkhart, Indiana, 449 for the Vintage Trailers entry. Good lights for both drivers. Jarrett's 005, and he's got the lead. He's got the win. 446. 151 moves on. Shauna 11th thou under at 447.9. Taking 24 at the finish line. She was 011 at the tree. Jordan Crow from Corchester, Ontario, Canada, in the blue and silver machine over on the left side, or the FTI side of the racetrack. And insurance man Steve Smith, Motor State lane, and he will dial 465. Full stage and ready, and they're away. 003 to an 010. Good race. Breakout by Steve Smith by 9 thou. Dead on 5 for Jordan Crow. 465, 148. Steve got there first by 21 thou. He's under by 9. 464 at 146. There's Paul Wolf and Scott Hornline. Two Michigan racers going at it. 499 for Paul. Scott a little quicker at 485 on the left side, the FTI lane. Both drivers set, and off they go. Wolf with a couple of hundreds as he's 009, has the lead and has the win. 499 with a 9. Dead on 9. He was 009 and goes 136. Takes the finish line by 21 thou. 485 for Scott. He's dead on, but 32 at the tree. was behind from the start. Jeff Serra, Rob Lutzke next up. Rob, one of our regulars here at the Mid-Michigan Motorplex, and just like Jared here a moment ago, he won the track championship a couple of years back and gave him a nice chunk or deposit towards this car. Big Block Chevrolet power plant. And he will dial 480 from the Motor State side. Jeff Serra, 10th quicker, FTI lane with one of the overkill cars. Dialed 470. Rob a little late off the starting line. I think that's going to cost him. 472 for Serra after a 009 lead. 137 the speed. He takes a stripe by 21 thou as well. Rob goes dead on. 480 with an 8, 143. What was 51 at the tree and behind at the starting line. All right, Steve Aces Williams up on the FTI side of the racetrack now. Macomb, Michigan, 493 dial in. Getting set to take on Ryan Sparks, American Race Cars Dragster with a 436 dial in. Williams, 100th of a second advantage at the starting line. He's going to go dead on with a 3 to win. 493, 139, and a really tight stripe. Didn't matter as a result, though, because Sparks broke out by 8 thousandths of a second. 435 with a 2 at 159. So Williams moves on. Ryan is out, and here's Brittany Ulmer. Comes up on the Motor State side of the racetrack with her American Race Cars Dragster, and Brittany will dial 473. 476 on the FTI side of the racetrack. Foul start for Brittany. She is minus 011 on the red side. Then a little under as well, 471 at 146. FTI side's going to get the win, 477 at 142 after an 017 reaction time. Dominic Ciancarelli, Lavelle, Quebec, 443 on the FTI side of the racetrack. And Kirby McLennan, 421 for the Temperance, Michigan veteran racer, the blown car. Motor State lane. Ready to go. 16 to a 28. The 422 for Kirby's one over to get it done. 166 at the stripe. And he was the one with the 016 light. Dominic with a 442 was 8 thou under at 156. Melissa Burns comes up from Kokomo, Indiana. M&M's race, M&M, 488 dial in on the Motor State side, and Gene Reynolds, 467, Roseville, Michigan-based dragster on the FTI side. All right, Melissa and Gene off the starting line. Melissa's got the better start. And the win light, 488, 139. She was 015, had the advantage by 300ths. Didn't really do much to tighten it up, though. 33 thousandths margin of victory there, a little over 300ths. 467 as Gene breaks out. 147 the speed. I mean, kind of a strange race there where it all kind of worked out to, maybe not that close at the finish line, but He was way under. She ended up being way over. Don Vincelli, Montreal, Quebec, Canada, and his American race cars Dragster, 450 dial in. Matt Gramlich, 478 on the FTI side. Red light start for Don Vincelli. Parachute housing flapping away. He runs dead on after the red light, 450 at 152. And a 478 dead on with the 2 for Matt Gramlich at 147 will be the winner after no 10 light. All right, John Parks, Cadillac, Michigan. The head honcho at Ultratech Race Cars. He will dial 438, and he will face Tyler McCurry, 480 on the Motor State side. $15 and $20 green, advantage going to Parks. 6,000ths margin of victory there. John gets the win with a 438, dead on 0 after an 015 light at 155 booming miles per hour. Passes Tyler, who runs dead on, 480 with a 1 for the little digit at 141 to speed. As Parks moves on. Tyler's gone. And that'll bring up the next pair. 484 on the FTI side. The Motor State lane, 450. All right, red light start in the Motor State lane for Eric. 448 under the 450 dial in. He's under on both ends, 154. 485, 1 over, 140 after an 039 light. Jim Hamilton, Fraser, Michigan, down in the Detroit area, 444 dial in. And Lane Ledford, Charlotte, Michigan, 466. Hamilton with a better start by a couple of hun. And he will run dead on 444 with a 7 at 154. A couple of hundredths difference at the finish line as Lane comes up with a dead on run as well at 466 with a 3, 147. Jason Jensen, stepdaddy, on the FTI side of the racetrack. He was the 50K champ here, I believe, back in 2017, I want to say. Won the big check on Saturday. Chase McKay, 440 dial in on the Motor State side. Tenth of a second difference in their dial ins. And they're off and running. Both 00 green. Good race. Jason Jensen, 450, dead on 5 and a 7,000ths package there, 151 miles per hour. 442 for McKay at 146. Miller Dragster on the FTI side, that's Casey Kovacs, 483. And Mike Zednick, American Race Cars chassis over here on the Motor State side, will dial 488. 6 thou apart, both in the 20s. Zednik, 488, dead on 9, 140 mile per hour for a 5 thousandths margin of victory at the stripe. Kovacs comes up with a dead on run as well, 483 with an 8, actually a thou better on the ET numbers, 139 to speed. But Zednik 022 to 028 had the advantage and got the win there. Jeff Gilman and Trevor Deeks up next. Deeks 453. Jeff will be a tenth of a second quicker at 443 on the FTI side in the left-hand lane of the racetrack. Right, Deeks last to stage. He's ready. And they're away. 5 thou apart. 2 more good green lights. Deeks, double breakout win. 452 with an 8 is 2 thou under at 151. And Gilman the bigger speed at 159. Chasing him down goes 442 with a 7. He's 3 thou under. Deeks only 2. He'll move on to round number 3. Jason Preston and Jeremy McCormick up next. The Battle of Michigan Racers. Jason with the big block Chevrolet 477 dial in. Normally aspirated with a carburetor and alcohol. And over here on the Motor State side, Jeremy McCormick. Chainsaw 432 dial in. $13 and $14 green. Jeremy's going to be the winner, but a thou under 431 with a 9 on the 32 dial in, 157. Preston 476 with the 3 is 7 thou under at 144. Jeremy McCormick moving on to the next round. And right behind Jeremy comes daughter Madison, 441. She's on the Motor State side as well. Justin Daniels, Roanoke, Indiana, 521 dial in on the FTI side. Eight thou apart. 7 thousandths margin of victory in a good race there going to Daniels. 521. He is dead on 3. Maddie 441. She is dead on 2, and they were 016 to 024, and that leaves 7 thousandths the margin of victory at the stripe going to Justin Daniels. All right, purple door cars. Purple door cars. Your first entry of the round. Purple door cars here for round number 2. Need you drivers to the staging lanes. Purple door cars for round number 2. First entry. Need you drivers to the lanes, please. Chris Stein, runner up here last year. And Russ Sparks, 444. Stein with the 410. Sparks with a big top, or rather Stein with a big top end charge though goes dead on 0. 410, 172, 17 mile per hour faster than Russ at the finish line. See cards of 446 on the 44 dial in. Actually had the advantage at the start with an 013 to a 23 for Stein. That leaves a 100th of a second margin of victory. Chris moving on here to round number 3. Richard Briscoe, FTI side, and Dan Davies, the chassis builder from White House, Indiana, 413 for the Diamond Race Cars proprietor. Briscoe, 486 from Oakland, Illinois, on the FTI side. They're ready. Narrow way. Red light start for Briscoe. As he is 15th thou on the red side. Davies goes 004 green. And he is dead on 413.6. At 172. Briscoe under on both ends. The 15th thou red light. And he's 7th thou under the dial. 485.3 at 140. Canadian racer Mike Newman, FTI lane 477, the red car. And then the black machine over here on the Motor State lane 490. That's Art Reed from Kokomo, Indiana. Okay, door cars. Purple has been called. Let's also call red. Red run sticker door cars. First entry for round number 2 to the staging lanes. Purple and red. Round number 2. First entry door cars to the staging lanes. Double breakout win here for Mike Newman as he goes to 76 with a 7 on the 77 dial in. Reed had a better light with an 016 to a 32. He's under by 4th thou at 489.6 at 139. Ernie Goodson comes back up on the FTI side, 505 dial in. And Troy Stone, the vintage trailer guy, he's dialed 430 over here in the Motor State lane. Off and running. 13 to a 15. Oh, trouble for Stone, and Ernie is going to get the win. 508. That's safe on 045 dial in, only 123 as he looked over and didn't see Troy coming. And kept it on the right side of the numbers. 776 for Stone there, coasting across at 61 mile an hour. I was looking at the numbers, the reaction times, and watching the 60-foot pop up, and I would assume Troy must have shook the tires there as I see the picket fence out there on the groove of the racetrack and caused him to lift early. Ernie moving on to the next round, and that'll bring up our next pair. Eric Squires, 432, and Justin Harrington, 496. Oh, problems there for Squires as he breaks right off the starting line. Something on the drive line let go, and Harrington gave it to him back here at the tree. Minus 004 red. Yeah, and Eric Squires there broke right off the starting line. And looking at the way the thing shuddered before the back tires even crossed the starting line. I see some pieces out there that the guys are tending to getting off in the surfaces. Eric unbuckles, and we'll get him pushed off the starting line. Harrington, meanwhile, after 4th thou red light, goes 497 at 136. Unopposed, he crosses the finish line, but the race had already been determined by the red light back here at the tree. Not exactly sure what broke at this point with the Squires car, but they pushed it back, so it's not locked up. And depending on what the spare part status is and difficulty to replace, he did get the win, and he'll at least be on the list for round number 3. I seem like the guys out there in the starting line picking at little pieces. Makes me wonder whether or not we have a U-joint involved. Making our way through dragsters here to start off round number 2. First 2 colors of no box, or not no box rather, but door cars have been called. Purple and red. We already ran no box as well, but purple and red door cars also been called to the staging lanes. Here for the second round for 10K on Friday. So the starting line crew here continuing to tidy up the left lane after the Squires dragster broke right on the starting line. I don't believe any liquid is involved, but a lot of little parts and pieces here just being swept up. Special thanks to our sponsors here for the 2025 running of the 32nd Annual World Super Pro Challenge. And a special shout out going to Ultra Tech Race Fab, our live video coverage. Thank you to Drag Racer TV, and brought to you by Motor State Distributing. Bacardi Auto Parts. Look forward to the Free Racer Appreciation Gamblers Race. Well, I'll have a random drawing for 16 entries for that. Digital Delay Boxes and Electronics. Pro Systems Carburetors and Fuel Systems. FTI Performance Transmissions and Torque Converters. Drag Race Solutions. And Sunoco Race Fuels. Tom Bueller, Will Crawford on the starting line as we get back at it. 438 for Bueller, 481 for Will. .001, 006, great leaves for both drivers. Bueller, 440, 2 over with a 0 at 147, takes a 25 thousandths margin of victory in a close race. Crawford was 006, 1 over with a 7, 482 at 142. Chris Conley comes up alongside of Gary Fleener. Got down to the end last evening with his door car. Gary, the transmission shop operator from Port Clinton, Ohio. 2024 American Race Cars Chassis Dragster, 451. 479 for Chris Conley. Gary fouls out by a thousandth of a second here and then runs 451.9 dead on. 479 for Conley, dead on 4 at 144 will be the winner after a 14 light. Grand Rapids, Michigan local racer Bob Kelly comes up on the FTI side with a 505, and Evan Davis, another one of our regulars here, Motor State Lane with a 492. .003 for Bob Kelly, has the better start by a couple of hun. He'll go dead on 3 rather at 505 at 133. A couple hundredths margin of victory there as Evan was dead on 492 with a 5 at 138. 027 and 003. Bob had the better start and got the win. Tyler Bohannon 457, the winner last evening over the aforementioned Gary Fleener, was a couple of pairs back in his rail. And Rick Needham, 503 from the Ohio racer on the Motor State side of the racetrack. Pretty long two-step there for Needham. Doesn't help his light as he's a little late. Bohannon 006, 460, 3 over at 140, takes a 16,000 stripe for the win. Needham 1 over, 504 at 135. Dan D2 Diemling, Cincinnati, Ohio-based racer in the IROC Z Camaro. And another local driver that's a regular here at the Mid-Michigan Motorplex, Jim Johnson. E3 ethanol powered 65 Plymouth Belvedere with a big block Chrysler, 591 dial in. Jimmy with a good leave, a good reaction time. The car took a step to the left. Maybe cost him a taste of ET there as Dan's going to get the win. He goes 570 with a 2 at 119. 17 thousandths margin of victory. Jimmy on the 591 dial-in. Cards a 594 at 116. 3 over the number. Ken Hansen and his Impala comes back up. 843 dial-in. TJ Jordan in the Mustang. 643 or 623 dial-in. TJ got on a two-step a little early, was a little uncomfortable with that big a handicap, got back on it again and has the better light. Unfortunately, gets down there first by a couple of hun, and he needed to take quite a bit less than that. He's under by 2 thou. 200s or less would have been better. 8:43 for Hansen, though. He runs dead on at 79 mile per hour, and an 0:42 light's going to get the victory there on the breakout by Jordan. Kyle Kidder, Benzonia, Michigan, 657 dial in for his Nova. And the older generation Nova, FTI lane, dialed 599. Kidder with a win, 659, 2 over at 102. 605 misses the dial by 600. It's at 114. Gave it up, it looks like, in 60 foot, even though he had the better reaction time by almost 100th. CJ Yeager, Ohioan, with his Olds Omega. And Craig Eberhardt, another local driver here. That's a regular at the Mid-Michigan Motorplex. Will dial 549 on the Motor State side. All right, Yeager's going to get the win, 707, dead on 6. He was 024 and had the better start by 2 hun. Eberhard under by 7 thou, breaking out with a 548. And John Erskine, another regular, 624. He's at the Mid-Michigan Motorplex quite often during the racing season. We'll face off with Steve Corquette, 658 dial in for the Buick. Off the run, a wild launch there for Erskine. Steve had the better light, but he breaks out. Erskine somehow comes up, even though with that kind of jackrabbit launch and a lot of wheel spin, runs dead on. I guess you got to dial for it. 624 at 110, and do the same thing every time. But as long as you can count on that, he's in the running, and he's got another win light. Parkat under by 15,000. 656 of the 5 comes up at 105. And Jeremy Bargo and the Camaro on the FTI side dialed 597. Bargo the winner, 2 over 599 after a 004 light at 110 miles per hour. 1 over with a 598 at 113 on the FTI side. Blaine Anderson, the Camaro from Wisconsin, 601 dial in. And Bob Russello from LaSalle, Michigan at 562 is the quicker of the two. Frank Piltz, he's in a Nova, Cadillac, Michigan, 597. And a 606 comes up over here on the Motor State side for Mike Kane. Problems here for Piltz. Win light on, going dead on 3, a 6:06 with no opponent in the left-hand lane as Piltz was left sitting back here at the starting line with a broken race car. And the Mopar gets away with one. 0:22 dead on 3 with nobody in the other lane. Came dangerously close to a breakout loss there. But he'll move on to round number 3. Michaela Hemmerline, Ewell's Cutlass, 6:25 dial in, goes red. Fouls out by 0.04 of a second here. Is going to give the win to Steve Height. 581 dial in. He goes 580, 100 Thunder at 119. Michaela determined to race back here at the start, and that allows Steve to get the win and move on to round number 3. Aiden Farrell in the Chevy S10 truck comes up on the Motor State side with a 594. Kyle Yacko in the Mopar, 612 dial in for the Daytona on the FTI side. Foul start for Aiden as he goes red by 16 thou. Yacko 0:31 and a 6:13 at 1:11 is going to be the winner. Farrell won over at 595 after the red light start. Andrew Sturck up this time in his orange Mustang, 626 dial in for the Canuck. And the orange Camaro over here on the Motor State lane, Aiden Lutzke, 649. 627 for Andrew getting the win there as Lutzke breaks out by 0.09 of a second. Pretty tight stripe, only about 100th there as Aiden's won over 0:21 to 0:29 at the tree. And Sturck will move on to the next round. Here's Steve Tennant and his Mustang coming up on the Motor State side. The all red machine, dialed 612. Justin Daniels, he will be in the Chevrolet Camaro. I believe that's actually the Bowman Camaro there, so we might have a car number discrepancy, but 602 the dial in on the FTI side. Better start here going to the Camaro regardless of who's driving it. 604 is going to get the win, 2 over at 111 after the 004 light. Tennant breaking out by 9 thou with a 611 at 111. Here's Kenny Underwood. And I don't have the driver data here on file for the red Mustang, but it's dialed 615 on the FTI side. Kenny with the 594, and they are almost had a race there to see who could stage first. Underwood gets in last. They're ready. 2 wheels in the air, launches, and a red light start for the Mustang by 9 thou. The driver of the Ford fouls out. Underwood, 500ths under the dial in there. 589 at 117 on the 94 dial. And Kenny was 017 at the tree. AGA Buchanan and Toby Croning will be up next. 014 to 008. Advantage going to Buchanan's Ford. At the finish line, AJ's going to be the winner. 588, 2 over at 112. 23 thousandths MOV. 604, 3 off for Croning. And he was 14 green. Tyler Clark comes back up with the Chevrolet Lumina, 562. And Travis Marlin, a 704 on the FTI side. And these guys could have stayed home and did this. Both of them from northern Michigan. And compete up at NMD regularly. A couple of weekly racers up there that come visit us every year here for the 50 grand during the World Super Pro Challenge. Getting set to go. Tyler, the last one to bump in with Illumina, and he's ready. Travis off and running. Here comes Tyler. 4th hour apart. Reaction time. Travis gets the win with the S10. 7:05, 1 over at 95 miles per hour. A 12 thousandths margin of victory in a tight race there. They were 019 to 023. Clark 564, 2 over the number at 123. And that'll bring up Ed Nemick and Jeff Burtis. Big wheels in the air launch for Burtis. Nemiec with a much better light though, 001, and almost 500ths of a second better start. Gets the win with a 529, 1 over at 132. Burtis, 576, breaking out at 117. Brett McKay, Scott Allen on the starting line next. Allen the El Camino, 598. McKay, 589 for the Camaro. .007 light for Scott Allen. Win light though for McKay, 589 and 117 by 200ths of a second. He moves on to round number 3. Scott, after a little bit of a crossed up lead there, comes up with a 603 on the 598 dial. I don't think maybe could cover the number, and McKay's going to get the win, move on to the next round. Scott Barron, New York-based firefighter with his Mopar, 647 dial in, and Chevy S10 over on the FTI side of the racetrack, 590 dial in. Apparently Doug Foley Jr. at the wheel of the S10 truck. .005 and .006 leaves there in that pair. Dead on 0 for Doug Foley. A 5 thousandths package is the best of the round, if I recall back in my mind here. In a 3 thousandths margin of victory in a great race there. Barron was dead on 2. 647 after a 006 light would have beaten, I think, just about every other competitor this round except for the guy that was the underlane in that pair. Wow. Chuck Bohannon, 638. Wheels in the air launch here, trying to chase down Michigan racer Tom Bray. Bohannon, the Kentucky driver, runs 637 and wins it on a double breakout. Bray, 694. He's 7th thou under. After an 018 light, had the better start. But Bohannon and his wagon move on to the next round. Brandon Lang, 579. Greg McCurry, 610. Red light start for Brandon Lang. Z fouls out by 8 thousandths. McCurry, 023, 609, 1 under at 109 to move on. 583 after the red light for Brandon. Andrew Heineck comes back up his second entry, 603, the dial in. As he's also marching on in no box. Chris Kozlik will be heads up with him in this pair with the Chevy S10, also dialed to 603. Big wheels up lead for Kozlik, and he's going to be the winner here. Foul start for Andrew, and a 603 dead on 5, a 15 thousandths package for Chris Kozlik to move on to the next round in the Smith S10. 602 under by 6 thou after the red light start for Andrew in the Vega. John Boss, Kent City, Michigan, 74-year-old racer in the white Camaro on the FTI side. Face off with auto repair shop owner Ted Dunham from Forest, Ontario, Canada. 573 for the 78 Trans Am. Off the mark they go. Boss in big trouble here as he misses the green light by 0.2 of a second. 594 for Dunham as he had that one well in hand. 101 mile per hour moves on. John Boss with trouble with the bottom bulb. Well, top bulb really in this case, but missed it by a ton. 634 is also under, and that's a 3-time loser. Left last, got there second. Broke out. Not textbook. Dave McChesney, 629, and Shelby Hoffmeyer, 612. Off the mark they go. Ford Mopar battle. Better start for Shelby. 006. And the win light. 613. 1 over at 109. 630. 1 over for Dave. But 041 gave up almost 0.04 of a second. Little maintenance on the starting line. BJ Bennett and Chris Fleener set to go. Triple zero light for BJ Bennett. A perfect reaction time, and he is dead on 2. 642. Triple zero light. 102 the speed. That's how it's done. Fleener 577, under by a couple of hundredths, and he was 27 in reaction time. Dave Vanderbrook, or rather James Vanderbrook in this case, Motor State Lane, 607 to dial in for the Orange Chevelle. And Derek Chesney with a 73 Duster for the transplanted Tennessean from up here in Michigan, 649. Oh, Darren was late. Vanderbrook with the advantage. And the win, 610 on the 07 dial in at 106. Oh, Darren McChesney, just unlike him there, let go late. And he is 3 over at 652 at 102 for the loss in that one. Clint Bailey and Pete Brown up next. Clint Bailey, Pete Brown. Clint with a better light. Oh, but he gets there. Takes a 10th at the stripe and breaks out by 3 thou. Pete 540 on the 34 dial. He's over but safe. 129 to speed. We'll move on to round number 3 as he gets the win in a rather ugly race. Clint under by 0.03 of a second after taking a 10th at the finish line. Tom Whitaker 532 in the orange Camaro. 610 for Warren Smith in the Mustang. Here we go. 13 to a 17 green. Good lights for both guys. 610 gets it done for Warren Smith. He is dead on 2 for a 15 thousandths. Package there at 111 miles per hour and a 2 thousandths margin of victory. As Whitaker was dead on, 532 with a 0 and 17th the tree. And again, that's a run that would have won a lot of pairs in this round. It comes up short. The next pair comes up, Andrew Taylor in the white S10, 639. And the purple Duster, I don't have the driver info for, but a 712 dial in on the FTI side. I believe that's Eric Doobie from No Box up here with his second entry, 712. Flicker in the bottom bulb, flicker, flicker, flicker. It's on solid, and they are away. Doobie, after all that flickering, comes up with 0.02 of a second advantage in reaction time. And he'll be the winner by 0.06 of a second. 7:15, 3 over at 94. Andrew Taylor had the closer numbers, 6:40, 1 over after a 44 light, though. Gave it up back here at the starting line. Here's Wes May and Mike Ungst. Eagle Michigan-based Camaro, 560, and a 650 for Wes May. Big wheels in the air launch for Wes. Better light, though, to Ungst. And Mike's going to get the win light. Dead on 9. Good run, 560 at 128 miles per hour and only 100th at the finish line. A 008 reaction time to Wes May's 012. May comes up with a 651 run. It's 1 over with a 5 and 101. Cool looking pair in a starting line. Just interesting bodies that just really, really cool diversity bracket racing has when it comes to the cars and what people compete with. Stan Jones Jr. and the 69 vet. 591 dial in. Charlie Hama, 94 Olds Cutlass, former Pro Stock car. 483 dial in on the Motor State side. Two very cool race cars. Off and running and 2 good green lights. Oh, Jones, it looks like the hood just came off from the vet. The hood or the deck lid, as I just happened to glance over and seen it flying through the air. And a 485 win there for Charlie Hama. 2 over after a 004 light. Jones there looked like he stayed in it and tried to win the race. 594, only a 111 though the speed. 18 thousandths margin of victory going to Charlie. As Jones was only 3 over the dial in, though. Never 004 to 013 and put up a good race to the finish line. 18 thousandths the margin of victory going to Hama and the Olds. Just hate to see anybody damage the race cars after I just kind of rambled on a little bit about how good looking both of them are, and then Jones ends up losing a piece off the vet. Ricky Adkins, Craig Skinner come up next. 6:57 for the Pontiac Trans Am. And Adkins with that wild little truck will dial 481 on the FTI side. Red light start for Skinner as he fouls out by 1/10 of a second. Adkins off and running after an 0-10 light. Comes up with a 481 at 145 miles per hour. Tracy Muchler, 626, and Tori Fories, 711 on the Motor State side. Muchler getting a win there after Tony went red. 625 on the 26 dial in. 709 as Tony was under on both ends. And that'll bring up Tom Bueller and Connor Jensen. 598 and a 619. .023, .027, and a 598 win for Connor Jensen. He goes dead on one at 112 miles per hour. Bueller under by 7 thou at a 618 on a 19 dial in at 110. Ted Barnes, 72 Datsun, 662 dial in, and a 616 for Tom Jones. Or rather, Stacy, I believe, might be driving today. 616 dial in, 004 in a tree. Wind light, though, is going to come on for the Canadian Datsun. 662, dead on zero at 101. Stacy got down there first by 5 thousandths of a second, or rather by 28. And was under by 5 thousandths of a second, breaking out after a 004 reaction time. Barnes moving on to round number 3. And that'll bring up Steve Vandersloot in a Roadster, 509. And Kelly Smith, 629 dial in on the Motor State side of the racetrack. .001, .003, two great reaction times. Vandersloot, 5:10, 135 gets the win by a couple of hun. And that couple of hun was Kelly Smith running over his dial in. 631 on the 29 at 104. And .001 and .003 at the start. What has been a very competitive second round. Keith Elsel comes up on the Motor State side, 584. And Jared Ledford on the FTI side, 616 to dial in. I believe that's Jared's gal in the car. .023 to .018. Wind light on for Helsel, 584. Dead on 3 at 119. And Amelia with a 616. She's dead on 5 at 110. Puts up a good fight. .023 reaction time. Comes up 7 thou short at the stripe. Helsel moving on to round number 3. Jeff Serra on the Overkill Motorsports GMC Sonoma 570. And Andrew Christofferson, a 609 dial in on the FTI side. Purple, red, and white run stickers. Purple, red, and white run stickers. All colors called for door cars here for round number 2. Purple, red, and white all been called here for round number 2 of door cars on their first entry. .012 to 014, and another good race shaping up. Win light's going to go to Sarah, 571, 117, 1 over. And a 608 for Andrew Christofferson, breaking out by 0.03 of a second. And Neil Swain, 568, gets ready to face off with Mike O'Rourke. The truck driver from South Rockwood, Michigan, 550 dial in FTI side for the Pretty Blue Camaro. And Neil with the 2016 Jeep CJ7 or Jeep CJ9 Roadster, 568. .004 reaction time for O'Rourke. Handles Neil at the other end of the racetrack as well. 551, 124. Takes the win by a couple of hun. Neil won over with a 569, 116. He was 24 green, gave up 0.02 of a second reaction time. Joe Samelik, Beaverton, Michigan, rolling out of the water box here with that little Carmen Gia, 565 dial in, and a 575 over here for the, I believe that's the Seabright Camaro being wheeled by Rich Van Els. 575, 565, 1/10 of a second different in their dial-ins. They both stayed simultaneously in their away, and a red light start for Joe. 0.12 of a second under the green light. Comes up with a 564 under the 565 dial-in. Van Els goes 578, 119 for the win after an 0.29 reaction time. And Jacob Eccles and Tim Stout come up next. .021, 026. Tim Stout gets the win, 672, 98 miles per hour, as both drivers are way over their dial-ins. 695 and the 87 for Eccles, and Stout by about 0.03 of a second ends up saying, I'll take this, and then moves on to round number 3. Sam Manuel, 74 Noma, 7 flat dial-in on the Lane Automotive side. And Jason Hicks and Knowles back up here again with a 685 dial-in. .010 reaction time and a win there for Sam, a 704 on the 7 flat dial-in, 91 the speed, and about 0.03 at the stripe. 687 for Hicks was 2 over, and he was 58 at the tree. Jason Hemmerline comes up next, 506 dial-in on the FTI side, and he'll face off with the roadster of Scott Taylor, 479. Hammerline and Taylor. Two good green lights again. Win light's going to go to Jason as Taylor breaks out by 14 thou. Jason goes 5:06, dead on 2 after a double away light and even 100th of a second total there at 136. That'll bring up the next pair, though, as Hammerline moves on to round number 3. All colors have been called here for door cars in round number 2 for their first entry. Mike O'Rourke Jr., 594, hopes to do the same thing as Dad did a few pairs ago, and that's punch a win ticket to move on to the third round. Danny Angel's going to stand in his way here. Northern Michigan-based Mustang. 005 to 011, advantage to O'Rourke in a good race. Gets the win, 596, 2 over with a 1 at 115. 616, Danny's under by 4 thou at 108. Skylar Drews in the Calais, 586. Jeff Jakewish in the S10, 592. Jakewish with the wheels in the air. Had a 008 light. He's going to get the win. 595 on a 92. Dial in at 110. Played the finish line safe there. 35 thousandths margin of victory for the win. 587, 100 for Skylar, but was a little late on the starting line by half a tenth. Dustin Loynes, 579. And Corey Mikas nearly heads up here. Corey at the wheel of his dad, Steve. Rally Nova, that was the 50K winner here a couple of years back. Corey with a slightly better light and the win. 584 for the Ransom Racer Nova. Had 115 mile per hour the speed, about 300ths at the finish line there. 584 for Dustin, as he's 500ths over at 118 mile per hour at the stripe. Cody Height was in the late rounds last evening with Ugly Betty, 632 dial in. Vance Brown, winner up here 4th of July weekend, getting his first ever winner's circle pick with the Brown family racing Mustang, or no, Monte Carlo rather, 557 dial in. Vance on the motor side of the racetrack, the Malibu of Cody Height, FTI lane. Cody's got the better start with a 006 leave. He'll be the winner, 1 over with a 633 at 106. Again, about 300ths the margin of victory at the stripe. Vance goes dead on 1 with a 557, but was 56 green and gave up 500 back here. Comes the Martin family racing team. I'm guessing this is Cody, or maybe it's Alyssa again. She was in no box, but a 606 dial in, FTI side. Shauna Stone, Elkhart, Indiana. Vintage Trailers gang. She will dial 6 flats, the quicker of the two. The battle of S10s. .013, 016, win light on for the Martins. 607, 1 over at 112. 23 thousandths margin of victory there. Shano 013 was 3 thou better, but 604. 4 over the number at 110. Another S10 on the starting line, or rather this S15, the 85 GMC. 636 dial in for Mark Daniels, South Boardman, Michigan. And Michelle Taylor in a 65 Malibu, 545. .003 and a lot of ripping towards the finish line there as Michelle was just kind of handling him. 5.50, 122 for the Malibu. 17, she tightened it up to 17 thou at the stripe. Daniel 6.39, and he was 0.39 in reaction time. Michelle moving on. Roy St. Dennis in the Cutlass. And I believe Scott Erickson, as the tire smoke all clears away. That's the Undertaker Camaro, 5.55 dial in. St. Dennis with a 5.24. .006 is a pair. Wind light on. 5.24. Roy St. Dennis is dead on for a 12 thou package and 132. And a 2 thou margin of victory as Erickson is also dead on. A 5.55.8 at 125 and another good race. Will Crawford, Sean Carver, the next pair. Final call, all colors, door cars. Final call, all colors, door cars. Sean Carver, Will Crawford. Foul start for Carver. Goes red by a couple of hun. Finish line Crawford under his dial, 5.15, 134. Carver 570 on the 63 dial, misses it on both ends. Gary Fleener, runner-up yesterday in his Camaro, and his good buddy David Lanning. The electrical guy, wires race cars. His S10's dialed 652. Need double-entered dragsters to 7 and 8, please. First call, double-entered dragsters. We need you drivers for your second entry back to lane 7 and 8, please. .005 and .009, 569 for Gary Fleener. Gets the win on a double breakout at 120 miles per hour. Moving on to round number 3, David goes 652. He breaks out by 200s at 104 after a .005 reaction time. Kyle Stockwell on the Malibu wagon, 615. Kurt Harrington will dial 611 with the Chevette on the FTI side. Good lead for Harrington. He's got the better start. After a wheels in the air launch, he runs 8 thou under, but he'll be the winner. 610 in a double breakout win, 110 the speed. Stockwell 612 with a 7. 23 thousandths under at 108. And Namer 012 to 016. Jeff Wistinghausen, excuse me, back up with the Vega wagon. Running this black Camaro in no box. He'll take on Aaron Vale in this pair. 618 to dial in for the 73 Trans Am. .031, 051 advantage Wistinghausen. Double breakout window going to Vale. 617, 4 thou under at 104 moving on. 5 thou under Wistinghausen. And the difference in reaction time was the difference at the stripe and a further breakout for the Vega panel wagon. And that puts Aaron into round number 3. Mike Stokes, 542. Going to be chasing down Tom Artakis, about a second behind. With a 646, will be leaving first with a Dakota. .012 late for Tom Artakis, and the former 50K champ is going to move on with a 646.7. Dead on 7 run. Gets the win in that pair. Joe Bowman will come up in the Roadster here on the Motor State side. 525 dial in, and Bug McCarty back up with the Blazer with a 598. Another great lead from McCarty. Carries the front wheels out like 150 feet. He goes dead on 5, too, to get the win there, as he had the better light by 13 thou. 027 to Joe's 040, and Joe's one over at 526, 129. McCarty moving on to round number 3. Austin Bennett, the 70 Nova from right up the road in Greenville, Michigan. Josh Cull, Romulus, Michigan-based Chevy S10 down by the Detroit Metro Airport. 621 to dial in. He is the quicker of the two. A lot of tire spin there for Cull, and he turns it red by 22 thousandths. 029 green, 639 for the win. 106 miles per hour for Austin. Cull one over with a 0, 622 at 111. Fred Squires and his 68 Nova comes up with a 623. And Texan Terry Stewart with a 551 FTI side. Squires and Stewart making their way to the stripe. Win light on. Motor State Lane, the right side. 623 is dead on after 010 light. That's a 13 total run for the win. Terry goes 553, 2 over after an 028 leave. Bill Swain in that pretty East Texas race car, NHRA style super stocker. And Andrew Sturck, the 63 vet, 551 to a 555, nearly heads up. Billy with a 555 dial in will leave first. Big lead there for Billy. Carried the front end on the bumper there for quite a ways. Stepped on the brake, the stripe. He runs dead on, but it's not good enough. I'll tell you what, 019, dead on 1, a 200s package gets put away. That's like probably the 4th or 5th time we've seen a really good run of 200s or less get knocked out of competition here in round number 2. 552, Sturka's 006, and gets the win by 3 thou. Very competitive racing here. The 10K here on Friday at the World Super Pro Challenge. Will Steckley, 565 dial in for Steck, past world champion. in his Mopar. Mike Kozlik, longtime local racer here in the Western Michigan area. Motor State Lane with the S10. 634 dial in, and they're both in the teens in reaction time. 012, 017. Steckley's going to get the win. 571 and only 110. 300ths margin of victory at the stripe. Kozlik a 10th over at 644 at 103. Jeff Alexander comes up to face Andy Wingo. Two more local competitors here to the Mid-Michigan Motor Flex. Wingo's got the better light, but got a little crossed up, but he's going to get the win. 544 at 124. And he was 600ths better in reaction time as Jeff just flat missed it. Run 6 flat on the 99 dial in at 114. And Andy gets the win, and he'll move on to round number 3. Bill Smith and the Alexander Vega comes up behind Jeff in this pair to face off with Canadian Don Vincelli in that cool 67 Corvette. 608 to 609, they are nearly heads up. Six 013 reaction time and a 613 win there for Vincelli at 112. Moves on to the next round. BS with an identical 613. No, he was 057 at the tree and missed it. Gary Williams, Tyler McCurry come up as we return back to Dragsters here at round number 2. These are the double entered cars coming back up with their second entry. .014 to .043. Williams with 3 at the tree and gets the win with a 475 at 137. Tyler 483 at 132 in the loss. Ryan Sparks comes up, or rather this is one of the Duffy girls, correct? Back to that 1X9 versus non-1X9 problem. Chelsea Duffy from Canada, 477 FTI side. And Courtney Grease from Vermillion, Ohio, Moas Chassis Dragster with a supercharger, 412 dial in on the Motor State side. Final call, double entered Dragsters. You drivers are on the starting line now. We need you in the staging lanes. Final call, double entered Dragsters, your second entry. Thou apart in reaction time. Courtney with a win. 412 rather, at 170 miles per hour for a 17 thousandths margin of victory. 200ths over for Duffy at 479 at 145. Double entered door cars. Need you drivers to start making your way back to the staging lanes. Double entered door cars, your second entry. Back to the staging lanes, please. Right now, Ryan Sparks is back with his 1X93 entry. 435 dial in Motor State side. And Jordan Crow Another Canadian racer, 465 dial in, will be Sparks' opposition here. The tree fires an arrow away. Red light, good night for Ryan Sparks. He's 21 thou on the red side, runs 436 at 159, legging it out to the finish line one over. 465's dead on 9 for Jordan at 148, and he was 007 green. Would have been tough to beat there with a 16 thousandths total run. Carly Duffy now comes up on the FTI side. She will dial 485. Brittany Ulmer, content creator. And, chassis builder extraordinaire at American Race Cars. Britt will dial 473. She is on the Motor State side in this girl-on-girl fight here. 015, 009. The two ladies put up a good race. 474, one over at 141 for a 15 thousandths margin of victory going to Brittany. 488, 3 over for Carly at 141. Final call for 50-50. Final call for 50-50. Go see Lisa Gramlich. She is down on the patio, the little wooden deck there in front of the tower on the left side of the racetrack. Final call for 50-50. Go see Lisa Gramlich down there on the patio in front of the left side tower. 008 red light, 300ths under for Mike Bloomfield. 422, Kirby McLennan gets the win there after a 004 light. 166 miles per hour. 435 for Bloomfield on the 38 dial and 8 thousandths red light. Troy Williams Jr. comes up here against Ernie Goodson. One last time, final call for 50-50. Go see Lisa Gramlich down there on the little patio dock in front of the left side tower. She will be there through the rest of this round. Round number 2 of competition here. Red light start for Ernie Goodson. He's 15th thou on the red side. Runs dead on 6 with a 504 run. Doesn't help him at all, though. 458 for Troy Williams Jr. is 2 thou under at 151, and he will move on to round number 3. Jared Ledford, 445. And a 465 for the insurance man, Steve Smith. Shelby Township, Michigan, Motor State Lane, the all black machine. '19, 026. Win light on for Steve Smith, 466, 136. 447 for Jared, 2 over, and 026 reaction time. 200ths the margin of victory at the stripe. John Parks comes back up. Ultra Tech Race Cars and Scoggin Dickey Performance Center Race Shop. 20-degree big block Chevy here putting up some big numbers. 438 the dial in, FTI side of the racetrack. Melissa Burns will be over here on the Motor State side. 488 the dial in, one bulb apart in the handicap at the Christmas tree. .006 red for Melissa. John Parks gets the win as he is 007 green and then runs 436 at 159 miles per hour. Burns with a 489 after the red light at 140. Nick Lakeys and Justin Harrington, 478 and 497. Nicola Keys, 019, 059, 400's better, and the win. 478, one over at 139. Harrington, 7th thou under, up 496 at 136. Derek Gilman, Craig Skinner come back up. .453, 146. After a 002 light gets the win on the Motor State side by 8 thousandths of a second. Another good race. Gilman won over at 441 after an 015 light. Had 156 the speed. Bob Birkenschneider, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania based Phantom Dragster, 484 dial in. And Lane Ledford, another tough competitor. It's been in the winner's circle a time or two. The young man over here on the Motor State side, 466 dial in. .004 for Lane Ledford's got the edge. Birkenschneider, though, is going to take him down. 484, dead on 6 at 133. He had an 021 reaction time. Lane was 17 thou better and comes up with a 470 at 142. Not quite running a number, gave up the stripe on the 66 dial end. Scott Hornline, 485. Face Bailey Ferraro and the Scott Taylor owned Dragster on the Motor State lane, 472. Red light start for Hornline. Minus .009. Bailey 011, 469 for the win. 155. Hornline under by 2 thou at 484. Dominic Ciancarelli, Lavelle, Quebec, and Trevor Deeks as a pair of Canadians duke it out here. An Ontario versus Quebec matchup. .015, .023, 452 with a 153 for an 8 thousandths margin of victory and another good race. As Dominic was dead on with a 442 at 156, and 023 at the starting line and another good race. Chase McKay. And the Bohannon Dragster comes back up on the FTI side. 457 dial in for Tyler. Red light start for McKay, as he is 8th thou under his green light. 005, 481, shutting off early at 115 for Tyler, as he will move on to round number 3. McKay also lifting early with a 455 on the 39 dial in. Comes Ted Barnes back up with that little Canadian Datsun. I'd consider it to be like a Japanese version of a Dodge Colt. That's what those things always reminded me of. You know what the torque converter cores for most of these 8 inches that we use in these race cars comes from? Like a 72 Datsun. Yeah, torque converter guy told me that. Justin Daniels, 521 dial in, Motor State Lane. 662 for Barnes. And the little Japanese Colt's going to go to the next round. 662 with a 9, 99 miles per hour the speed. Daniels won over 522 at 128. And a great run there for Barnes. 001 dead on. And Steve Height, 581. Tim Stout, 667, Motor State side. Actually, I think it was a Toyota Corolla that those scores come out of, but Height and Stout, 5 thou apart in reaction time. 582, one over at 113, 7 thousandths margin of victory. A lot of good racing here. 669 for Tim, 2 off 101, and he was 20 at the tree. Not good enough, and Craig Eberhardt and New Yorker Scott Barron come up. 646 for the Mopar and the Motor State side. Craig Eberhardt in the Roadster for the mechanic from Langsburg, Michigan. 549. Red light start for Barron. Fouls out by 3 thou. Trying hard. 549 dead on 6 for Eberhard. He was 021 to start, and he will move on to round number 3. Barron with a 48 on the 46 dial after the 3 thou foul. Brett Williamson back up again with the 57 Chevy. 577 to dial in. Heads up with Chris Fleener. 86 Z28 Camaro. 577 as well. Big wheels in the air launch for Fleener. A little wheel shimmy when it touches down, but he's in it and he wins it. 578, 119 after an 017 light. Gave Brett a little bit of a lesson on the starting line with a hole shot. A couple of hundredths better in reaction time. Williamson, 7 thou under at 576 at 121. Comes up a little bit short here again. Warren Smith, Jeff Sanchez, the next pair. All right, red light start for Warren Smith. Fouls out by 8 thou. Jeff Sanchez, 026 and a dead-on run. 618 at 110 for the Chevy 2. Warren under on both ends as he runs an 07 on the 10 dial-in. And Toby Croning and Andrew Taylor come up in a battle of S10s. Croning in the blue machine, 602 the dial. Taylor, 639 in the white machine. 009 and 008 at the tree in a good race. Croning, 603, 1 over for the win at 110. Taylor, 638, breaks out by 6 thou. And Toby moves on to the next round of competition. Blaine Anderson, 601, 3/10 of a second head start going to Kelly Smith and his S10 on the Motor State side. Off the mark they go, 14 thou apart. Anderson Scott command of the race. And the win, dead on, 6:01.9 at 111. Takes out a tough competitor there. 11 thousandths margin of victory at the stripe as Kelly goes dead on with a 6:31.6. And he was 35 at the tree. Blaine was 0:21, and we'll move on to round number 3. Another pair of S10s on the line now. Gen 1, Gen 2, Jeremy Bargo from Kentucky with a 6:08 dial in. Aiden Farrell this time on the FTI side of the racetrack, 596. Oh boy, Aiden just left on nothing. Went to put it on the deck and may not even had it in low gear. He gets the LB3A, an automatic disqualification. Bargo runs it through on basically a time trial. He was 028 green and runs 610 on the 08 dial-in. 111 to speed to move into round number 3 on a freebie there. Zayden coast across the finish line at 29 miles per hour and make the first turnoff down there at a snail's pace while the next pair of drivers sit in the water box. Skylar Drews, Steve Tennant, 586 and a 612. .003, 071. Steve missed the tree. Skylar was almost perfect and backs into him for a 594 win at 105 miles per hour. 10 and a 619 after being a little tardy at the starting line. Skylar moves on to round number 3. Ricky Adkins and Craig Skinner in the Trans Am, 655. Ricky on a 481. Skinner off and running, 014 on both sides. 655, and Skinner scores a bit of an upset there. Dead on one, 014, 15 thou total. As Ricky is 483, 2 over at 142 for the loss. Mike O'Rourke the dad that is, 551 dial in, the blue Camaro. And Andy's back up here again with the S10 pickup, Motor State side, 710. Six thou apart in their reaction times. Advantage to O'Rourke by a hair. The win, though, is going to go to the S10. And I would call that a little bit of an upset. And only probably about his 4th outing or so. He's going on to the next round with a 7-11, the biggest weekend of the year here at the Mid-Michigan Motorplex. 1 over and a double 07 finish line. O'Rourke, 553 at 119. May have cut him loose there and gave up the stripe. Connor Jensen, 598, and the second-generation racer in this car. His dad, Jason, at the wheel back in 2017 or 18, I'd say. Was in the winner's circle for the 50K. Tough competitor from the northern Michigan area, Kyle Kidder, Motor State side, 658 dial in for the Nova. Oh, Kyle proves it there. 001 reaction time. He's in control by 300ths. 1 over for the win, 6:59 at 99 miles per hour, an 18 thousandths margin of victory at the stripe. Connor runs dead on, 598 with a 1 at 111, was 35 at the tree and gave up a little over 300ths. Kenny Underwood next up. The Bohannon Wagon, FTI side, 637. Underwood, 594. Foul start for Bohannon. Goes red by 23 thousandths. Kenny's 018, 590 at 117. Ran a 94 in the 89 dial in the first entry. Dialed up to a 94. Comes back and runs a 90. Chasing a dial in, it seems like a little bit there. 635 at 105 for Bohannon. 2 under after the red light. Wes May, 650. 1 bulb even. The handicap here is Jeff Alexander and the Monzo dial 6 flat on the Motor State side. All right, as Alexander and May get staged up here, I want to put out a final call for double entered door cars. If you were not in the lanes for your second entry for round number 2, you are about to miss it. Final call, double entered door cars. First call, no box. 8 cars remain. Need you drivers back to the staging lanes for round number 3 for pairings. Final call, double door cars for round 2. And first call, round number 3, no box. 599. Alexander breaks out by a thou after a 002 light. Wes May would have been tough anyway. 010, 651, 1 over for the win. Dustin Loins, C-Tech Performance, Pontiac Firebird. Big winner at the bracket finals in Indy a few years ago and got to make the trip out to Pomona where he was runner-up there against the other 6 divisions across the country for the NHRA Pro Bracket Championship. Dustin, a tough competitor, FTI side of the racetrack, 586 dial in. Steve Arclette, 656 for the 87 Buick Regal. 005 light for Dustin. Ripping the throttle big time at the stripe. Comes up with a 593 win at 104 miles per hour. And takes the stripe by 1,000th of a second. Parquette 659 at 106 after an 044 light. Chris Kozlik, Brett McKay. Kozlik 603 the dial in. McKay 589. Motor State side of the racetrack for the Camaro. They're ready. Good leads for both guys. Slight advantage, Kozlik. Smith S10 is going to get the winning ticket this time. 604, 1 over at 111. An 018 light, McKay 034, and he's under by 6 thou. 588 at 117. Here's Gary Williams back up with the Overkill GMC. Ken Hansen will be his opponent here with the Impala. 843 dial in, leaving first by almost 3 full seconds. Long two-step there for Gary Williams. He maintains his composure and puts up an 012 light and hammers Hansen on the starting line. 572 for the victory, 114. Backs into him for a 23 thousandths margin of victory. Hansen goes dead on, 843 to the 1, but was 71 on a tree and gave up too much. Doug Foley Jr. back up with his S10. Jared Bennett, 637, Motor State side of the racetrack. 66 Chevy 2. Off the line, big wheel stand for Foley. Gets it reeled back in, gets the win. 590 dead on 6, 111 the speed after an 014 light and carried it a long ways down the racetrack. Bennett 635, 17 thou under to 106 in the loss in that pair. James Vanderbrook 607, Motor State side of the racetrack. And Danny Angel back up with his second entry in the Ruby Mustang 616. Good lights for both guys. 009, 011. Danny runs dead on 4. A 15 total package there. 616, 108, 011. Vanderbrook, 605 with a 7. Breaking out after a 009 leave. All right, I believe that's David Lanning in the green S10. 650 dial in on the FTI side. Here's that red Mustang again. I'm not sure about the driver data for, but dial 615 from the Motor State side of the racetrack. All right, Jake Clayton's the driver of the Mustang. Wheels in the air, launch. He gives up 2,000 over the landing at the start. Oh, but he's going to get the win. Jake runs 615. Dead on 3. 13 total at 110 for a 7,000ths margin of victory. Landing 008, 2,000 better. 1 over. And the Mustang will get the winning time slip in that pair. Aaron Vale comes up with his Trans Am, 617. CJ Yeager up from Ohio. .707 dial in. Both guys off the mark, about 100th apart. Vale this time is going to get the win. 618, 1 over 105 by an even 100th of a second. CJ runs 708 on the 07 dial and 94 mile per hour for the Omega. Cody Height back up with Ugly Betty. 633. And Josh Call with the S10, 622. Missing 2 cars for round number 3 of no box. 2 cars missing for round number 3 of no box. Pretty even start. Less than 100th apart. Breakout for Cody and a win light on for Call. 622 is dead on 3 at 111. After an 024 reaction time, Cody was a little better at 015, but under by 3 thou. Michelle Taylor and AJ Buchanan. Another champion at the bracket finals and one of the tough competitors at Summit Motorsports Park in Norwalk. Buchanan, 68 Mustang. Former ride that's seen a lot of laps and the old modified eliminator in the IHRA. 586 dial in on the Motor State side. Michelle with a 546 for the Malibu. 004 for Buchanan. Better start and the win light. He is dead on. 586, 113. 004. 10 thousandths total. Moves on to round number 3. Michelle under with a 544 at 127. Mike Stokes and Tom Martakis, the battle of Mopars. Stokes and a challenger, 544. Tom Martakis Jr., 646 for the Dakota pickup. They're ready. Good lights for both drivers. 008 and 016. Martakis dead on with a 117 total. 646 at 104 and a 2,000 stripe. Stokes won over with a 1, 545, 125. Ray Scott Taylor, Donnie Hagar come up. 477. Donnie going off the bottom, 623. Motor State side with the green Vega. Round 3 dragsters, all colors. Round 3 dragsters, all colors. Need you drivers to the staging lanes now. Round 3 dragsters, all colors. All right, Donnie bumps it in as both drivers taking their time to stage. Taylor doesn't hold him up. They're ready. Off and running. 005. Taylor answers with an 014. Donnie gets a win light. 626. On the 23 dial in at 108 by an even hundredth of a second. Taylor 3 over. 480 at 132. He was 014. Donnie with a 005. Ed Nemec. Russ Sparks. Door car versus dragster battle here. Not sure which one of these two was sitting on a bye, but I believe this is our last pair here for round number 2. Nemec 528 and a Corvette, past 50K champ. New Yorker Russ Sparks dialed 446 in a dragster. Great lights on both sides, 11 and 13. Ed Nemec, 0006, margin of victory, 529, 1 over at 132. Sparks, 1 over with a 2, 447 at 150. The difference being that tiny little hole shot for Nemec and the Corvette, 011 to 013. Gets the win for him there, as Russ was 2 thou better in ET. Great race to wrap up round number 2, and a lot of great racing that round. We have the third round of no box on the starting line. We're down to, let's see, 16, 32, 16, 8. Round number 3 at 8 cars remain for no box. $2,000 going to the winner, and they will move into what will be round number 6 later on here this evening. In the quest to win $10,000 here on day number 2. 32nd Annual World Super Pro Challenge at the Mid-Michigan Motorplex. All right, getting started here with round number 3. If you're listening at home, thank you for tuning in on Drag Racer TV. We're getting set for third round of eliminations here for 10K Friday, the World Super Pro Challenge at the Mid-Michigan Motorplex. Event t-shirts, by the way, if you're in the stands or out and about or participating this weekend. 32nd annual t-shirts. Got the red S10 in them from last year with the Bloomfields in the winner's circle. Available at the souvenir booth and the Sunoco Race Fuel Station. Trackside apparel building behind the grandstands. Here we go. Round number 3, no box to start things off. Kyle Yatko, Motor State Lane, 613 dial in for the 86 Daytona. And Alex Shealy, I don't know where he came up with this 79 Camaro. If that's the old Road Warrior car that he had from a few years ago with multicolored paint and primer and red and blue and all kinds of different stuff going on for graphics, whether it was intentional or not or by design, but it's all white now. And he will be loving life if he can just hang on for a couple of more rounds and then maybe roll into the rest of the class in his quest for $10,000 today. Alex has got the advantage at the starting line by a couple of hun. Yatko, the wheels in the air, chasing him down. Alex is going to get the win. He is probably beating the steering wheel off the shaft in that Camaro. 654 on the 51 dial in, 103. 12 thousandths margin of victory there. Yatko 615, 2 over at 109. And was 44 at the tree, and Alex tattooed him there a little bit. And that excited young man will be moving on to the semifinals in no box. Tracy Muchler comes up now. I almost said Evan. 627 dial in. The orange S10 facing off with Clint Bailey. 624. Almost heads up. .005, 028. Muchler with a better light. Muchler with a win as Tracy goes 630 at 106 for 3 thousandths, the margin of victory at the stripe. Clint went over with a 625 run at 108 with a Mopar. Scott Erickson, the Undertaker, dials triple nickels, 555, 602. Andrew Heinig in the red Vago here over on the Motor State side of the racetrack. Red light start for Andrew. Big puff of smoke for Erickson right there at the stripe, but he runs dead on. 555, 196. Might have been a little distracted when he seen the red bulb in the other lane, as he missed the tree by a ton. 601 under on both ends for Andrew. Gets trailered up here in round number 3. Todd Schmitz and his Camaro's 596 dial, and Emma Helsel hanging tough here in the third round. She comes up with the 743 dial in on the Motor State side with her Nova. Oh, red light start. Emma's going to move on to round number 4. Schmitz fouls out by 3 thou. And a 742 win for the Helsel gang, going wild. 742, 91 miles per hour. 596 after the red light for Todd at 113. All right, Dragster's coming up. First entry, round number 3. Chelsea Duffy and Steve Smith will be our first pair as the Dragsters start off their round number 3. Chelsea with a 478. Young lady from Amsterburg, Ontario, Canada. Steve Smith, 465. .014 to .019. Smith with a better light. Smith with a win as both drivers way over the dial ends. 482, 118. Problems for Chelsea, 508 and only 103. And she is stopped out there just past the quarter-mile finish line and the scoreboard. So we may take a moment here to have to retrieve Chelsea off the racetrack, as it appears as though she is getting out of the car. So we shut the two drivers off on the starting line. The next pair, Jordan Crow and Bailey Ferraro, wait patiently as the Mid-Michigan Motorplex starting line crew will head down with the Ranger and give Chelsea a tow off the racetrack. All right, Crow and Ferrero fired back up and staged and ready as Chelsea's clear of the racetrack. 005 and 010. 471, a double breakout win there. Ferrero gets the win light at 148. 463 on the 66 dial in for Jordan at 148. Takes the finish line by 15 thou and breaks out by about 300ths. Derek Gilman and Jeremy McCormick this time. 432, the dial in on the Motor State side for Jeremy. And Derek Gilman, 442 on the FTI side. Here we go. McCormick with a better start by 100th. Oh, he breaks out by 8 thou. Jeremy is under at a 443 win there for Derek Gilman. 149 mile per hour. And McCormick under by 8 thousandths of a second, even though Jeremy had the better light. Ernie Goodson, 504 FTI side. And Courtney Grease from Vermillion, Ohio, 412 dial in. All right, Grisey on the two-step, and she'll chase down Ernie Goodson. Win night, though, is going to go to Ern, 504, one over at 136. And he took it by 3 thousandths of a second as Courtney was charging on him hard at 171 miles per hour. Was 25 mile per hour faster at the stripe. Ernie with a little better light takes Courtney down at the finish line. Nick Leakey's, Paul Wolf will be the next pair. 477 and a 498. Keys with a couple of hundredths better reaction time. 479 the winner. Nick, 009 finish line. Paul Wolf won over at 499 on the 98 dial in. Bob Kelly, Kirby McLennan, 421 and a 504 for Bob. Oh, Kelly was late, big time. Kirby McLennan with a little over a tenth of a second advantage at the tree. Backs it down to a 428 at this finish line. 146 mile per hour to move on. Kelly won over at 505, but was dead late. Door cars to lane 7 and 8, please. First entry, door cars to lane 7 and 8. All right, Jeff Serra back up with the Overkill gang with a 470 dial in. Mike Zednik, local racer here up in northern Michigan, Petoskey. Up along Michigan's coastline. 62-year-old auto parts entrepreneur holding his own against Jeff Serra. Sednick's going to get the win. 014, 488's dead on with a 9, 140 miles per hour. Takes the win against the big gun there. 4,000ths margin of victory at the finish line. Serra 2 off. And probably let him take it. 472 at only 138 after a 006 light. Chris Stein and Trevor Deeks come up. The winner of our 50-50, attention in the pits, 50-50, get your tickets out. The ticket that is a winner is yellow. Miss Lisa Gramwich gave me this ticket. I didn't pull it on my own. I didn't donate. So this is totally unbiased, and the winner is going to get $772 that's stacked up in front of the announcers. Little platform that I have here. $772 going to yellow ticket number 290169. Again, 290169. I'll repeat that again in a second as soon as Stein and Deeks make their run here. Deeks with a better light. 451, a thou under, gets the win on a double breakout. Trevor Deeks, 150 mile per hour the speed. Stein, 409, 1 under at 173. Double breakout. Again, 50-50. Yellow ticket, 290169. 290169. Yellow ticket. The winner gets to claim $772 up here in race control. She might be in the pits now. Courtney Grisey. Courtney Grisey, you have someone waiting for you at the ticket booth. Courtney, I know you went down the track here a moment ago, but you have someone waiting for you at the ticket booth. Courtney Grisey. Front gate. Dan Davies and Brittany Almer on the starting line now. Try to discuss the difference between a ticket booth and a front gate and an ET shack. Double breakout win here going to Britt at 471.9, a thou under after an 012 light. Davies was 015, and kind of an interesting American race cars versus Diamond race cars battle there, and American's going to come out on top in a double breakout race for Brittany Almer. 471 to the 412, under by 6 thou for Dan Davies. And Jim Hamilton and Troy Williams Jr. come up. Motor State side of the racetrack. Hamilton 444, Troy 458. .017, .021, Hamilton with the advantage. 458, dead on 3 by 5 thou. Troy Williams Jr. gets the win in that pair. 445-2, 1 over for Hamilton. After being 4 thou better at the starting line. Jason Jensen, Melissa Burns. Jensen and Burns on the starting line. Jason Jensen, 002 to an 015's got the better start. And the wind light, 451 with a 6 at 149 miles per hour. By 12 thou gets the wind light. Melissa 1 over, 490 at 136. Foul start there on the Motor State side by 7 thousandths of a second. 445 dead on one for Jared Ledfors. He was 002 at the start and comes up with a 3 thousandths package. And we'll move on to round number 4. The Gramlich family racing team comes up on the FTI side, 478 dial in. 521 Justin Daniels on the Motor State side. Double breakout win for Daniels in that pair. 520 on the 21, under by 8 thou. Matt Gramlich under by 9 thou. 477-1 on the 78 dial in. Chris Conley, 479 on the FTI side. 50-50 has been claimed, and congratulations to Doug Smith. Just came up here and picked up his stack of cash for that winning ticket. 50-50 has been claimed. Anybody that needs a loan for a few hours, go see Doug Smith. Tom Bueller, 438 dial in and 013 reaction time. He's going to be the winner. 440 at 146. Takes it by an even hundredth. Chris Conley dead on, 479.2. Was 45 at the tree and a little late. Rob Perschneider. Mike Ferraro, Fort Lauderdale, Florida, 476 dial in on the Motor State side. All right, 486 going to get the win for Rob here at 140 miles per hour and a 11 thousandths margin of victory and another pretty good race. 478, 2 over at 143 after an 016 reaction time for Ferraro. John Parks, 437. For Ultratech and Scoggin Dickey Performance Center, he is on the FTI side. Mike Newman. Oakville, Ontario, Canada, 2013 Chromeworks chassis. Parks, I believe, had a hand in that as well. 477 dial in, Motor State side. John with a better start. Wind light on, though, for Newman by a thou. 477 takes the stripe at 144. Gave up a couple of hun in reaction time. John Card's a 439. He's 2 over at 155 miles per hour. Andy Wingo and Dan Dimling. 5:39 to win for Andy after a red light start by 0.02 of a second. Wingo was also 16 thou too early against his green light, but he'll be the winner. 5:39, dead on 5, 130 mile per hour for that little Pontiac Fiero. 5:71 for the Camaro after the foul start. Here's Ted Barnes back up with that Datsun, 662. Put together a great run in the last round in one of his 2 entries. He'll face Rich Van Els. Winner at the bracket finals here a season or 2 ago, representing Team Motorplex. 577 dial in for the Seabright Camaro. A little better light this time going to Van Els, and he's going to win. 579, 116. Like 25 thousandths margin of victory there as Barnes is 3 off in the Datsun. 665 at 96. Gary Fleener rolls up, puts on both bulbs, and carefully backs out to pre-stage. Ken Hansen. 43 dial in for the Impala. Fleener 569 for his door car. Be back up in this Dragster entry. Geary on the 2-step for quite a while there, but Hansen's got the advantage at the starting line. Ken's going to get the win. 844, 1 over after a 009 late, wins it by 0.02 of a second. Fleener runs dead on, trying to chase him down with a 569 at 121. And he was 20 green. 24 thousandths package, put together a respectable run, but Hansen a little bit better that time. Andrew Sturck, 626, comes back up in his orange Mustang to take on Kyle Kidder. 658 dial in for Kyle, motor stateside. Kyle. Nova kind of took a step towards the guardrail on him. He runs under, and Sturck's going to get the win. 2 over, 628. After a 001 reaction time, he had the advantage. 109 mile per hour the speed. Kidder breaks out by 7 thousandths of a second, and Justin Daniels and Jeremy Bargo come up. Triple zero light for Bargo. And a win light, 601 on the 97 dial in at 110. Backed into him a little bit, 603. 100th over at 113. I believe for the Bowman Camaro there. 029. Bargo with a trip zip perfect reaction time. Takes a 5 thousandths margin of victory. Move on. Round number 4. Mike O'Rourke. South Rockwood, Michigan, 551. Keith Helsel, Lick City, Michigan Christmas tree dealer in the 67 Nova. Another perfect reaction time as O'Rourke is 000. And O'Rourke's the winner. 554, 121. 3 over with a 0. Takes the win by a couple of hun. 586. Helsel 2 off at 119. That'll bring up Jason Hemmerline. 506, mechanic from Unionville, Michigan, Kenny Underwood. I believe Kenny would be deemed as a professional traveling bracket racer. 81 Camaro. $590 dial in for Kenny, Motor State Lane. 005 Kenny Underwood. 009 Red Jason Hammerline. Underline. 589 Kenny Underwood. A little under. Hammerline on a little under as well. 5051 on the 06 dial in. After the foul start, Underwood moving on to round number 4. Click, 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 click. Get back to reset here. Charlie Hama, 482. The digital delay, Olds Cutlass. Out of Iowa, Eric Duby. The purple Mopar will dial 712, going off the bottom. Doobie, one of our original 32 that started off the day in no box double. Oh, Eric, hang on, buddy. We're going to need that tree later on. Doobie took a big step towards the Christmas tree when the Duster launched. Charlie Hama had the better light. 009 runs one over with a 483 win for the Cutlass at 144. Eric 716, 4 off. There was no way he was going to run that 712 with the launch that he had there. A little crossed up. Came up with a respectable 018 reaction time, but just didn't make a good run. Blaine Anderson comes up behind him now, hoping that doesn't happen to him. 601 dial in for the 68 Camaro from Wisconsin. Steve Height on the Motor State side, 581 dial in. .583 the win by 100. Steve Height, 117 mile per hour. 005 light. Blaine a couple hundredths back in reaction time. 027, run 602. One over with a 5 at 113. Purple Challenger over here. I believe that's Mike Kane. And he's taking on, thank you, Darren, taking on Travis Mardlin. Northern Michigan racer, the S10 pickup. Leader of the Potter Road Mafia. 703 dial in, comes up with a 005 light and a foul start here for Kane. Travis is going to move on. 702, 5 thou under, but a good run. 96 mile per hour the speed for the S10 truck. 608, 4 off as Kane really turned the tire there after the red light start. Kyle Yacko and Pete Brown come up next. Pete in the Monte Carlo, 541. 588 cubic inch big block Chevrolet. 614 for the Mopar. From Trenton, Michigan on the FTI side. Both drivers off and running. Pete's 006. Oh, but he breaks out big time. 11 hundredths under the dial in, taking a straight by a 1/10 and a half. Oh, Pete, buddy, where did we go wrong here? 615, one over for the win. Yako, 111 to speed after an 030 light. He's going to move on to round number 4. West May, Tim Stout, next pair, 650 for the Indiana Buick. Tim Stout, carburetor builder at Pro Systems, Motor State Lane, 667 dial in for the white S10. Both drivers set. Oh, May rubs the bumper on that one. Carries the wheels out there a long ways. Stout gets the win by 0.06 of a second. Another good race, 668 with a 2. No 13 reaction time, 101 at the finish line. 650 dead on 2 for West May at 102 and an 029 light. All right, 2 past 50K winners here, both in door cars, or both did it in door cars. One did it off the bottom, and that is Tom Martakis Jr. 646 for the Dodge Dakota truck. Ed Nemick, 2000 Corvette from Chicago, Illinois, 528. '13 to 018. Nemick, 2,000ths margin of victory as Ed goes 529.0, 100th of a second over, 133 with the vet. Tommy is dead on 7 with a 646 running 104. Was behind at the starting line by only 5 thou, but that was enough. Nemick with the win, and he goes to round number 4. James Vanderbrook, Fife Lake, Michigan. His Chevelle, 605 dial. And Warren Smith nearly heads up as those Mustangs dialed 609. Both guys leave together. Smith with a better start. 010 green, 612 at 110. Backed into him a little bit there. 607 there for James at 112. Couple of hundreds margin of victory going to Warren Smith. Skylar Drews, DeWitt, Michigan racer. Aaron Vale with his Pontiac, 617. Leaving first, Skylar 585. .009 017. 8,000ths margin of victory going to Vale as he is dead on. 617.7. A 16 thou package, 107 to speed. Skylar 24 thousandths total. 585.7 after an 017 light. He goes 116 at the finish line. Mike O'Rourke Jr. 78 Firebird. And Greg McCurry. Two southeastern Michigan racers matched up here. McCurry, the 30-year-old engineer, on the Motor State side with the Camaro, 609. Great photo up there. Both drivers leave the line with the wheels in the air, but McCurry dropped a red ball back here at the tree by 0.03 of a second. Mike Jr. goes 597, 1 over the 6, 114 for the win after a 40 green. 611 for Greg, 2 over. All right. Double-entered dragsters, double-entered dragsters. Double-entered dragsters to lanes 3 and 4, please. Double-entered dragsters, lanes 3 and 4. Right into Martin gang back up with the S10, 607. Brett McKay, 589. McKay, little better reaction time. And the win, 1 over, 590, 113. The S10 is dead on, 607.6, but was 52 green. Slight advantage by a couple of hundredths going to McKay, and he gets the win by 12 10,000ths at the finish line. Right, Chris Kozlik. In money bags, Doug Smith, our 50-50 winner. 50-50 winner. Doug's the car owner in this pair is Chris Kozlik. At the wheel, staging up on the FTI side of the 603. And Sam Manuel from Adrian, Michigan into Nova. Red light start, and the Kozlik-Smith team is going to move on. That's 603 at 112, and that thing is a rocket in 60 foot. Not only on the wheels in the air, but just numbers-wise. 122 60-footers, like super stock territory. Runs dead on 0. Cool ride. Moving on to round number 4. Manual after red light goes 703 at 96 mile per hour with a Nova. Here's John Erskine. Shelby Hoffmeyer in the Mustang, 612 and 623, less than a tenth of a second apart. Wild lead there again for Erskine. The tire spun. It sounded like it might have hit the red limiter, but he's going to get the win. 623 goes dead on 9 after an 038 light. Shelby was late off the starting line. Big time late. 610 under the 612 dial in. And that's another one of those 3-time loser runs. Left last, got there second, broke out. Not the way to get a win light. Chuck Bohannon and A.J. Buchanan come up next. 636 for Chuck. 586, one full ball difference in their handicap here as A.J. is going to do the chasing with the Mustang. Again, double-entered dragsters. Double-entered dragsters. Need your drivers to the staging lanes, please. Double-entered dragsters. Second entry back to the staging lanes. All right, Buchanan's ready, waiting, or rather Bohannon's ready, waiting on Buchanan. AJ's in. Red light start, Chuck Buchanan by 0.04 of a second. AJ would have been tough to beat anyway. He's 006, a little under on the dial, 584, 117 gets the win. Chuck, after the red light start, goes dead on one, 636 at 105 after a 4th red light. All right, B.J. Bennett this time. Greenville, Michigan, the 66 Nova on the FTI side of the racetrack. Chris Fleener, Port Clinton, Ohio-based Camaro, 578 on the Motor State side. Here we go. Off and running, a 12 to a 13 green. Good start. Good race, 0.04, the margin of victory at the stripe. Fleener, 578, dead on 5. 118. Bennett, 1/0, 642 at 103. So Fleener moves on, and that'll bring up Dustin Loynes and Ted Dunham. Pair of Pontiac Firebirds, 78 Trans Am. Forest, Ontario. Ted on the Motor State side. 573. Dustin Loynes, 579. The Goonco content creator. Nearly heads up. Here we go. 9 thou apart. Dustin with the edge. Double breakout win. 578 with a 6. 4th thou under 114. Dustin and Jesse move on. 571 for Teddy. And him and Richie will be heading for the cooler. 571 on the 73 dial in, 123 the speed. All right, Tracy Muchler rolling in, hasn't let the pre-stage bulb yet as we're waiting on Don Vincelli with the Corvette. Right down there, a little trouble, got himself repositioned, reset to do a proper burnout. He brings the Corvette to the starting line with a 612 dial in on the Motor State side of the racetrack. From Montreal, Quebec, Canada. Former Toro implement dealer, now retired and doing some racing. Off the mark and running. Tracy Muchler the better lead by about 300ths. Tracy Muchler the win by about, well, Vincelli broke out, so that determined that. 628, 1/0, 107 for Tracy. Don 610, a couple hundredths over at 109. There's Michael Ungst and Ricky Adkins. Ungst, Shaheen Chevrolet Camaro, based out of Eagle, Michigan, around the Lansing area. And Ricky Adkins, Milan, Michigan, based chassis builder and fabricator, 482. $11 to 17 green. Atkins truck looked like it may have stumbled out there a little bit just past the 330-foot mark, and Unks is going to be the winner. He had the better light, 0.11, and runs a 561 at 127 for an 11 thousandths margin of victory. And Ricky goes 2 over 0, 484 and only 136. Doug Foley Jr., the wheel standing blue S10 out there on the FTI side. And Corey Mikas and his dad's Rally Nova. Winner here at the 50K a couple of years ago, and probably the most popular win, most crowded winner's circle pick in the history of this event. Was in the winner's circle 1 week ago up at Northern Michigan. A lot of history in the Mikas family with that race car. Wheels in the air again, Doug Foley. A thou apart reaction time. Corey breaks out. Foley one over, 589 and 114 for the win. Mikas 583, 8, 2 thou under at 115. A pretty even race to the finish line. Doug Foley Jr. to pick up. Moving on to round number 4. Jake Clayton and Jeff Serra come up. From Chattanooga, Tennessee, the Mustang dialed 613. 566 for the Overkill Motorsports team. All right, Jake Clayton, Jeff Serra, 005s apiece. Another great race. Little over 100th, or the little over 100th difference there at the finish line. 613's dead 4. Serra's 1 over. Jake Clayton with the win. Right, Will Steckley and Jeff Jaquish. Jaquish. Used to seeing him on his sled. Right now he's at the wheel of this S10 pickup. We're seeing Wisconsin-based racer. Will Steckley from Ontario, Canada, 565. Both stage almost same time, and they're away. Jaquish with a huge wheel stand. 011, 014. Will Steckley by 9 thou gets the win in another great race. Steckley dead on 9, 565 at 123. 593 for Jaquish, 1 over at 114. And that'll bring up Cody Height. 632 the dial in FTI side. Right, Cody with a much better reaction time here against the S10, and he's going to be the winner. 006 and a 640. Almost 500ths of a second difference at the stripe as he backs into him and makes up for that 10th of a second difference in reaction time as he was controlling the race handily. 713 at 94 for the S10. And that'll bring up Josh Cole and his S10 alongside of Roy St. Dennis, another past 50K champion here. Pro Stock Style Oldsmobile Cutlass on the FTI side. Call up close to the guardrail there in the right lane. Still runs dead on, but doesn't get the win light. 7 thousandths of a second margin of victory for Roy. 524, dead 7, 131. 28 total. Gets it done there. Call dead on 1. It was 34 green. Gave up a little bit too much at the starting line. Bug McCarty and Fred Squires. Squires, double breakout winner, 6:22 after an 0:17 light. Had a better reaction time by a couple of hun. Bugs under with a 596 on the 97 dial in at 112. Will Crawford, 5:15. Andrew Sturt comes up in his Roadster. Pair of Roadsters here, actually. 5:52 on the Motor State side. .012 to .014 as the two Corvette Roadsters make their way down the 8th mile. 5:52 dead on 6 for the Canadian Sturk. 126 the speed, gets the win by a little over 100th. 5:16 for Crawford, 100th over at 1:33. Another good drag race. Final call, Dragster doubles. Final call, Dragster doubles. Your second entry. Back to the staging lanes, please. Donnie Hagar, Clark Lake-based Michigan Vega, 6:25. And Austin Bennett in the 70 Nova, 6:39. Triple zero for Donnie Hagar. Perfect reaction time. He'll be the winner, 6:28 at 104. Tightens it up to 0.07 of a second. 6:41 for Austin, 200ths over after an 0:14 reaction time. Made a good race out of it. Justin Daniels, 6:16. Or not Justin Daniels, I'm sorry, but Danny Angel, rather, as I look down at the racetrack and see the Ruby Mustang down there. Evil Dial 6:16, Craig Skinner, and the black Trans Am on the Motor State side is dialed 6:54. 16 to a 19. Another wild leave there for the Mustang of Angel, and Danny gets her reeled in, and he'll be the winner. 0.06 the margin of victory. 2 over with a 6:18 run at 106. Skinner 6:56. Also 2 over with a 7 and 103. The difference was Danny's advantage in reaction time, an 0:16 to an 0:13. Very competitive racing here today. Connor Jensen, 5:97, 65 Malibu, Vicksburg, Michigan. And 5:09 to dial in for Steve Vandersloot from Plainwell. Vandersloot with a better light. 300ths of a second to play with at the finish line. Gets the win. 5:11, 128 the speed. Connor won over at 5:98 at 112. Missed it a little bit there. No, we're running door cars right now, but I'm going to put the call out for door car doubles. Double entered door cars. Need you drivers back to the staging lanes as we're well past the buyback round and thinning the herd out. Things are going to move rather quickly. Door cars on the track now, but we're going to put the call out for double entered door cars to make their way back to the staging lanes here in round number 3. CJ Yeager, West Salem, Ohio, 708 dial in. Craig Eberhardt will be the opposition with a 5:49 in his Roadster. Red light start, Craig Eberhardt. Turns it red by 300ths of a second. Yeager, 008 and a 708. 14 thousandths package there for the Olds Omega. Moving on to round number 4. 5:50, 127 for Eberhardt after the red light start. Craig Harrington, 610 dial in. The Indiana-based Chevette. Toby Croning, his S10 dialed 602. 0.08 of a second apart and a pretty even start. Croning better by a couple of hun. Croning better by a couple of thou. 2,000's margin of victory there. 607's 5 off. Harrington 613, 3 off. 014, 032 has made the difference in the math on the racetrack. 2,000's margin of victory at the stripe going to the truck. Trevor Deeks brings some dragsters back up onto the starting line. 455 dial in for Trevor. Gary Williams in the overkill car will dial 472. They're ready. And off. 001 light for Gary Williams. Oh, Gary Williams breaks. And Trevor Deeks is going to be the winner. 461, 133. And the overkill car is stopped out on the racetrack just before the scoreboards. So the starting line crew is shut off Kirby McLennan and Bailey Ferrero, and they'll take the Ranger down to give Gary a tow off the racetrack. The car is stopped out there at what would be about the 1,000-foot mark. So we get Gary off the racetrack. Shout out again for our sponsors here at the 32nd Annual World Super Pro Challenge. Our friends and the fine folks at Ultra Tech Race Fab, Motor State Distributing and Drag Racer TV, McCarty Auto Parts, Digital Delay Boxes and Electronics, Pro Systems Carburetors and Fuel Systems, FTI Performance Transmissions and Transmissions and Torque Converters, Drag Race Solutions, and Sunoco Race Fuels. All right, McLennan moves in and fully stages. Bailey Ferrero follows up. Red light start for Kirby. Z fouls out by 14 thousandths of a second. Goes dead on zero for his troubles. 422. 167 to speed. 482 for Bailey. Lifts early at only 127, but he's going to get the win. Jordan Crow and Rob Birkenschneider. $484 for Birkenschneider. $465 for Jordan Crow. All right, both drivers set. And away. Slight advantage going to Rob. And the win light, 485, 1 over 134 by 4 thousandths of a second. In another tight race, Birkenschneider moves on, 465, dead 2 for Jordan. And last night's winner, Tyler Bohannon, comes up, 457 on the FTI side. And John Parks, 438 for the Ultratech Race Fab machine. Double entered door cars, all colors. Double entered door cars. We need you drivers back to the first call. Some of you are still out on the racetrack. We need double entered door cars back to the staging lanes, please. Red light start, John Parks by 3 thousandths of a second. Fouls out and then runs dead on, just like Kirby did. 438, dead 1, 159. Gone here in round number 3. Bohannon moving on again. Continuing his march for another $10,000 payday and lifts early to a 486 and only 111. First pair of double entered door cars. So we're switching back over again here in round number 3. Again, all colors double entered door cars. Need you back in the staging lanes because we're running you again right now. That's Jeff Sanchez. Getting set to face Ted Barnes in the little Datsun. Pair of good-looking rides here. I like the paint, kind of 90s-ish looking. Sanchez, a 66 Chevy, too. Barnes with that gold and black, the red stripe type of paint job there. I like that color scheme. The Datsun rolls up. And he will be leaving first. Sanchez, 618 dial in over here on the Motor State side. They're ready. And away. 003 reaction time. Going to Barnes. At the stripe. The Datsun's going to get the win. 1 over 663, 98 the speed. Sanchez goes dead on, 618 with a 3. He was 44 in a tree. Behind at the starting line, Ted Barnes. Kyle Kidder comes up with his Nova, 656. Against the Dodge Dakota truck of Tom Artakis, 647. Less than a tenth of a second apart. .015, .022. Kidder had the better reaction time. He's going to get the win. 656, dead on 8. 23 thousandths package for Kyle and a 9 thousandths margin of victory. 648 for Tommy, 1 over with a 0 at 103. Blaine Anderson, Wisconsin-based Camaro, comes back up, and Kentucky's Jeremy Bargo in the truck will be on the Motor State side. 610 versus a 602. Red light start, Jeremy Bargo. By 2 thousandths of a second, he fouls out. 610, dead 4, 111 to speed for Bargo. After the red light start, Blaine Anderson, 6 flat on the 0-2, 48 green, but it's going to be enough to get the win light. Michelle Taylor, 544. Michelle will come up in the 65 Malibu FTI side to take on AJ Buchanan. And I'm thinking this is a rematch from earlier in the round. 586, Buchanan, Motor State side. They're ready. Oh, red light start for AJ by 2 thou. He fouls out. And Michelle's going to get a little lucky here. She's 73 green and runs a 546 to move into the next round. 127 to speed for the Malibu. Buchanan lifts early to a 615 and only 92 after a 2 thou red light. Absolute final call for double entered door cars. Been running a few pairs of you here. Double entered door cars. If you haven't ran your second entry and you're still in, we need you back to the staging lanes, please. Got a total of 4 cars sitting back here in the lane, so you need to be ready. Double entered door cars. You need to make it back here if you have not. Nice launch for both cars. Here's Kenny Underwood and Doug Foley Jr. duke it out. 8 thousandths margin of victory at the finish line. 588, dead 2 for Foley is going to get the W. 591, 1 over for Kenny at 113 in a great race. It'll bring up Steve Height, 581 with the blue money on the Motor State side. And Chris Kozlik and his money man, Doug Smith, 50-50 winner. 602 dial in on the FTI side. All right, Kozlik and Height, 017, 018. Kozlik, 603, moves on, 113 mile per hour, 18 thousandths MOV. Steve, 3 over with a 0, 584 at 120. Gary Williams, FTI side with the overkill pickup, 573, and Aaron Vale back up again with the 73 Trans Am, 617 on the Motor State side. Attention to pits, semifinals, no box. Down to the round of 4 for no box. We need you 4 drivers back to the staging lanes. No box, semis, back to the staging lanes. 006, 008, Aaron Vale, Gary Williams. Williams, 573, dead on 2, an 8 thou package. Takes an 8 thou stripe. 617, dead on 8. After a 008 reaction time, a 16 thou package for Aaron Vale in another tremendous race. Williams gets the win in that one. Again, semifinals, no box. Need you drivers back to the staging lanes. As we've run down the clock here on any remaining drivers that would be double-entered door cars. And I believe Ed Nemec will come back up with a Corvette to make his bye run, and that'll conclude the round. Ed Nemec, bye run here for round number 3, 528. Motor State side with his Corvette. All right, Alex off and running with a 008 light. At the 8th mile mark, he will go dead on. 5:28 with a 6, 1:33. 14 thousandths package to close the round out. Great racing. Great side-by-side racing. A lot of 00 lights, a lot of teen lights, a lot of close margin of victories at the finish line. And we ain't done yet. Semifinals, no box coming up. We're going into round number 4.
All right, so we got our final 4 in no box heading back to the Stadium Lane semifinal round. Kind of getting our paperwork around for round number 4. If there is a bye run in round number 4. If there is a bye run in round number 4, car number 3830X, Jeremy Bargo. 3830X is sitting on the bye run for round number 4. Stay to the back of the pack. Also, this is the round where we will no longer call up doubles at the end. What we're going to do is give the, if you're carrying 2 entries, you got about a 2-minute head start to get to the front of the line, and then you'll go back and put a splash of fuel in it and get back to the stadium lanes to run your second entry. So with that said, we will call anybody carrying a double with a dragster. If you're still carrying 2 entries going to round number 4 with a dragster, go ahead and bring them on to lane 7 and 8. We'll use lane 7 and 8. Dragsters, you got about a 2 or 3 minute head start here before we call the rest of the dragsters. So if you're carrying 2 entries with a dragster, lane 7 and 8, and a couple of minute head start to get to the front of the line. Also, racers, kind of update you, there will not be any gamblers races tonight. I'm not sure Scott announced it. We are up over 330 entries now at this point. I think maybe 335. It's probably been posted on Facebook. I haven't been on there, but there will not be any gamblers races tonight. The FTI and McCarty Auto Parts Appreciation, their sponsorship of a gamblers race. What's going to happen is the same deal as what we did last year. There are going to be 7 racers randomly pulled, and you're going to get cash. That's okay, right? 7 racers with tech cards. We will we'll do that here a little bit later, probably after around 5 or 6 we get a little downtime. But 7 racers will get $400 cash in an envelope, plus 2 more racers, I believe it is, will get $500 gift cards from FTI. And we will take care of that. We're heading to round 4, probably about round 6 time. We'll do some giveaways. Also, we got a 4150 carburetor from Patrick James and Pro Systems that will be given away from one lucky racer that went out today in the first 3 rounds. We'll do a random drawing there, but you had to be out of the event by 3rd round, and we will we'll handle that a little bit later as well. But right now, we have, I see 1 dragster. If you're doubled, you need to be heading that way. Double dragsters, and give you about another minute head start here before we call the rest of the dragsters. So try to get up here to the front of the line, because you will have to zip around and get to the back of the line with the dragsters. All right, at this point, we're going to open up the stadium lane, lane 7 and 8, dragsters, round number 4. Lane 7 and 8, dragsters, round number 4. If you're still in competition, we will take you to lane 7 and 8, dragsters, round number 4. Getting ready to roll into the round of 4 cars remaining on the no box. We started with 32. We're down to 4. Dragsters, round 4. We need you in lane 7 and 8. Dragsters, round 4. Lane 7 and 8, please. And here we go, semifinal coming out of the staging lanes for no box. And here we go, Alex Scheel and Emma Helsel matched up here to get to the final in no box. Alex from Pontiac, Michigan, 1979 Chevy Camaro, going to dial in at a 651. Emma Helsel, now from Gallatin, Tennessee, 69 Chevy Nova, down in at 742. Winner will go to the $2,000 to win no box side, final round. Too close to call. 5,000 separate them. 023 to an 028. Winner going, Emma Helsel. 023 dead on with a 2. She's going to the final. Alex Scheel was 028 and 400ths over his dial-in. Emma will be in the final to take on the winner of this one. Tracy Muchler, the pickup truck in the left-hand lane out of Grass Lake, dialed 626. He's racing Scott Erickson, 69 Chevy Camaro, dialed in at 555. Here we go. Tree fires, green lights a pair. Erickson and Muchler. Who's racing Emma Helsel in the final? It'll be Muchler. Erickson had him by about 3.5 hundredths on react. Went downward of the Camaro and broke out by 1 thou. 5:54.9 on a 5:55. He was 0:19 reaction time. Muchler was 0:55 and 1 over for the win. We are getting ready to roll into dragsters for round number 4. Dragsters, your final call. If you're in the 4th round and you're not in the staging lanes, you are way late. The concession in the fuel building and souvenir stand, the buildings behind the grandstands up here are going to be open until 8 o'clock tonight. Need a bag of ice. You're planning your victory celebration later on. You got till 8 o'clock to get over there and get that taken care of. The Bernschneider family dragster in the left-hand lane out of Pittsburgh, PA. Down in here at 486. Trevor Deeks, right-hand lane, London, Ontario, 452. Both these drivers carrying 2 entries. So we roll into round number 4. Opening pair of dragsters here. 486, 452 dial-ins. Both in. Here we go. Tree on the way down. Green light's a pair. One of them flat missed it. And it was the driver from PA that missed it. Trevor Deeks, London, Ontario. He will advance with this entry. 020 and 2 over. Bernschneider's 074 at the hit. Justin Daniels, Bailey Ferraro on the starting line here. Daniels in the left-hand lane. Showtime dragster down in at 521. Bailey Ferraro in the right-hand lane. He will dial a 472. Bailey and Justin to the finish line winner. Bailey Ferraro, 007 and 200s over the dial-in. He'll advance. Johnson was 013 and 4 over down there at the finish line. Mike Newman and Tom Bueller. Mikey Bloomfield in the right-hand lane. Dragster down in at 438. Mike Newman, left-hand lane. Dragster down 477. We will take any double-entered door cars to lanes 3 and 4. If you're holding 2 entries with a door car, lanes 3 and 4, Bloomfield turns at 3 red right there. Newman with a win, and he runs a 76.9 on a 77. Bloomfield holding 500s, and he turns at 3 red. So once again, any door cars holding 2 entries here in round 4, get to the front of lanes 3 and 4. I think they're going to use lanes 3 and 4, I believe. Nick Lakeys, Tyler Bohannon on the starting line here. Lakeys in the left-hand lane, down at a 477. Bohannon, last night's champ, dialed 457. Here we go, tree down. They're both out, and they're both green. Bohannon working the gas pedal down there and runs a 3 over the dial-in with a 009 light, taking 11 at the stripe. Bohannon advances. Nick Lakeys was 38 on the let-go. Derek Gilman backing up in the left-hand lane, dialed in at a 441, and Brittany Ulmer, right-hand lane, dialed 471. It's going to need doubles if you're holding 2 entries. If a door car, lanes 3 and 4, get to the front of the line, please. Good one here. Best run of the round so far. Finish line winner, Brittany Ulmer. 012, dead 7. Gilman is 015 and 4th out under, taking 8th out stripe. Derek had to take 004 to get his win light to come on. Brittany advances. Steve Smith and Jason Jensen. Jason left-hand lane going to Dale of 450. Steve with his diamond dragster right-hand lane, Dale 464. Jason and Steve, finish line winner. Left lane, Jason Jensen laying one down. 006 dead 7, 13 total. Smith was 23 on the let go and could not win that round. Kirby McLennan and Jared Ledford going to run here. Jared in the left lane dialed in at 4:45. Kirby running down the Motor State side dialed in at 4:21. A red light for Kirby McLennan by 006. Jared Ledford advances, running dead on the dial-in. 4:45 on a 4:45. He was 018 green. Kirby clicked it off and turned it 006 red. Ernie Goodson and Troy Williams Jr. in a matchup here on the starting line. Ernie left-hand lane. Hartford, Michigan undercover dragster down at a 5:04. The FTI dragster in the right-hand lane for Troy Williams Jr. 4:58. A red light by 003 for Goodson. Williams advances, running a 4:59 on a 4:58. He was 012 green. Williams will be in the 5th round. Just waiting. We got a couple of the doubles coming back around, getting back in line. And at this point, we will call the rest of the door cars for round number 4. If you're in round 4 with a door car, we will take you back to the stadium lanes, please. Round 4 door cars, lanes 3 and 4. Let's get around to number 4 door cars to the stadium lanes, please. Rob Bernschneider and Michael Zednick going to run. Zednick in the right-hand lane. His dragster dial 489. Bernschneider car went down earlier. I think Jim may have been driving it in the first run. Now Rob's sitting behind the wheel. He's dialed in at 484. So final call for round 4 of door cars. Final call for the door car side. Final call to the stadium lanes for the door car side. A red light for Zednik. 009 red. Bernschneider runs 100th under. He was 005 green for Rob in a left-hand lane, and he's holding just about 100th there, running 483.1 on a 484. Zednik 1 thou under and 9 thou red. Bailey Ferraro and Trevor Deeks. There's second entries here. Bailey left-hand lane, 472. Trevor in right-hand lane, 455. So both these drivers already been down the track once this round, and they both won. So this will eliminate one of their entries here as they run each other. Both out and both green. Ferraro, Deeks on the finish line winner going Ferraro. He will carry 2 entries to round 5. Trevor still has 1 left. Bailey was 008. Trevor was 023. And Trevor went down there and went 460 at 128. He sent Bailey, was trying to send him to the promised land, and it almost worked. He went dead 2 in the left-hand lane, did Ferraro, but 10 total, and he will advance to the next round. So one more dragster to go. Looks like Tyler Bohannon getting in and strapped up and ready to roll, and I believe he will match up with a door car. All right, here we go. 2 more doubled up drivers here. Andrew Sturck, he's doubled in the door car side. Taking our last doubled up drags here, Tyler Bohannon. Bohannon going to dial 457. Sturck in the Mustang, left-hand lane, going to dial 627. Bohannon trying to get his second entry to round number 5. Andrew trying to get his first one through. He's out and he's green, and he is in deep trouble. Winner Bohannon. Tyler's 0-10 and 1 over. Andrew was 0-50 and dead 1. So Tyler takes 2 entries to round 5. Ed Nemec and Chris Kozlik on the line. Kozlik in the truck in the left-hand lane. Nadal 6:03. Ed's Corvette out of Hampshire, Illinois in the right-hand lane. Dialed in at a 5:28. Two thou separate them here. Wind light going, truck. 0-13, dead 1 for Kozlik. Ed got there first and broke out by 11 thousandths of a second, but actually he was locked out. Kozlik is 14 total in the left lane, and Ed was 15 on react. Kenny Underwood and John Erskine. John 69 Camaro left-hand lane, dialed 623. Kenny's 81 Chevy Camaro in the right lane, dialed 594. They're both 00. Finish line winner, right-hand lane Underwood. 008 takes 6th thou stripe to be 100th over. Erskine was 007 and 2 over his dial-in. Underwood advances to the next round. Aaron Vale and Doug Foley Jr. on the line. Foley out of Mooresville, North Carolina in the left-hand lane, dialed in here at 588. Aaron from Fortville, Indiana with his Trans Am dialed in at 617. Wheels up. They're both out of the gate green. Finish line. Wind light coming on. Doug Foley Jr. running dead on with a 1. Vale is dead 0 in the right-hand lane, but it was reaction time. Left-hand lane that got the win there for Foley. Just a little mopping going on. Well, here's a matchup. The slowest car in the door car side against the fastest car on the door car side. Ken Hansen, the convertible Impala out of Crystal, Michigan. He's going to dial 843 up against Charlie Hama, Durant, Iowa. Digital delay, middle-aged crazy Oldsmobile Kellis dialed in at 482. One of the more interesting pairs of the round so far, Hansen and Hama. Tree comes down, green light. Red light. Charlie went 001 red. Left-hand lane, an 846 and a win for Ken Hansen. Charlie Hama was 001 red and went 100th over. Ted Barnes and Mike O'Rourke Jr. Firebird right-hand lane out of Westland, Michigan. Dialed 597 and Ted Barnes in left-hand lane. The Datsun dialed in at 662, Ontario-based machine. Ted Barnes, Mike O'Rourke, finish line winner. O'Rourke, 025 and 1 over the dial-in for Mike O'Rourke Jr. He'll be in round 5. Ted Barnes 1 over and had an 0:41 reaction time. Chris Fleener and Blaine Anderson. Blaine in the Camaro left-hand lane. Eau Wisconsin 601. Fleener out of Port Clinton, Ohio. Wheel stand in 86 Z28 Chevrolet, dialed in at 578. They're both out green. Blaine Anderson and Chris Fleener. Winner going Fleener. 0-10 and 1 over the dial-in. Chris Fleener advances. Blaine was 1 over as well, but had an 0:34 reaction time. Fleener will advance to round 5. Andy Wingo and Kyle Yacko. Two good dudes here in the line. Yacko and Wingo. Like a law firm down in, yeah, I better stop. Kyle on the left-hand lane, the Daytona, dialed in at 614. Andy right-hand lane, the Fiero out of Gaylord, Michigan, dialed 539. Both drivers in. Here we go. And a red light for Andy Wingo. Kyle will go to round 5 with the Daytona. And running a dead on with an 8. 614 on a 614. One was really green and one was really red. A.J. Buchanan. The Mustang coming out of the burn box in right-hand lane out of Vickery, Ohio. Dialed in at a 585. Racing Michelle Taylor. Portage, Michigan, Malibu on a 546 dial in here. Too close to call, a 15 to a 17. Win line here, right lane. AJ, 017, dead on with a 6. Michelle, 015, and 7th out under. A very close race. Mike Unks and Steve Height. Steve with the Monte Carlo left-hand lane, 583 dial in. Mike in the Camaro right lane, dialed 560. Mike Unks gone on the top yellow there. Sure what happened. I seen him let go and the car went with him. Height is going to be the winner. 1 thou under. 027 and 1 thou under. Hard way to lose here in round number 4 for Mike Unks. He was having a good day. Travis Mardlin. He'll be in the left lane. The pickup truck. 702 dial in. And Rich Van Els, the Seabright Chevy in the right-hand lane, dialed 577. Both drivers in. Tree and away down, red light. Travis turns on the red light. So Rich advances to round 5 of the Camaro and runs 1 over the dial in. 578 on a 577. He was 19 green. Jake Clayton and Kyle Kidder on the starting line. Clayton, Chattanooga, Tennessee, Ford Mustang. Running down the FTI lane down in here at 614, and Kyle Kidder, the Benzonia, Michigan Chevy Nova, 656 dial in. A red light for Clayton in a Mustang. Kidder advances. He's 17 green. And runs a 6:58 on a 6:56. Kyle Kidder advances to round number 6. Brett McKay, the Tennessee Chevy Camaro in the right-hand lane, down in at 588. Dustin Loins, Firebird out of Pinckney, Michigan, down 578. Drivers trying to get to round number 5, rolling through round number 4. They can't hear me. Rolling through round number 4. There we go. We got one of them in there. Brett McKay's all stage up. Now Dustin's ready. Here we go. Tree fires. Green lights a pair. They're both 00. Great race. Finish line winner going. Right lane McKay. 006 and 2 over. Dustin's 004 and 5 over the dial in. Toby Croning and Mike O'Rourke Sr. heading to the staging lanes, or heading to the starting line. We've already seen Junior take an entry to round 5. Now Senior going to try to get his Camaro there. He's down 551, racing Toby Croning. Byron Center / Lowell, Michigan S10 down 602. Good green lights here. 6th thou separate them. Slight advantage truck. Winner truck. 011 dead 4 for Toby. 15 total there. He'll take that entry to round number 5. O'Rourke was 017 in 6th thou under his dial in. Tim Stout and Danny Angel. Danny in the Mustang left-hand lane down 617. Tim in the right-hand lane down 667 with his truck. Wheels up, Angel in hot pursuit, finish line winner. Tim Stout pulled the rabbit out of his hat down there. He was behind on React, 035 to a 002. Went down there and the truck saved him, running dead on the dial in with a 2. Danny Angel was 002 and 4 over. Fred Squires going to race Will Steckley. The Charger from Ontario in the left-hand lane down 565. Fred in the 68 Chevy Nova out of Defiance, Ohio on a 622. Will Stackley and Fred Squires, and Will is in total control here. 027 and 3 over the dial in. Fred just flat missed the bulb there. Vega coming up with Donnie Hagar. He's going to dial in at a 625, and Tracy Butchler in the S10 dialed 627. A red light for Tracy. Donnie was ready. He's 002. And on the 25, he runs a 26 at 108. Donnie Hagar moves into round number 5. It's the Corvette Roadster of Steve Vandersloot. Comes up in the motor stateside, dialed in at a 508. Taking on last night's no box winner, Warren Smith in the Mustang left lane, dialed 609. Red light by 003 for Vandersloot. Warren Smith, 011 and 3 thou under. Good run. He'll be back in round number 5. CJ Yeager and Roy St. Dennis. The Oldsmobile left-hand lane, Dale 524. CJ in the right-hand lane, going to dial in at a 708. St. Dennis in. CJ's in. Here we go. Tree fires. Green light. Green light. 3 thou separate them. Finish line. Winner going. Right lane. Yeager. Dead 0. 012 dead 0. Beat St. Dennis 015 dead ominous 6 in the FTI side. Gary Williams and Andrew Sturck heading to the starting line here. Andrew in the right-hand lane. The Corvette dialed in at a 552. This is his second different car this round, carrying 2 entries with 2 different cars. Gary in the left-hand lane, Bradenton, Florida, Overkill Motorsports, Old Red Truck, 568. Both drivers in, tree and away down. Green lights a pair. 2 thou separate them here. Finish line, win light going. Right lane, Andrew. 031 dead 3 beats an 029 300ths over for Williams. Ed Nemec, Cody Height. Malibu left lane, 631. Right hand lane, Ed dialed in at 526. 2 former World Super Pro Challenge champions on the starting line right here. Ed won it in 2015. Cody won it in 2020. Eighth mile finish line, win line coming on for Cody. 010 and 1 over, good win. Ed was 2 over with an 028 reaction time. So Cody Height will go to round 5. Doug Foley Jr. and Chris Kozlik. Kozlik in the right-hand lane. Dialed in here at 603. Foley left lane, 588. Both drivers in. Here we go. Trees down. They're both green. They're both wheels way up in the air. One of them's perfect. Finish line. Winner going right lane. Chris Kozlik. 000 reaction time. 1 over the dial in for Kozlik. Foley was 10 and 2 over. Kozlik takes another entry to round 5. Jeremy Bargo will be there. The Barberville, Kentucky Ford Mustang getting the bye run. We will take the no box final round. Back to lanes 3 and 4, please. Let's see what Jeremy does here. He was 000 on his last run. He turns a negative 010 here on the bye run. 590. Yeah, that's not what he's dialing. 599, 112. Jeremy playing poker with you, folks. So that'll do it for round number 4. We'll do a little touch-up and housekeeping up here on the starting line area. And we will start calling cars for round number 5 here very shortly. We have called the no box final back to the lanes. While it is quiet, there is actually, it's a very important announcement. There's a big craft sale going on at the back of the staging lanes. Right at the back of the lanes, go see Aubrey Gramlich, an all-star junior dragster racer that's just trying to support her program, and she's having a craft sale at the back of the staging lanes. Go buy something. Make it happen. Part of the deal. Go see Aubrey. I know we got a couple of dragsters that are carrying doubles. We will take you to lane 7 and 8. Any doubles, lane 7 and 8, please. Racers Drag Race Solutions is offering 20% off on all online orders this weekend for attending the 32nd Annual World Super Pro Challenge. If you go on their website and use promo code WORLD25, it'll save on your order. Offer only good until this upcoming Tuesday. Drag Race Solutions offers some of the coolest drag racing parts available for your race car. Drag Race Solutions is owned and offers made in the USA premium drag racing components for building and upgrading your race cars. Check out their new Titan Power Glide shifter, Crusher trans brake buttons, along with billet dial-in board brackets, water filler necks, Zeus fasteners, 12-point billet lug nuts, and more online at dragracesolutions.com. Also, if you're in the market for a transmission or converter, FTI on site is here, parked up. Pretty much know everybody thinks, or I think everybody knows where they're parked, right up here by the tower. The Williams gang. If you need a transmission converter, go see the guys at FTI. So just a little glue going back down. Mike will come back up the left-hand lane here and get that one done, and we will be ready to start rolling into round number 5 of eliminations. Double-entered dragsters, we need you to the front of the line. I see one. I know of at least one more before we call the rest of the dragsters. All right, we'll take the rest of the dragsters for round 5. Dragsters, round 5. We need your lane 7 and 8, please. So I think we have our no box final round. Get ready to come out of the stadium lanes. Yeah, here they come. $2,000 to win this run, and you advance in the main event. And here we go. Tracy Muchler and Emma Helsel. Tracy in the left lane, the S10, 627 dial-in. Emma in the right lane, the 69 Chevy Nova dialed 742. Tracy was in this final round last night where he was defeated by Warren Smith. Back-to-back nights making it to the final round. Emma had lane choice here. She had the better reaction time in the semifinal. Stays over here in the right-hand lane on a 7:42. Muchler on a 6:27 running down the FTI side. Well, Tracy was 001. Emma was not. We'll go with that. Tracy will move into round number 6 of the main event. He will be the no box champion tonight. Emma had one of her best nights here, making it to the no box final round, and congratulations to that young lady. But it'll be Tracy Muchler moving on. And we hear Dragsters rolling into the stadium lanes. Dragsters, we need you. Dragsters, we need you. Just waiting for a few of our dragsters to get back into the stadium lanes. Obviously, the field getting smaller now. It's a little bit of cool down time going on in between rounds, and we got a few, very few, that are holding 2 entries at this point. I was just told final call on the ice cream and the concession stand. They're closing 10 minutes. I think the fuel building has 10 minutes as well. First pair of dragsters coming out of the stadium lanes here. Jason Jensen will be in the left-hand lane. FTI side dialed in at a 450. Bailey Ferraro. Right lane dialed in at 472. Bailey holding 2 entries. Bailey Ferraro, Jason Jensen, an opening pair of dragsters here, round 5. Both drivers in. Tree activated. Green lights a pair. Finish line winner. Ferraro, a whop, and a 009 finish line margin of victory after a 007 reaction time. 007 won over the dial-in. Ferraro takes his first entry to round 6. He'll be back around in the back of the line with his second entry. Jason was 034 on reaction time and 3 thou under. Double entered door cars. You're holding 2 here in round 5 to lanes 3 and 4, please. If you're holding 2 entries, lanes 3 and 4, double entered door cars. And our next pair, Jared Ledford and Tyler Bohannon. Bohannon, the right-hand lane, also carrying 2 entries. Last night's winner, dialed 457. Jared Ledford, Greenville, Michigan, left-hand lane. He's going to dial here at 445. Jared Ledford, Tyler Bohannon here in round number 5. Both dragsters into the pre-stage beams. They both go right in. Here we go. Tree down. Green lights a pair. They're both 007. Finish line winner, Bohannon. Breakout by 100th for Jared Ledford. He went 444 on a 445. Bohannon runs 1 over, locking him up down there, running 138 miles per hour at 458. Sending Jared to the breakout. Bohannon takes that entry to round number 6. And our next pair, Troy Williams Jr. and Mike Newman. The FTI car left lane, dialed 462. Mike Newman right-hand lane. Oakville, Ontario dragster dialed in at 477. Finish line win light going. Newman, double breakout winner. 015 and 4 thou under. Troy was 023 and 18 thou under the dial-in. Mike Newman will be back around in round number 6. Trevor Deeks and Brittany Ulmer next. Brittany in the left-hand lane. She's going to dial in at 471. Trevor in the right-hand lane going to dial 451. It's getting double entered door cars. Here's your chance to get to the front of the line. Double entered door cars. Here's your chance to get to the front of the line. You got about 1 more minute to get to the front. A red light for Deeks by 001. Oh. 001 red, dead 1. It's almost like a perfect run on the wrong side. Brittany Ulmer, meanwhile, is 036 and 3 thou under for the win in the left lane. She will be back. All right, we're opening up the state of lanes 3 and 4 for round 5 of door cars. Door cars, all door cars, round 5. Back to the lanes, please. Lanes 3 and 4. So Bailey Ferraro back around with his second entry coming out of the Sadie lanes. And here we go. Rob Bernschneider, Bailey Ferraro. Rob in the left lane. Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania dragster down in at 484. Bailey Ferraro in the right-hand lane. He already won with his first entry. This is his second entry down the track this round. He's dialed 472. Both drivers in. Here we go. Tree down red light for Ferraro by 001. One red for Ferraro with his second entry. Bernschneider is 007 green. Clicks it off to a 503. Rob Bernschneider will be back around in round number 6. So Tyler Bohannon back and get in and buckled up with his second entry, and we will roll into the door car side here. Tyler will be racing Chris Kozlik, I believe. Chris Kozlik, Tyler Bohannon matched up. Two drivers, both holding 2 entries in their pocket going into this run. Chris Kozlik, left-hand lane, 6:02 dial in. Tyler Bohannon, right-hand lane, 4:55. Bohannon already has one of his entries into round number 6. He's won earlier. This is Kozlik's first shot with his 2. Red light for the truck by 001. Tyler got away with one. He was negative 004. Truck run 6:05. Tyler clicked it off, and Bohannon carries 2 entries. After last night's win, he's carrying 2 entries to round 6. Kyle Kidder and Warren Smith. Warren left lane dialed 6:09. Kyle in right hand lane with a Nova dialed in at 6:57. $8,000 separate him on reaction time. Finish line winner, Warren Smith. 019, dead on with an 8. Kidder, 027, dead on with a 7. 007 down there at the finish line, 7,000. Kyle Yacko and Toby Croning. Toby in the right lane, dialed 6, flat. Kyle left-hand lane. The Daytona dialed 6:15. Green lights a pair here. Kyle Yacko, Toby Croning, win light going. Toby Croning, 005, 2 over for the win. Yacko 046 in 1 over that time. Toby Croning will be in round 6. AJ Buchanan and Will Steckley racing. Will in the left-hand lane, down 564. 68 Ford Mustang for Buchanan on a 585. Here we go. Green lights a pair. One of them's perfect. Steckley and Buchanan. Finish line winner going. Steckley. 000 dead 4. 4 total for Steckley. He'll be back around number 6. Buchanan was 2 over, dropping at the finish line. He had an 0:15 light and could not even come close to winning that round. Jeremy Bargo going to race Kenny Hansen. Chevrolet Impala left-hand lane dialed in at 8:43. Bargo, the Ford Mustang from Barberville, Kentucky. Backing up here, he's dialed in at 598. Bargo in, now Kenny Hansen's in. Here we go, tree on the way down. Hansen's off with a green light. Here, Bargo red lights. Jeremy Bargo with a red light. Ken Hansen advances. On an 8:43, he runs dead on with a 1. 0:15 dead 1 for Hansen in the Impala. He will be back around in round number 6 as C.J. Yeager and Chris Fleener head to the line. Yeager left lane, 7:07 dial in. Fleener with a Camaro dialed 579. Both drivers in. Here we go. Treeing away down and a red light by 006 for Yeager. Fleener's going to go another round, and the Camaro runs dead on with a 5. 579 on a 579 with an 045 winning light. Chris Fleener will be in round 6. Steve Height, Kenny Underwood going to run. Chevrolet Camaro dialed in here at 594. The Monte Carlo on a 583. Steve Hyde, Kenny Underwood. Finish line winner going. Left-hand lane Underwood. Steve Hyde had him on the tree at 008 to an 017, but Steve broke out 2 thou at the finish line, running 582.8 on an 83. Underwood dropped, going 3 over. He was 17 green. Underwood goes to round 6. Tim Stout in the left-hand lane. Pickup truck dialed 667. And Rich Van Els, Seabright Chevy Camaro dialed 577. Tim Stout and Rich Van Els. Finish line, it'll go. Rich Van Els is 000 perfect on the tree and runs 2 over the dial in. Stout was 56 and 2 over. Rich Van Els advances to round 6. Andrew Sturck and Donnie Hagar on the line. The Vega on the left-hand lane. Clark Lake, Michigan dialed in here at 625. Sturck out of Orangeville, Ontario, Canada, dialed 552. Green lights for both drivers. Fourth, I'll separate them. Win light going. Hagar. 022, dead 6. Taking fourth out stripe. Donnie Hagar advances. Andrew is 026, dead 6. And fourth out behind at the finish line. Hagar to round 6. Mike O'Rourke Jr. and Brett McKay. Camaro right-hand lane down in at a 589. O'Rourke's Firebird 597. Red light for Brett McKay by 005. O'Rourke is 006 green, runs 100th over for a 16 total package. McKay was dead 7 with a Camaro, turned on the red light by 005. Cody Height and Doug Foley Jr. next. Yes, 10 left-hand lane, 587. Cody the Malibu down 631. Both drivers in. Foley and Height here in round 5. Green light, green light. One of them's 003 and one of them's 20. Finish line, win light to the driver with a 003. Cody Height, 003 and 2 over for the win. Foley was 2 over as well, and he had a 20 reaction time. Cody Height and Ugly Betty go to round number 6. So we got a bye run to go here. Chris Kozlik's truck. We're waiting for him to come back around. We have a parts call. Anybody has a 9 or 10 foot cable, like a throttle or shifter cable? I didn't catch who needs it. Take it up the. Ryan Sparks. Ryan Sparks. Back of the state lanes around the corner there. The American Racing crew looking for a 9 or 10 foot shifter cable or throttle cable. Here's our final run in round number 5. Chris Kozlik in the truck. He had earned the bye run from the previous round. So he'll take his S1 entry into round number 6. Chris Kozlik, 012 here. In 04 with a 3 at 112 miles per hour. He'll be back around. We will take our dragsters to lane 7 and 8 for round 6. We have one double. He's already back. Dragsters, lane 7 and 8 for round 6. There's a bye run this upcoming round number 6. Will Steckley, you are sitting on the bye run with your triple O dead 4 run. You are sitting on the bye run here for round number 6. So we're getting ready to roll into Dragsters round number 6. Get our first pair and get Tyler up here. So he's holding 2 entries. Get him down the track. We'll take door cars to lanes 3 and 4 for round number 6. Door cars, lanes 3 and 4 for round number 6. And here's our first pair of dragsters coming out for round number 6. Tyler Bohannon, last night's winner, going to roll up here in the FTI lane. Tyler going to dial at a 457, and Mike Newman out of Oakville, Ontario, and right-hand lane going to dial a 476. We have a parts call. Tom Clark is looking for a 0.5 manual belt drive fuel pump. Parked down, be right here behind the bleachers is my guess, right? Parked right by Mark Clark. They're looking for a fuel pump. Tyler Bohannon and Mike Newman heading to the starting line. 457 to 476. Tyler, I don't even know if he's been a buyback in 2 days. Maybe undefeated on the weekend. Well, no, he didn't have both entries in the final last night, so somebody beat him. But he did win the event last night. And this is his first entry here in round number 6. Mike Newman and Bohannon. Here we go. Too close to call on react. Finish line winner going Bohannon. Newman. Oh, look at the numbers on the scoreboard. 1 thou under in both lanes. Bohannon was 011, Newman was 015, and that's what decided 004. So Bohannon continues to mow him down here. He'll be back around at the end of the line here with his other entry. Rob Bernschneider and Bailey Ferraro. Bailey in the right lane. His dragster dialed in 472. Bernschneider, the Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania Phantom dragster, dialed 484. Both drivers in, tree fires, green lights a pair. Ferraro, Bernschneider, finish line winner going Ferraro. 013, taking 9 thou stripe to be 100th over the dial-in. Bernschneider is 037 and 5 thou under. Ferraro will be back around. So we got a couple minutes here. We got Tyler Bohannon back around, back to the lanes. We'll finish up the dragster side. Door cars are rolling into lanes 3 and 4 for their round number 6. Comes our final pair of dragsters. Tyler Bohannon going to race Brittany Ulmer. Tyler's dragster will be in the right-hand lane. American car, 457. Brittany, the American race cars, we'll call it a demo. Brittany welds down there during the week. Part of American race cars family. Dialed in here at 470. Bohannon trying to get his second entry here to round number 7. Brittany won the Sunday event out here last year at the 50 Grander, the final event of the weekend. Taking on last night's $10,000 winner, Tyler Bohannon. Both drivers in, tree fires, they're both green and they're both 00. To the finish line, win line going left lane. 005 for Brittany and 1 over. Bohannon got there first, took 12 thou stripe, needed to take 11. He's a thou under, taking that entry out here in round number 6. He's down to 1. The Seabright Chevy Camaro, Rich Van Els. Going to roll up in the right-hand lane, down in at 577. Tracy Muchler, our no-box winner. Jumps over here in round number 6 with a truck. He's in there at 627. Win light here going, truck, got it. 628 on a 27 with an 036 light. Rich was dead on the dial with a 6. Had his worst light of the day there in 061. Michael Rourke Jr. and Ken Hansen on the line. Hansen left-hand lane. Impala out of Crystal, Michigan, dialed in at 843. And Michael Rourke Jr., Westland, Michigan Firebird, dialed 597. On the finish line, win line going left-hand lane. Kenny Hansen, 026, 2 over the dial-in. Mike was 71 and 1 over. Ken Hansen will be in round number 7. Warren Smith and Kenny Underwood matched up next. Chevrolet Camaro out of Fortville, Indiana. Dialed in at 594, and Warren Smith, Temperance, Michigan. Last night's no-box winner. He's dialed 610. Finish line winner going left lane. A double breakout win for Warren Smith. Kenny goes down there and takes 1 thou stripe to break out by 23. 14 thou under for Warren Smith. He advances. 009 margin of victory. Cody Height and Chris Fleener on the line. Fleener's Camaro dialed in at 579. Cody Height with a Malibu, 631. Rolling through round number 6 on the door car side here. Height and Fleener on the line, both in stage, treeing away down. Green lights a pair, 6 thou separate them. Finish line winner going Left lane, got it. Cody Height by 7 thousandths of a second, 0.16 and 1 over. Chris was 0.10 and 3 over the dial in. Donnie Hagar and Toby Cronin going to run. Pickup truck in the left lane will dial in at a 6.02. Donnie Hagar's Chevrolet Vega will dial in at 6.25. Toby in the truck, Donnie in the Vega. Down the finish line, winner going. Toby in the truck. 0.20 and dead one for Toby. Donnie Hagar went down there and broke out by 11 thousandths. He was 14 green. Took 18 thou stripe. It had to be 7 or less to get his win light to come on. Toby Cronin will go at around 7. Will Steckley, car that was sitting on the bye run. Left-hand lane dialed in at 5.62. Chris Kozlik, the S10 dialed in at 6.04. Final pair here in round number 6. Win light here going left-hand lane. Will Stackley 0.56, 4 over. Kozlik 0.33, 8 over the dial-in. And kind of a strange run there, but Will Steckley gets the win light, and he will go to round 7. Mike O'Rourke needs a tow down there from the top end. Crew members for Mike O'Rourke. We need our dragsters for round 7. Back to lane 7 and 8. Dragsters, lane 7 and 8 for round number 7. Door cars, lanes 3 and 4 for round number 7. Of course, Pro Systems was the sponsor here on Friday, and they were giving away a 4150 carburetor. We have made the drawing here in the tower, and the winner of the 4150 Pro Systems carburetor is Carly Duffy out of Amherstburg, Ontario. Round 7, round 7. You need to be in the stadium lanes. We have a parts call, a digital RPM activated switch. If you have one of them, bring it up to the front of the stadium lanes and we'll get it to the racer that is in need of that. Final call here for round 7. If you are broken, let us know. We will we'll get rolling along here. Round 7, Dragster should be out there in lanes 7 and 8. The door cars in lanes 3 and 4. All right, our upcoming ladder round. Once again, Cody Height sitting on the bye run. Brittany Ulmer versus Will Steckley. And Tyler Bohannon versus Warren Smith. We'll take those 5 drivers back to the city lanes for round number 8, please. Here we go into the quarterfinal round. 5 drivers still in it. The Friday night $10,000 to win event here at the Motorplex. Warren Smith, Tyler Bohannon, our first pair. Tyler's a dragster will be in the Motor State side, dialed in here at 454. Warren Smith in the left-hand lane. 608 dial in with the Mustang. Another no-box racer here. Kind of looking at the ladder here. I don't have a list of, yeah, I do have a list. This is a humongous run here at 5 cars. Winner here will be in the final round and get the semifinal bye run. Bohannon trying to make it 2 days in a row. Got to get through Warren Smith first. Both drivers in the pre-stage beam. Warren's ready to go. Now Tyler's flickering it. He's got it in. Here we go. Tree down. Green light. Green light. About 9 thou separate them. Finish line winner. Bohannon 0-11 dead 0. Lays down 11 total. Smith was 20 and dead on with a 5 with a Mustang. So Tyler Bohannon will go back-to-back final rounds here to open up the weekend. He'll get the semifinal bye run, as Will Steckley and Brittany Ulmer will be next. Brittany in the left lane. American Dragster dialed 470, and Will Steckley, the Charger, he's going to dial in at 561. Door car dragster matchup here. Finish line win light going. Left lane. Will Steckley was in total control down there, but he took way too much stripe. Took 63 finish line to break out 3 thou. Needed to take 60 or less. Brittany Ulmer will move another round. She's 0-26 and 4 over. She'll come back in the semifinal round. Take on Cody Height. He's getting the bye run right here. The Malibu out of Farmington. 632 dial in. Going for lane choice right here. Cody with an 012 light. That'll get him lane choice in the semifinal. See if he shows his hand here. Yeah, there's my hand. Dead on with a 6. 18 total on the bye run. Cody Height versus Brittany Ulmer and Tyler Bohannon with the bye run at 3 cars. Semifinal round to the stage lanes, please. Semifinal round to the lanes. So we have our semifinal round back to the lanes, getting in and ready to roll. Getting ready to roll out of the stadium lanes. It took a couple extra minutes here as Brittany Ulmer had a fuel pump issue. And they were back there changing that and getting that repaired. And Cody Height said, we'll wait as long as we need to. And here we go. Cody Height and Brittany Ulmer going to race for the right to go to the final and take on Tyler Bohannon. Cody will be in left lane. Farmington, Michigan, Chevrolet Malibu, dialed in at 632. Brittany Ulmer to the right-hand lane. Port Clinton, Ohio Dragster, dialed 470. Again, they were thrashing to get back up here to get this car on the track. See who's going to take on Tyler Bohannon. Brittany's in. Cody flickers it a couple times. He's in, treeing away down. Green light. Green light. Good race. 002 to 11. Finish line winner. Left lane. Cody. 002. Take 002 finish line to be one over. Brittany was 0-11 dead 3, laying down 14. But Cody laid down 12. Cody goes to the final round. Take on last night's winner, Tyler Bohannon, the Louisville, Kentucky resident, having a pretty decent weekend here at the Motorplex. Puts it on the Sean Sierra dial in here at 139. He'll be back around in the final. So negative 006 right there. He'll click it off to 479. Cody will have lane choice in the final round. One round to go here on day number 2.